thing to talk about, and then I decided to focus today a little bit on my writing. This is the first very long novel I wrote, Saturnastra, Marduke. Oh, the novel since it took about 2 years, about a year and a half to write, as most books are. And I wrote it during my first year in college. But the main thing that took time was, developing the world, picking the characters, the families, defining the world rules, world building and so forth. Of all of the planets I chose for my little fantasy I went with Saturn. Saturn has a lot of beautiful moons, and I imagined that the ring, when seen from Saturn outward, would look very nice at night. So I picked Saturn for aesthetic reasons. As you can see, the book is rather bulky. It is almost as long as your typical Harry Potter book. See, this is a second edition of the book, but the first edition can also be bought because people also like that version, but the new version has more refinements and so forth. See all of the numerical pages, etc., etc. And it's also optimized for the Kindle, so you can find the stuff easier. The other thing I wanted to show you was that I originally wanted to make the book with illustrated chapter images, but putting the chapter images in color or just putting a chapter image in general rose the value of the book way too much. So then I had to go full with a couple in black and white, and then in the future I didn't bother with chapter images for budget purposes and so forth. This is some of the little chapter images that I had designed for the original book, but I was never able to use. Here's the main character, Marduke. And then in the palace, there were these nice little dragon statues that I described, and then I did my best to try to render what I imagined on paper. But usually you imagine things great in your head, but then you lack the skills to translate your mind and your imagination into the physical world. But you can see what I was going for. Alright, let's show you another planet. Oh wait, this one is actually from the second part of the book. Okay, there's that little Marduke sitting on a throne that's too big for him. See, I like dragons. I have a lot of dragons in the book. And this was just an ornamental fake dragon for the throne. See, I drew all of the little nice scales and so forth. And then him as a child with one of his childhood friends, talking in the garden and so forth. I like a lot of the nice Victorian fashion dresses. I take always a little bit of time in order to help folks imagine how the characters are dressed. Because it just adds to the details of it and the clothing. Here's him having tea with one of his weird sisters and her two friendly demons. In another book, I eventually explain more these two characters. One of them is a primordial demon that is something that you're already familiar with in planet Earth, and this one is a native demon to the planet of Saturn. Just because it's a different planet doesn't mean that they don't have similar Earth-like problems. Here's more little childhood scenes and so forth. I was trying, don't forget that these were like chapter images and so forth. And in a way, it's a bit of a coming-of-age story because I like to age up my characters. I am not afraid of working with characters that start as little kids and then they develop, and then they evolve into more varied type of individuals. Here's him in the forest pretending to be asleep when he gets visited upon by a creepy vampire lady. Here's him talking with one of his brothers who was friends with said vampire lady. See, they both had the same little room patterns in their outfits. And then here's another one of those chapter images where they're still talking and so forth. And that's about it as far as chapter images related to Marduke. It was around this time where I realized the whole budget situation. But you can see that I worked very, very hard on the chapter images, which I was unfortunately able to use. But the book itself really doesn't need it. I mean, in the end, this is a novel, and the most important, it doesn't matter how nicely you decorate your novel if the book doesn't function. And this book, because of all of the hard work and effort I put into it, works just fine, doesn't need any embellishment. If you're looking for a good, fun of a read, give my little book a chance. Oh yeah, before I forget, here's about the title. This weird little alien language is actually derived from the Wordish manuscript. Remember that famous gibberish book? I looked at the book and then I picked certain characters to represent certain words. So then here you are, Marduke and Saturnastra, reading with using the Wordish text. I hope you find this information amusing. Bye-bye, and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and we're studying Saturnastra Marduke by me, Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister. Alright, let's just get started, shall we? Chapter 1, Marduke. I spent about 2 days wandering aimlessly to the forest. When I was hungry, I fished in the river. When I was tired, I slept in the hard ground. From time to time, I would run into a wolf or a bear. However, every time these beasts saw me, they growled at me before departing. On the third day, I found a clearing. I saw before me a crude road. It was paved with red dirt and soot. Around the edges, I found some bushes to hide behind. For 2 days, I waited for someone to pass by. I started to lose hope after a bit. By the 4th day, I was tempted to return to the forest to catch a bite to eat. After 5 days of waiting, my patience was finally rewarded. Around noon, I heard a strange trotting. At first, I thought I was finally dying from heat exhaustion. Over the horizon, I saw a well-dressed lady on horseback. She wore a lovely dark dress. It was wide and frilly on the sides. Since she wore a skirt, she rode with her feet on the side. Beneath the skirt, I saw some lovely black lace riding boots. Over her dress, she wore a brown leather cape stained with the red dirt of the road. She also wore a silken cap with feathers and some flowers. She painted an odd picture in this neck of the wood. Seeing her brown stallion galloping in my direction, I resolved to meet her. Without hesitation, I jumped out of the bushes and intercepted the horse. Naturally, the poor animal was spooked. In his fright, he knocked over his rider. "Damn beast!" As if my day couldn't get any worse, said the lady rising from the ground. She took some time to fix her elegant hat. Noticing that her elbow was bleeding, she put her hand to her mouth and cruelly cleaned her wound with her saliva. When she finished tending her wound, she took care to calm the horse that was trying to trample me. Grabbing his reins, she pushed him back to see me better. At first, she could not make out what I was. All she saw were some dusty white roofs. When she went to lift them, I was finally able to see the lady up close. Beneath her feather hat, I saw a shower of long black curls. She had a lovely small nose and well-cut eyebrows. Her bottom lip was bleeding a little because she bit it when she fell. This gave her big lips a lovely red tint. What I liked best were her sad black eyes. They were decorated by long eyelashes. Taking me in her arms, she carried me towards the horse. Once I was settled out, she asked me, "Little boy, where are your parents?" I shook my head in response. "Can you speak?" I gave her another negative. This seemed to depress the woman even more. For a while we rode in silence. From time to time I thought I heard a bit of quiet sobbing. After a while the lady said, "My nana once told me that babies need their parents to talk to them, for them to learn to speak." Lowering my hood, she exclaimed, "My, what lovely black hair you have, and your eyes, they are charming deep blue." When the woman made eye contact with my celestial rose, I was able to be reborn as a child of her flesh and blood. This metamorphosis is necessary in order to blend in with the locals. You know, I had a little boy that looked just like you. He was small and fragile, born a month too soon, and one day she stopped after alluding to the life of her child. Some hours passed in silence. By nightfall we arrived at the bridge. Below it ran a harsh, turbulent river. At least there was some clean water for us and the horse. When we arrived by the stream, the lady dismounted. She then carried me as the horse. Looking sternly, she said, "Now be a good boy and stay put. I will fetch us some firewood." Oh, yeah, what time?
Still got 10 minutes.
With some difficulty, she unhinged the backpack and the seat of the horse. She then led the tired beast to the water and allowed it to drink. While he grazed, the lady left to look for her firewood. After 3 hours, I got bored of waiting. I went to the river and fetched water and felt the water with my tiny feet. Trembling, I took off my robes and entered a chilly depth. Feeling my way in the dark, I managed to catch 3 fishes out of the water. Once outside, I grabbed my long hair and squeezed it to get the water out. I air dried it as best I could. A cold wind that sweat chilled me to the bone. After sneezing once, I found myself dry enough to put on my robes. Once fully dressed, I ate my fish raw and left the other 2 for the lady. After the 4th hour, the lady returned. She carried in her hand a few sticks. She placed them in the center. With trembling hands, she grabbed a few rocks from the river. She tried unsuccessfully to light a fire. Feeling sorry for her, I rose and took the rocks for her. Grabbing one of the sticks, I rubbed it over another until I lighted up. In no time, we had a decent-sized fireplace. After this incident, the lady looked at me queerly. It was as if she was stuck on a thought she could not quite grasp. While I presented the fishes to her, she dismissed that thought from her mind altogether. She took the fishes and she tried to cook them in the fire. In no time, the small flames consumed the fishes. Giving a sigh of frustration, she took out from her pack a piece of bread. She ate a piece and she offered me some. I took the piece of stale bread. Looking at it, I noticed it was starting to turn an unhealthy green. The lady noticed I was disgusted by the bread. She took the pieces and put them away. She looked at me sadly and asked if I wanted some milk. I shook my head in response. At night, she took me in her arms, and we both quickly fell asleep. The next morning, I was awakened by the sound of galloping horses. It seemed to me as if an entire regiment was crossing the bridge. My mother too woke up with a start. Over the bridge, we saw a passing army. They all wore varied armors and weapons. Some armors were bronze, others golden. Others were armors made from parts of dragons or chimera serpent scales. What united them all were their bloodied weapons and their unflinching, bloodlust eyes. My mother was frightened by the vicious appearance of the battalion. Taking me in her arms, she fled under the bridge. Closing her eyes shut, she hugged me tightly in her chest. While she did so, she prayed, "Oh, Lara, please keep Astra from finding me. Don't let his clutches reach me. Please spare me from the terror of death." She kept praying this over and over until the soldiers passed on. While she cowered, I mused a little over her prayer. Astra seemed to be a deification of death. As in, dead. Once the army was beyond earshot, Mother felt brave enough to exit the bridge. She peeped cautiously outside. All the while she carried me tightly as if she was afraid to lose me. When she saw that the coast was clear, she gave a sigh of relief. Feeling herself safe, she surveyed the scenery. The place did not look so scary in the morning. Beyond the bridge there was a lovely forest. The trees closer to the road were full of flowers. The ground was also paved in solid stones of varied color. It seemed quite surreal that those Doombringers had come from this direction. Before the bridge there was a screwed sign. Mother read it aloud. Warning, Veragerung up ahead. Outsiders proceed with caution. Smiling, she said to herself, I found it. In her adorable way, she set me down by the river. Baby, wait for me. I'm going to get the horse. As she was leaving, I tried to mimic the sound she used to address herself. Once she sat on the horse and her luggage, I moved my mouth to match her movement. And after an hour riding, I blurted out the word mother. This was the first time I heard my new voice. It sounded high-pitched and whiny. Indeed, I was playing the part of a real mama's boy. This time made me blush. All the while my mother kept hugging and kissing me as she begged me to call her mama once more. Her direction was cut short when she reached a crude wooden wall. The only entrance was assailed by 2 stone towers. Both were called like rocky snakes. The roof was a stylized open dragon mouth. Inside there was a snake pattern veranda. The windows around the central tower were small and dark. I could feel many eyes watching us. Shyly, Mother said, Hello, is anyone there? Are you blind, woman? Of course there is someone here. Looking in the direction of the shout, we saw a boy clad in leather armor. It was perfectly crafted to fit his small size. The breastplate had so much decorations I could not make out. The kid was too high up for me to see well. On his back I noticed that he was armed with bows and arrows. State your business, woman, said the boy seriously. I'm sorry, but there are no adults to speak with, said my mother stupidly. I felt a cold chill run down my spine. When the wolf... Oh, yeah, time?
Still at 5 minutes.
When the boy was closer to the edge, I saw his murderous blue eyes. They were veiled by his cocky smile. Sitting on the edge of the high tower, the boy quietly mused for a bit. Taking off his leather helmet, he allowed his long red curls to shower his youthful face. His deathly glare had dissipated. From behind him came one of the sentries. This one was an adult. The boy gave his subordinate his helmet and weapons. He then went inside his high tower. Taking some running distance, he leaped and he landed perfectly before us. Mother was shocked at this display of strength and athleticism. Seeing her horrified, stupefied look, the boy took a bow before saying, "Ta-da!" Then he jumped off the tower, whee, before landing. Seeing this odd display, I assumed that the boy just wanted attention. To humor him, I started clapping. This made the boy smile even more. He then started to bow annual while saying, "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Out of the blue, a brick struck the boy in the head. He flinched at this and even cried a little. From the high tower, we heard a guy yelling, "Stop showboating." "Ouch," he said, rubbing the back of his head. "Fine, I'll be good." By now, Mother had descended from her horse. Forgetting this odd display of strength, she took out a handkerchief and she pressed it against the head of the boy. In no time, he stopped bleeding. Removing my mother's hand, the boy took some time to assess the situation. After giving it some thought, he asked, "Are you lost?" "This is Veragerung, is it not?" asked Mother. "Yes," said the boy, narrowing his eye. "Look, if I could only speak to someone in charge." I am in charge, said the boy angrily. And then he fell on the ground and started punching and thrashing about. All the while he said, "I am the one in charge." Seeing this tantrum, Mother started laughing. From within the tower, I could see the rest of the soldiers laughing as well. Eventually, someone that Mother considered an adult was in charge came to the veranda and said, "Look, lady, stop pestering the lad. If you know how much he's restraining himself, you wouldn't treat so harshly, our commander." Another soldier said, "Yes, he has killed others for lesser offense." After a few minutes that seemed like a hilarious eternity, the sentry relaxed. Clearing out the dirt from his armor, the boy said, "Lady, you should not be so quick to judge. Our ways are not your own, and according to Veragerung's rules, I am an adult. Now state your business." "I'm sorry," said Mother timidly. said Mother timidly. I came here to meet a distant relative. I have a letter of introduction for my mother, Countess Madeleine Apollon. Show it to me. Mother took out the letter. It had her family crest of a serpent devouring the sun. Tearing the envelope open, the boy read through the letter. Once he was done, he placed it back inside the envelope. He returned the letter to my mother, and then he walked towards the gate. Yelling at the top of his lungs, he said, Magos, open the gates, we have visitors. When the gate opened, he turned around and he said to his mother, Welcome to Veragerung. I am Rudy, and I will serve as your guide and guardian during your stay. Word of warning, do not say anything, do not look at anyone, do not even smirk. If you wish to talk to one, talk to me first. Do not even breathe unless I tell you to. Just let me do all the talking and do this, and you might live to see another day. Understand? Mother nodded after hearing this warning. Looking at me, the boy said, Does the kid talk? No, just a few words here and there. Perfect, the quieter the better. It will make him less likely to anger someone. Alright, bye-bye and God bless. Teresita Blanco, the Axis sister. We're reading Saturnastra, Marduke, part 2 of chapter 1. Alright, let's continue. Rudy took the reins of a horse and he started marching ahead. Mother followed just a few steps behind. As we entered, I took time to admire the scenery. Beyond the dragon towers, I saw the stone walls that rose behind a giant wooden barricade. From the outside, the place had the air of being a den of thieves. From the east side, the city was quite elaborate. The trees and the barricades hid from sight a huge bustling city. To be honest, I had expected to see tents and heads on spikes. Instead, all about me, I saw merchants, cobblers, iron workers, etc. From time to time, we saw some groups sprawling. The houses were made of stone, and the roofs were made of bricks. Some of the houses were made of humbler materials. The streets were wide, and the houses were arranged in neat little blocks. Rudy explained that this arrangement made it easy for their armies to circulate. It also took care of the rampant cholera outbreaks that used to overtake the city. It may look pretty on the surface, but our aqueducts are pretty complex. They call and unwind all over the city like a library. Seeing my mystified expression, Rudy explained, They say our Raja keeps a minotaur beneath the city. He lives off our shit. I giggled at this odd factoid. As for Mother, she was hardly amused. Looming over the city was a huge citadel. Its ominous high towers casted a shadow over the city. The castle was built into the mountain. According to Rudy, it was carved from the mountain itself. The citadel had 5 main towers connecting the main faces of the building. 4 faces faced the outside, and the 5th tower bled into the mountain. So the part that was visible was carved in black bricks fused with ebony. As for the towers, they were each designed after a mythological beast. The first 4 were designed as the Chimera, a dragon, a Sphinx, and a Cyclops. The design of the 5th tower was unknown because it was invisible to the outside world. The castle had the shape of a 5-pointed star. The fancy architecture was limited to the tower. The rest of the castle decoration had explicit militaristic aims. When we got closer to the castle, I noticed the usual water dish surrounding it. According to Rudy, it was fed from the waterfall that lay hidden behind the 5th tower. When we got to the gate, Rudy spoke to one of the guards that had the bridge lowered. When the gates opened, the citadel looked even more surreal. Beyond it lay a huge training ground, and on the left wing I saw the archery shooting range. Bows of all sizes and shapes lay neatly aligned. On the right I saw rows and rows of weapons, and what made my blood boil was the color of the training grounds. It was red. At its center there was an elaborate water fountain. It had many sculptures. It's dedicated to the polar gods. Each pair of opposing gods was sculpted facing each other in a neat row. Some were intertwining as if fusing into one another around the legs. Beyond the fountain lay the Rio Palace, and at the center of the star. It was raised high above a flight of stairs. The main building had a simple box shape with large stained glass windows. For a roof, it had a crystalline dome. Unlike the outside, the main building was made of white marble. It had a soft, contorting column that curled at the top. Stopping, Rudy turned around and said, "Wait here and I will put the horse in the stables." While Mother waited, she fidgeted a little. By now she was pretty tired of carrying me, so she left me on the floor. She took me by the hand, and I noticed that it was pretty sweaty. Feeling the heat getting to her, Mother walked with me to the fountain. She sat at the edge of the fountain and she reached down to get some water. Feeling it cold to her touch, she drank it, and I took sips its icy depths and found it refreshing. Around us, I could hear the guards marching and arguing. While enjoying the cool breeze, I wondered why no one was using the training ground. Heck, aside from the guards, I hardly saw any other soldiers. Suddenly, one of the side doors opened. A maiden in a blacksmith leather apron came out. Her short black hair was held back by a dirty white cloth. She too wore leather brown pants and white shirt. Her pale face seemed flushed, as if she had been exposed to a terrible heat. She walked over to the center of the training ground. Seeing us sitting by the fountain made her walk in our direction even faster. Remember Rudy's warning, Mother wondered what she should say if she be forced to speak. The lady stopped before us. She was no older than 30. She beat her lower lip while she studied us. Before she spoke to us, her attention was diverted by Rudy, who was returning. Waving his hand towards the maiden, he said, "Hey sis, what's cooking?" "Look, you jerk," said the maiden, walking over to him. Giving him a good yank of his red hair, she said, "What are you doing outside your post?" "Relax, sis, I'm on official business," said Rudy, pointing to my mother. "That woman has a meeting with the elders." "Fine, whatever," she said. She added, "Why did I come here anyway?" The cool wind that passed was her answer. "Damn, it's so hot and stuffy inside the fort. I'm calling it a day, bro. I will see you when we get back home, and don't be late for dinner." Right, said Rudy, rubbing his hair. Finding a bald spot, he cursed his sister heartily, but only when she was out of earshot. Once he was done, he said to my mother, "While I was out, I informed the elders of your arrival. They are waiting for you inside our king's hall." "Am I to have an audience with His Highness as well?" asked my mother. "No, the king is out fighting on some stupid war for some stupid reason. That's why our castle is working with a skeleton crew. When he's out doing stupid, distracted things, the elders take care of everything. When he returns, he will be informed of the elders' decision." "What happens if he does not return?" When he heard her question, Rudy started laughing heartily. When he recovered, he added, "Bersamin is not the kind of guy who dies easily. Now come, I will lead you to the palace. Once you're inside, you will be all alone. Always answer truthfully to all of the questions. If you lie, you die. So no pressure." What time does it say in the thingy?
8.
Mother gulped at this warning. Taking my hand, we followed Rudy up a huge flight of stairs that led to the main door of the palace. The portal was open ajar, and on the inside there was a long hallway. It was decorated with columns. They were all twisting and coiling like serpents of different colors. Their base looked like stylized water. This complemented the blue marble floor. As for the walls, they were decorated with mirrors. This multiplied the columns 100 times fold. The roof was vaulted and decorated with paintings of bottles, the gods, and even the stars. At the end of the hollow mirror, there was the imposing empty throne. Sitting before the throne, in lace cushions, sat 21 yellow old men and women. They each wore delicate robes of different designs and patterns. The main elder was an elven woman that was way past her prime. Her hands were wrinkled and withered. Her face seemed about to melt off. It was hard to distinguish her from the other elders. What gave away her elfish origin were her small pointed ears that lay hidden behind her long hair. What was once a beautiful blonde hair had turned to ash. What struck me as odd were her strange great eyes. They looked dispassionately in our direction. Her skin had a deep tan color. She gestured to Mother to sit before her. A guard came from one of the mirror doors with a chair. Mother sat before them with me in her hands. The old elf was the first to speak to us. "Rudy told us the gist of your mother's letter. I found that interesting, child. Now tell me your version of the story, demanded the elder. My son died. My real son died. He got a cold and he died, just like that. He was so fragile and weak. The doctors warned me that he would not live long. Still, I was not prepared for his death. I mean, who is? And while my poor son lay dying in my arms, my husband was with God knows food. She took out a handkerchief and she wiped a tear. Take your time, dear. After he breathed his last breath, I blacked out. And then, nothing. I buried my son and my husband the next day. It seems that one of his men, that one of his lovers, had brutally slaughtered him. He was always stingy with the money. My mother, she assisted me with the funerals, and after it was done, she told me to bring this letter to Bersame. And she said I was to live here from now on, and that I was never to return home. My mother finished after this. The elder frowned at her response. Clearly she had worked the truth at a certain point. And the boy, inquired the elder, I found him. I want to raise him on my own, said my mother, hugging me. That will be all, thank you, said the elder. I hereby give you amnesty to Veragerung. One of the mirror doors opened from the side. There came an old man dressed like the blue boy of Gainsborough. He brought the elder a huge book and ink, a feather and quill. The elder opened the book to an empty page. She said, name, Miranda Blanchett, responded my mother. Age, I will be 16 in the 7th night of the 45. And the babe, what is his name? I found him. I still have to figure out a name for him. Age, 2, maybe 3, said my mother, patting my head. While you live here, you will abide by our rules, said the elder. Yes, my lady, said mother humbly. It is our tradition that men name their sons, and since the boy does not have a father, he will remain nameless until a man gives him a name. Is that understood, said the elder seriously. Yes. For now, make yourself at home in the palace. A room for you and your shower has been prepared. Dinner will be brought to your room. Rest from now from your weary travels. After this, the elders rose and left through one of the mirror doors. Mother looked about, and once she was left alone, she saw Rudy gesturing to her from one of the open mirror doors. By now, I was so sleepy that I could barely keep my eyes open. What time?
3 minutes and 30 seconds.
While I slept, I felt myself sinking deeper and deeper. I was in the hall of mirrors. I looked at the floor and I said, that looks like water. When I said this, I felt the floor becoming squeaky. Slowly my feet began to sink into the ground. The floor seemed like a whirlpool. I swam towards one of the snake columns to keep myself from sinking. However, it was made of real snake. I started falling towards the side, and water and all, and I fell into one of the mirrors. It felt like cold water, and as I sank, I saw my siblings from far away. They were changing, becoming something new and different. They seemed to be so far away. Before I drowned into the mirror, a hand reached out and pulled me out. I had a sound that I had not heard in a long time, and at its sound, the mirrors and the water cracked, and I was then left in utter peaceful darkness. When I awoke, I did not recognize the roof standing over me. I felt myself shaking in cold sweat. Looking around, I saw that I was in a soft feathery bed. Enjoying its comfort, I rested my head against it. There was no light inside the room. The windows were open to let the night breeze enter. I could hear the curtains sweeping softly over the floor. I tried to go to sleep, but I was not able to. A thought was banging inside my brain. I wanted to see the Space Tower. What I was searching for might possibly be hiding there. I rose quickly from my bed. My mother lay near me sleeping, and I also noticed that I was wearing different clothing. It felt like a soft linen. It was a bit tight around my neck. Fiddling around, I unbuttoned the shirt around my chest. Taking a deep breath, I left my mother's side. Slowly, I opened the door. On tiptoes, I wandered past the lavender hall. Cautiously, I opened the last door at the end of the hallway, and I saw that it led to the hall of mirrors. With the candles lighted in the mouth of the serpent, the place looked even creepier. I can't read anymore. Bye-bye and God bless. My name is Teresita Blanco, the Artist Sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Marduke. We're continuing with chapter 3. We're doing chapter 1, part 3. Alright, so let's get started on this. One of the other hidden mirror doors opened parallel to mine, and quickly closed my door. I waited until the footsteps died away. I then entered the hollow mirrors again. Looking left and right, I tiptoed towards the throne. It was a lot bigger than it appeared from where I sat with my mother. I felt around the lovely carvings of the border. Twisting around the throne, I felt the odd shapes that I could barely see. Cautiously, I sat in the throne. From it, I noticed that the mirrors were slightly tilted. I could see my own reflection multiplied 1,000 times fold. Running towards the main door, I tried to open it. However, I was not strong enough. I waited a bit behind one of the dragon columns. A man who seemed like a giant opened the portal ajar. In the darkness, all I could make out was his huge shape and long cape. He swept across the hall in one motion. Like a shade, he sat in the throne. The shade placed his hands to his face as he breathed a deep sigh. In a fury, he threw his helmet on the floor. It made a hollow clank. Sound on the ground. Ignoring my presence, the man pushed aside his throne. Behind it lay another mirror door. He pressed around the spot and the door opened. It led into a blackened room. He went within. I walked slowly towards the open door. A cold wind swept beneath it. The ground felt different from the marble floor. I could not see beyond my hand. Using the walls as guidance, I followed after the shade. I could not tell the path I took, for the man used no light. It was as if he had that very path memorized. Eventually the floor felt uneven and rough, like the floor of a cave. The man stopped suddenly. I could see a light at the end of this winding tunnel. The cave roof was hollowed out, allowing for the light to enter. The moonlight shone over the last tower in all its strange, mysterious beauty. The tower was modeled after a beautiful nude maiden. Her long hair decorated the columns and the balance that she held in her hands, like a scale. All around her, more beautiful maidens like herself decorated it. This final tower was truly beautiful. It looked even more wonderful under the pale blue light of the sky bell. Those tiny rock fragments shed its uneven light over the statue's long hair. It almost seemed to shimmer. The tower had 6 star-shaped windows at key locations. Seeing its marvelous form, I felt a cold shiver down my spine. Turning around, I saw the shape behind me. It said in a harsh, cold voice, There you have it. My opus magnum in all its grotesque beauty. Interesting. This looks like a labor of love, said I, bowing to the shade. What brings you here, boy? Asked the shade. I came to save this world, I responded. This made the shade laugh quite heartily. So what is your name, boy? I don't have a name. Only my father can name me, I responded. Really, who made up that stupid rule? Asked the shade, scratching his head. You did, I snapped back. You are the king, are you not? I sometimes forget. At other times, I wish not to remember, said the shade. I went towards the shade and said shyly, Can I name myself? I felt a huge hand over my head. It gently stroked my hair. That huge figure took me between his arms. I started shivering as I felt the cold armor that shielded his beating heart. In a soft voice he said, Sure, boy, call yourself whatever you like. In the darkness, the shade's eyes looked pitch black. Quietly I said, My name will be Marduke. Alright, we're now in chapter 2. How much time?
10 minutes ago.
Alright, we're now starting chapter 2. A berserker's true nature. The first 3 years of my new life passed in a daze. Most of the time I was learning to read and write. Belladonna, the elf elder, insisted on having other children of the city obtain this basic education before they turned 5. Those who failed to learn got a crash course when they joined the army. For many an hour, I spent learning how to scribble basic characters. I mastered reading and writing within the first 6 months. However, much to Belladonna's chagrin, I was still having problems with my pronunciation. Many a times I would second-year Belle, as she preferred to be called, tried a desperate measure. Whenever I would pass by, the people inside the palace were entrusted to point at something or hold up an arrow and say the proper way to pronounce it. Via this method, I was able to master speech by my 5th birthday. By my 5th birthday, my mother had found a new husband. Like my mother, he too was a widow. His wife had died in a battle the week we started living in the palace. Since then, Belle's zealous blade had become dull. Still desiring to make use of him, Bertha made him my mother's bodyguard. In no time, he fell in love with the woman. After performing the mandatory courtship ritual, Mother married us Sailor. Sailor was a good, depressing kind of guy. He had a kind of melancholy way of going about things. Many a time his blue eyes would water. At others he would burst into a self-destructive fury when he thought nobody was watching him. As for Mother, she loved Sailor very much. Unlike her previous husband, he was very attentive. From time to time, my grandmother would visit her whenever she went to converse with King Berthame. Speaking of which, how grandmother came to be related to Berthame is an interesting story in and of itself. According to Belladonna, who claimed to have raised Berthame, he had the habit of calling random people his family. I asked her about it one day during one of my lectures. I always studied in her room that resembled that was also a greenhouse. I remember that I was sitting down in a small wooden desk made to fit my small proportions. Before me, I had paper, ink, and a feather, and that day I wore a long-sleeved linen shirt. It was frilly at the chest and at the end of the sleeve. It was tucked within my short black pants. As usual, I was barefoot. I was still not accustomed to wearing shoes, so I took them off whenever Mother was not looking. Belle did not mind much, for she too hated shoes. That day she wore rose fashion from nature. During her lecture, she was always of the habit of braiding her hair and decorating it with flowers from her garden. That day, I popped the question. Belle, how is Berthame related to Grandma? Said I in my usual silly kind of way. Why do you want to know? Asked Belle. As usual, she was sitting by the flower field, picking the ones she liked best. Fine, I'll tell you. Put your ink and quill and parchment away. I opened the desk and placed it within. Belle gestured to me to sit beside her. And then she said, for as long as I can remember, Berthame was always curious about his past. Like you, he was an orphan. His body bore the traits of many of our races. I thought she was unwanted by all. You had seen it, but you had seen him yourself. He had the ears of the ears of the elf, the bulkiness of a dwarf. At 12 feet tall, he is almost a giant, but not giant enough for them. And his eyes are like those of the nymphs. They change color depending on his mood. His short hair is also an unnatural blood red. If that does not make him stand out enough, he displayed abilities that make him akin to the mermaid. This feeling of abandonment made him clingy to whoever would accept him as his family. And I was the first one who took him in 200 years ago. As such, he calls me Mother. When I first saw him get to the point, I responded pretending to fall asleep. Belle laughing said, you're a horrible child. Oh yeah, what time is?
5 minutes.
Long story short, one day Madame de Afelon's estate was being raided by bandits or pirates, I forget. When they finally captured her, Madeline told them that she was a distant cousin of Berthame, and if they harmed a hair on her head, Berthame would bring down upon them the fury of the berserkers. Naturally, this made the pirates alive. Much to their chagrin, Sailor was among them for some stupid reason. So while the men drank and ate at the Afelon's expense, Sailor made his way to the capital, and he informed Berthame that the bandits were about to slaughter one of his distant relatives. Berthame, in a fury, entered there and single-handedly butchered the bandit, and since then, Madame D'Afelon has been considered a distant relative of Berthame. Wasn't that a lie? Yes, but at the same time, both wished desperately for that lie to be true. Thus, Madeline's stand and honor was saved, and Berthame obtained his first blood relation. Yay, don't we all love happy endings? After this conversation, I allowed myself to drift into sleep as Belladonna sang one of her elven songs. While I slept, I thought much of my blood relations. Was blood really so important? That day, I once again dreamt of my siblings. We were all together under the shadow white moonlight. We each took a knife and sliced open our wrists. We allowed our blood to blend on the forest ground, and as we bled, I felt my blood begin to change. Theirs still seemed a different shade of red. Our blood no longer blended, and once again I felt that we were drifting apart, and I had been in this form longer than I had planned. If I do not find Libra soon, I fear that I will forget myself and my people. When I awoke in the rosy garden, I felt my wrist hurting a lot. Staring at it, I saw that nothing was wrong with it. The next day, I was summoned to the Hall of Mirrors. The elders, Rudy, my mother, my stepfather, and Bersame were all assembled. The elders sat in their usual cushions. Bersame sat in the throne, wearing a black and golden decorative armor with a blue mantle. Before them, there was an empty chair designated for me. Looking steadily at me, my stepfather said, "Today we will conduct a simple test. We will say something and you will tell us if the statement is true or false. Do you understand?" "True." And then the mother said, "Good boy." Belladonna responded, "False." This exchange made me giggle. As for my mother, her face turned crimson. However, she checked her temper by closing her fist tightly. Time?
3 minutes.
The first elder, a portly fellow named Pug, said, "I am a woman trapped in a man's body." True. The second elder, a skinny gray-haired dwarf named Sippy, said, "I became LaRoche's pet jester against my will." False. The statements went on as such, and each statement was more bizarre than the last. When it came for Belladonna's turn, she said, "I left my Obi tribe because of the bags under my eyes." True. My stepfather said, "My wife was with child when she followed me to battle." True. My mother said, "I did not murder my ex-husband." And then I said, "False." After hearing this, mother left the audience all in tears. I wanted to follow after her, but my stepfather forbade me from leaving my seat. Afterwards, he left the room chasing after his wife. I still needed to hear Bersame's question. He sat a moment before saying, "I was born." False. Giving a sigh of relief, Bersame rose and shook my small hand. "Thank you for clearing that little mystery. Congratulations, you passed. For now you are excused from your lectures. You may do as you please." Gesturing to Bersame to get closer, I whispered into his ear, "Why won't Mother admit it?" Rising up, Bersame said, "It's hard for her to come to terms with her true nature. Once she accepts what she truly is, she will become a better person for it. Just not facing reality is going to cause her problems in the future." Belladonna added, "I worry about her. She has the bad habit of bothering it all up. You saw what she did to Sarah when she thought he was cheating on her." "Marduke, you should be very wary of that mother of yours. She is of a very whimsical nature," said Bersame before leaving. "This event left me thinking a lot about my mother. It angered me that they spoke so plainly the truth that I knew myself." Alright, so we'll continue this in a jiffy. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Archie's sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Marduke, and we're continuing with Chapter 2. And then Chapter 2, Part 1. Well, I started Chapter 2 in the previous video. Okay, we're moving along. It angered me that they spoke so plainly the truth I knew myself. Whenever I was with her, I went by the name of Leo. She insisted on calling me like her dead son. At first, I tried to ignore her whenever she called me Leo. I started doing so the day she went amok. Yelling at the top of her lungs, she said, "It's Leo, it's Leo. Why won't you answer your mother, Leo?" As she yelled, she pulled her hair and scratched her face. I was so panicked by her behavior that I called Sailor for help. Since then, I was Leo in her presence. I was Marduke to everyone else. Since she was small, she always suffered from those fits of rage. Typical of a berserker, though she wasn't a warrior. At the time that her father had passed away, her mother had passed them off as tantrums. Her many Nana stopped Mother to bottle up her emotions. After all, ladies were supposed to be calm, charming, and always graceful. For years, she had bottled up her anger until it exploded in a murderous frenzy the day that her true son died. Whenever she had one of her hissy fits, I would go with Bertha to the fifth tower. Its serene beauty would always calm me. This time I had nowhere to run away to in the palace. When the party was dismissed, I tried to venture outside the palace for the first time. I had grown up a bit since my first nightly visit. I put it on my weight against the door and forced it open. Outside I saw the troops in the midst of their training regiment. Since I came from within, none of the soldiers bothered to pay me any attention. I walked outside towards the gate. In a clear, strong voice I said, "Open the gate. I wish to visit the city." "Are you that crazy, little runt?" asked the guard. "Let me out," I said, kicking the bridge door. Relax, kid, I will let you out," said the guard, lowering the gate. It had been 3 years since I last saw the city. The place had not changed much. For some time I wandered around aimlessly across the empty street. I avoided looking or talking to anyone. While lost within my thoughts, something struck me in my head, and then another and another. Turning around, I saw that some older brats were throwing rocks at me. When they saw my angry glare, they started giggling. Their leader was a blond boy of about 9 years of age. "Looky here, if it isn't the little prince, your highness, what brings you to the slums?" said the blond boy. As usual, I started stuttering. "Just shopping." "Don't you have slaves to shop for you?" said the boy, throwing me another rock. This one struck me in the forehead, drawing blood. I passed my hand over the wound and then drank his blood. This seemed to unnerve some of the younger kids. "Damn, that Marduke is really a freak," said another kid. "His mom is crazy. It's no wonder he's a whack job as well," said a different brat. "Freak," said another. Once again, the children started throwing rocks at me while calling me freak. I simply turned around and went on my way, ignoring the barrage of stones. Eventually, a lady dressed in a velvet dress noticed what was occurring. She ran towards the kids. The children saw the lady approaching, and so they ran away. And so the lady stopped by my side to see how I was doing. "If I had my way, I would have those brats hanging by the ankles," said the woman. She added after she saw my face bleeding, "Why didn't you defend yourself? Most kids would have jumped at there after the first rock was thrown." Not like you. I like your natural hatred for most things," said I sadly. The lady in red added, laughing, "Hatred and anger are two different things. Think about it. What those bullets did to you made me angry. However, I do not hate those rotten kids." "I see. Why are you people angry all the time? That is not a normal behavior. Why are you all lie detectors? That is also strange." "What a cute voice you have. You should talk sing everything," said the lady. "Let me see if I can explain. The people of Versame are cursed with the truth. We are forced to see the world for what it truly is. This makes us slightly more irritable than the average Joe. Truth isn't a curse. The truth sets us free," I said without stuttering this time. The lady mused a moment and then said more to herself than to me, "Perhaps your truth is different than ours." "Maybe. Thank you for your help, but I must be on my way," I said. "Before you go, let me clean your wound. I have an ointment." After saying this, the lady took out a round metal recipient. Inside it was an odd, clear cream. She passed it over my forehead and it stopped the bleeding. She cleaned the rest of the blood off with the ends of her dress. I went on my way. While I walked, I realized that I did not know how to deal with normal children. For most of my life, I had spent it with adults or with my siblings. My first encounter with regular kids had proven to be a failure. By noon, I came upon a house that drew my attention. The house was whitewashed clean. The roof was made of bricks. For color, it had flowers on all the windows. What I found most odd was the garden surrounded by a high fence. The garden was as diverse as Belladonna's garden. It had a clearing in the center. There, 3 cute little girls my age were dressed in white and they were sitting on a bedsheet. The oldest one had ebony skin. Her eyes shone bright green, and the other girls were twins. a light tone and but the same brown eyes. They were playing with lovely porcelain dolls that were even cuter than the maiden. As they decided to try again to get along with children, I climbed the fence. Front up, I said, "Hello, girls." "Hi, Marduke," responded the girls in unison. "So you have heard of me?" I asked the girls. "Who has not heard of the son of the crazy woman who lives in the Star Palace?" They all responded, giggling. "Tell me about it." "And you girls don't have to live with her," I responded, annoyed. The older girl said, "I hear she calls you Leo." "Only when she is drunk," I responded. "Liar, liar, pants on fire," said the twins. "Your mother never drinks," said the oldest girl. "I sometimes wonder. It seemed easier to explain it if she was drunk," I replied. So what are you doing?" asked the twins. "I'm running away." "From what?" asked the girls, giggling. "It's complicated." "Things are only as complicated as you want to make them," said the older girl, looking at me sternly. "I guess you're right." "So what's the complicated thing you're dealing with?" asked one of the twins. "I'm hunting a monster. I feel her presence all over the city, but I can't pinpoint her exact location. I need to find her before I forget myself," explained Marduke. "Wow, sounds complicated. Wanna have tea?" asked the twins. "Nah, it's getting kinda late. I should be getting home," I replied, getting off the fence. As I started to work out, I heard behind me one of the girls shouting, "Wait, I'll walk you home." It was the oldest girl. Her dress had gotten torn when she had climbed the fence. Her knees were now visible. There was light bruises from climbing up the wall. Taking my hand, we started making our way back to the palace. As we walked, we had a bit of a small talk. She told me that her name was Alyssa and her sisters were Marjorie and Daisy. Her father was a merchant that regularly traded with the researchers. As such, she was allowed to live with them, even if he never took up arms to fight. Oh yeah, the time?
So you got 6 minutes, I'll let you know.
Her mother was a princess that was disowned for refusing to marry an old geezer. Having nowhere to go, she asked Besame to allow her to live with him. She married the merchant 2 years later. While we walked around, we ran into the same punks from before. By now, night had fallen. The kids cornered us in the street. Sneering, the blonde child said, "Who's your girlfriend?" I nodded. I said, "I'm really not in the mood." "Ooh, so you finally grew a backbone. I guess your wife has done you good," he said, reaching for the girl. Grabbing her by the arm, the older kid pulled her towards him. He said, "Hey, babe, give me a little kiss." At this point, I snapped. I pushed Alyssa beside me, and then I kicked the boy in the balls. This made him double over in pain. His friends fell at me like a fury, and I started punching and kicking and punching and biting the other 4 kids who were attacking me, but their fury was overpowering. All I could do was enter fetal position and try desperately to protect my face. All the while, Alyssa watched in desperation. Thinking me unconscious, the boys went to take their fury on Alyssa as well. Seeing this, I uncoiled from the ground, and I pulled the hair of one of them. This caused him to lose his balance and fall backwards. While on the ground, I jumped at his face with all of my force. And then I tried to kick another child. Seeing my strategy, the other child grabbed my leg before I could deliver a good kick. Falling over me, he then started bashing my head against the gravel floor. Fearing that he might kill me, Alyssa tried vainly to help me by jumping on top of the other kid. With her tiny feet, she stroked the back of his head over and over. He simply responded by throwing her to the side. Before I blacked out, I thought I heard Rudy calling my name. When I awoke, I was in my bed. My poor mother was sobbing beside me, and when she saw me awaken, she said, my poor Leo, I thought I lost you again. Don't ever do this to your mother." After she said this, the door opened. My stepfather entered the room to console her, and once she was done crying, he went over to me and gently stroked my bandaged head. Still hearing my mother crying, I said, I'm fine, Mother. I want to sleep some more." The time?
4 minutes still.
I closed my eyes and I pretended to sleep. Some hours later, both left the room. Outside, I could hear them whispering. Slowly, I rose from the bed. I noticed that I was only wearing a white linen short. I walked towards my mother's vanity desk and sat before its mirror. While my parents whispered about me, I removed the bandages over my head. By now, the wound over my forehead had healed. The one behind my head was still taking its time. I rebandaged my head as best as I could and went back to bed. While in bed, I began to notice all the pains around my ribs. It was going to be a long recovery process. I closed my eyes to rest. This time I managed to sleep. In my dream, I was standing before the mirror, and my reflection was being consumed by a burning fire. In a fury, my reflection started breaking the mirror. It reached towards me, and a week later, I began my berserker training. Alright, we finished chapter 2. Alright, let's end it here. Bye-bye and God bless. Is it recording?
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the orphan sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra, Marduke. And we're at the start of chapter 3. Chapter 3, Canon and Leo. On the first day of my training, I awoke early. I got breakfast and wore my first leather armor. It was the same armor that my stepfather wore when he began his training. It consisted of a light leather armor vest, some short leather pants, a pair of iron wristbands, and some extremely light leather boots. I was surprised that such a big man had once been as small as me. When I went to the Hall of Mirrors, my stepfather intercepted me. After I opened the gate, my stepfather threw me in his arms. While carrying me, he started waltzing around the Crystal Palace. Ah, today's a good day to be alive, my voice is there, still dancing and humming. Something good happened? I asked with my usual stutter. I'm going to be a father. Your mother's going to have my baby. My baby, he said, thrilled. This bit of news did not humor me in the least. Forcing a smile, I said, yeah, you're going to be a daddy. This made him stop his cheerful dancing. He placed me back on the floor and he looked sternly at me. Boy, I always consider you my flesh and blood. There's no need for you to be jealous of your baby brother or sister. I'm not jealous, I responded. Toxic boys. It will save us a lot of time, and plus it sounds nicer. I am not jealous, I just have a bad feeling about the new kid. I sent back to him. Keep your bad feelings to yourself. Your mother's already unstable as she is. The air conditioner is making weird sounds. Now that she is with child, she will need utter serenity for the baby's sake. He rebuked sternly. Fine, I'll be good, I responded, lowering my head in resignation. This made the big man feel sorry for me. Oh yeah, is my face center?
Yes.
Hugging me against his heart, he said, Marduke, you're a very good boy, and always happy, and always will be. Thanks. Let's go see that crazy mother of yours, he said, opening the mirror doors that led to the bedrooms. When I saw my mother, she was in her nightgown sitting before the mirror. Her black hair flowed over her bare shoulder. She was singing a lullaby while stroking her belly. When we entered, she stopped her singing. She looked at her reflection in the mirror and she smiled. She opened her eyes and my stepfather placed me gently in her lap. In a melodious voice, she said, Oh, Marduke, you're going to have a baby brother. I will call him Leo. Isn't that a great name for your baby brother? Hearing her call me by my name for the first time made my skin crawl. Feeling me tremble, she said, My boy, you're trembling. Settle, be a dear, and start the fire. When he lighted the fire, I noticed that his reflection in the mirror was glaring at me. As for Mother, she started chatting about all the plans she had for Leo's future. She wanted to groom Leo to be the perfect gentleman. The more I heard her plans, the less I liked the idea of Leo coming into this world. My stepfather too worried about her unrealistic expectations for Leo. He would never survive in this world without learning how to fight. Naturally, he kept this forethought to himself. After this conversation, I left my mother's bedroom. My father walked me out towards the hall of mirror. Before opening the door for me, he stopped. He seemed about to say something, but in the last minute he changed his mind, and then he opened the door before me and said melancholically, I'm going to miss you, boy. The way he said this made me shiver. I headed out and took my place with the other trainees. They all wore the same leather armors. Most of the trainees were my age, however a good portion of them were a bit older. I noticed that among the kids there was the gang that had beaten me up earlier. Their leader, a boy named Roy, recognized me. He walked over there to where I stood. In a melancholic way, he said, Sorry, Marduke, I was just following an order. Mostly I want to apologize for Canon. I think he got carried away when he bashed your head against the floor. Rubbing my bandaged head, I said, Yeah, no harm done. We're still cool, said Roy. Yeah, said I as I kept on walking. How's Alyssa, I asked. She's still a bit shaken by the whole experience, but she's fine, he responded. Suddenly he kicked my balls and I doubled over in pain. Roy laughing said, now we're even. While I struggled to get up, I saw a dwarf entering the scene. He wore a black steel armor without a helmet. Strapped to his fat waist was a long whip. His head was as bald and his face was clean shaven. He was one of the elders. I think his name was Sibi. Since he was small, he trained his body in the berserker tradition. Once his body was in top physical condition, Unlike Sibi, his head was a spawn and his face was clean-shaven. He was one of the elders. Like Sibi, he became a pet dwarf for a noble family. Unlike Sibi, Marduke became a jester against his will. This made him really angry, and since he was small, he trained his body in the berserker tradition. And once he was strong enough, he killed his captors and then he joined Berthamet's army. Marduke went to the horse stable and he brought out 4 lovely black steeds. He petted their manes and he fed them sugar cubes. Once they were calm, he tied the horses to a massive carriage. The wheel had swords sticking out. Seeing these swords made me gulp. I looked at Roy and I asked, so what are we going to do for our first lesson? Roy gave an evil smile and then he said, we're going to be running for our lives. After he said that, Marduke, riding the chariot, started chasing after the trainees. The new students started running away altogether in one direction like cattle. However, the older students branched out in all directions. All the while, Marduke was yelling and whipping them. From time to time, one would trip and be trampled beneath the horses. Others would be sliced by their blade. While I ran, I saw that a girl next to me had tripped. Noticing that she was about to fall, I helped her catch her balance. Without giving me a word of sense, she pushed me behind towards the carriage. Since I was further behind, I felt the whip strike my arm. Thinking much on the foolish nature of this rat race made my blood boil. While everyone fled, I stood and faced the raging horses. Much to Marduke's chagrin, the horses were spooked when they saw me. They stopped in their mid-track and they started yelping in a most hideous fashion. The sudden stop caused Marduke to fly off his seat. He didn't manage to land on all fours like a cat. The horses started backing away from me, and when Marduke saw this, he took a step back. The other trainee did the same while staring at me. When the shock of the moment passed, Marduke ran towards me. He grabbed me by the arm and he yelled, what do you do, you freak? Did you hatch my steers? Feeling the great tightening, I had said, yelling in pain, animals don't like me. They're always afraid of me. Seeing that I spoke the truth made him release me. I could feel his tiny brain thinking of a new scheme. The fact that the animal feared me complicated his training methodology. While he thought, he made us clean out the wounded. While the dead were buried right in the spot they had fallen, the wounded were taken back to the barracks in the chimera wing of the palace. I was aided in the great task by the 5 kids who had beaten me up. Royce was pretty nervous, and he kept saying, "This is too unusual." Cannon stared back at me with his pale blue eyes. His short black hair was wet with sweat. "Stanley," he said, "why do I have the feeling that the new kid has gotten all of us killed?" We said nothing after hearing Cannon's remark. While we cleaned up, Marduke took the horses back to the stable. After thinking much, he came up with a new sinister idea. He took us to the weapon rack. He had the trainees choose weapons ranging from daggers to claymores. When I was about to get a weapon, he grabbed me by the arm again. Smiling, he said, "A freak like you doesn't need a weapon to fight. Now go stand at the other side of the training ground." Once he thought I was out of earshot, he said to the other student, "I know some of you have never wielded a sword in your life, and since I'm feeling very benevolent, I will make things easier for you. The first person to land a blow on Marduke gets to go to lunch early. And as an added third sentence, the person will never have to get chased by the chariot. You guys have until noon to strike him down." At the time?
6 more minutes, so.
He then said to the guards at the door, "Lock all the doors. We don't want a little rabbit escaping." I could not decide if I was angry at Marduke or at the students who were going along with his sick plan. As he signaled, the students started chasing me with their swords, spears, and daggers, maces, and claymores. The older students took an indirect approach. Instead of wasting their energy chasing after him, they took to shooting at me with their bows and So the first arrow grazed my shoulder. I realized that I was doomed if I outran the younger kids. Instead, running ahead would give them a clear shot. Instead of running, I passed between the less experienced kids, and all the while a rain of shots flew overhead. The stupid novices were so bent on killing me that they did not notice that they were dropping like flies. A few did catch on this fact, and fearing to anger Mafuke, they simply ran a lot slower than the others. I spent 2 hours running for my life, and by the start of the 3rd hour, I was really thirsty. I started running towards the fountain, and when I got close, I saw that Mafuke was barring my path. Whenever I got close to the water, he would whip me away. Out of the blue, and I was spraying Mafuke's hand. This made him drop the whip into the fountain. In a fury, he went towards the older kids, asking who was the dead man who shot him with an arrow. None of the older kids knew who threw the arrows. Their obliviousness made him even angrier. He started punching the first kid he managed to put his hands on. Unfortunately for Mafuke, the first kid he managed to grab was Roy's twin, Rolo. And seeing his other half in danger, made Roy jump into action. Forgetting that Mafuke was his superior, Roy shot an arrow straight at Mafuke's bald head. The arrow did not go too deep into his skull. It seemed to Roy that Mafuke's skull was made of iron. And when he saw that Roy had shot an arrow at him, he went to beat him up instead. This diversion allowed me to get some water. Once inside the elaborate fountain, I decided to use its large structure to my advantage. I climbed towards the highest part of the fountain and hid inside the swirling statues of the goddess of wind and the goddess of the stars. The other kids tried to climb after me. However, the irregular shapes of the statue and the water drip and kept them from getting very far. By noon, Mafuke's rage and the older students had worn out. Seeing other kids huddle around the fountain made him ask, "What the hell are you madness doing?" One of them said timidly, "We're trying to kill Marduke, but he hid inside the fountain. We cannot reach him." "Forget about it. You're all out of time. Everyone clean up. Once you're done, go to the barracks and get some grub." After saying this, Mafuke left the group. Once he was gone, Kano climbed the fountain. He found me hiding inside a cold pool of water. Reaching out, he said, "The coast is clear. Congrats on surviving the first half of the day." Together with the other students, I helped bury the dead. I did not get the logic behind this brutal training. Thinking hard on it, I realized that this was done to harden us in the face of death. Many of the other shooters buried their friends while sobbing. After the first half day of the training, we had 216 dead, 67 seriously injured, and 41 mortally wounded. Only 119 remained more or less in one piece. After the gruesome tasks were done, we made our way into the barracks. The time, bro?
2 minutes.
The barrack was in the camera side of the palace. The main entrance was steam after a lion. It had a large look about it. Within it there was the forge of the palace. The heat produced by the forge heated the water of the huge bathhouse that lay beyond. A lady dressed in white directed us to our shared showers. The boys bathed on one wing and the girls on the other. Once we were clean as a whistle, we joined the other students on the lunch hall. Being an open buffet, the older kids got first dips on the best food. Luckily, Roy and his crew sent me something decent to eat. That day we bonded over lunch. Seeing me down in the dumps, Roy asked, "Why so gloomy? That's a stupid question. Wouldn't you be depressed if the entire class tried to kill you?" said Rollo. He had a purple eye and a swollen cheek from the blows he had received earlier. "Mother's having a new baby," I said gloomily. "When my mom had my sister, she forgot all about me," said Ivy. Her hair was black and cut short. Her manliness made me confuse her with a boy the first time I saw her. "So what now? So what are you gonna do now?" asked the red-headed Damon. His black eyes shimmered with delight as he bit down on a chicken leg. Taking another bite of my grub, I said, "Nothing." "Whatever, man. If you can't do nothing, then why whine about it?" reasoned Ivy. Alright, we'll continue with this chapter later. Bye-bye. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Astra sister, and we're continuing with Saturnastra Marduke. This is chapter 3, part 2. I guess you're right. You should leave this place while you can, said Cannon very seriously. His eyes were a deep crystal blue, bordering on white. His gaze had a way of making you feel like you were garbage. It is a bummer how he fitted into this group. Till now, he has stayed out of our conversation. If I remember correctly, he was the one who bashed my head against the floor. Why should I asked cautiously. You're different. You're not like us. You can be whatever you want. There's still time. Why do you want to become a murderous savage? He asked pleadingly. For the first time, I saw a hint of true emotion shining behind his disdainful eyes. You wouldn't understand, I said, diverting the question. You are staying because of that mother of yours. You know as well as I do that she will forget all about you as soon as she has the new baby, he said in a fury. As much as I hated to admit it, Cannon was right. Mother was going to forget about me the second Leo entered this world. After dinner, we headed out to the courtyard. For the remaining 7 hours of the day, we spent learning basic fighting techniques. From time to time, Marduke will have a spark. He seemed a bit less energetic for the second half of the day. He gave us command mechanically. Thankfully, his mind was elsewhere. This was a welcome relief from the horrors of a few hours ago. Needless to say, everyone survived the second half of the training. When night descended, combat training was suspended. For the next 7 hours, our minds were honed in the snake room of the Chimera Wing. During this time, we covered many topics. They ranged from useful skills such as herbalists and theological debates. This mental training was given by the nymph called Undine, who seemed a bit out of place. Had she been in any other palace, her presence might have been understandable. However, her graceful manners and soothing voice contrasted drastically with Marduke's training. Her hair was long and red, and when she smiled, little flowers would sprout all over her hair. She wore a loose white dress. It revealed her barefoot feet and long, delicate arms. According to Roy, she was Marduke's wife. Together they took care of the first phase of the training. From all she said, what struck a chord in me was her lecture on life and death. She had a very Nietzsche perspective that could be summarized in this sentence: the strong live while the weak die. Then she went on to explain the different kinds of strength. In this world, power came from the mind and from the body. Even someone as strong as Berthamet can easily be defeated by wit, she said. One of the newcomers said, I have my doubts. Yes, really, Berthamet was not born this powerful. At one time he was small and puny like you, and as such he had to survive by his wits alone. His sagacity helped him survive to adulthood. Unlike you, he did not have a teacher to show him the way. He had to figure out everything on his own. You should be thankful for the opportunity he's giving you, children, she said with admiration. After this 7-hour lesson, we went to sleep on our beds. We all shared the same novice room. There were a lot of empty beds in the room. Walking among the rows of my bed, I found the one that had my name on it. It came with a small blue drawer for my clothing. Before my bed, there was a small chest. I opened it and found a sword tied with a letter. The handle of the blade was small, and it seemed to fit my hand. I passed my hand over the sharp edge. I took the letter to my bed and lit my lamp. In the darkness, I saw that Cannon was my bedmate. He had already changed into his nightgown. His blue eyes were piercing into my skin. Ignoring him, I read the letter. The letter was from my mother. She congratulated me for doing so well in my first lesson. The rest of the letter was about Leo this and Leo that. Seeing the tone of the letter led me to burn it. The time?
You still have 10 minutes.
I then changed and put on my white nightgown. All the while Cannon was glaring at me. When I laid down, he said, It is not too late for you to escape. Running away is not an option for me. I whispered back at Cannon in the darkness. He said nothing afterwards. When all was quiet, I was finally able to fall asleep. Some hours later, Celot entered the barracks. Slowly, cautiously, he searched for me. Like a statue, he watched me sleep. For a while, I pretended not to notice him inside the room. Seeing his eyes shining in the dark made me rise from bed. Sorry, boy, did I wake you? He said, sitting down at the edge of my bed. Not really, I whispered to him. Seeing you were right about Leo, he said. If he's born a curse like us, he will break your mother's heart. I know. I just don't know how to talk sense into the woman, he said, sighing. I wouldn't put it past you to try to beat some sense into her, I said mockingly. I'm not the kind of man who would hit a woman, he snapped in an icy whisper. Let her have her Leo, and if you send him here, I will kill you, I said angrily, lying down again. Boy, you surprise me sometimes, he said in the darkness, and after he said this, my stepfather left the barracks. After he left, I was able to fall asleep. In my dream, I saw one of my siblings in the middle of the woods. She had changed quite a bit. Her skin was tan and her hair was black and straight. Her eyes shone icy green like those of a cat. She was wearing a dress that seemed to be made of moss and grass. She was having tea with a water demon and a fire demon. There was an empty seat reserved for me. Smiling coyly, she said, would you like some lemon with your tea? No sugar, please, I responded. How many spoonfuls? 2, I said. She grabbed her spoon and took some sugar from the porcelain basin. The first time she dipped her spoon in the basin, the sugar came out blue. The second time, it came out green. Taking my teacup, I smelled the tea. It had a pleasant aroma that reminded me of home. After taking a sip, I spitted the tea back into the cup. This made her giggle. I just remembered that I hate tea. I woke up after saying this. The next day we had the chariot exercise again. Whenever I got close to the horses, my Fuka would threaten to give me a royal beating. On the third day, I was foolish enough to test his patience. For being a small dwarf, he ran faster than his horses. To make matters worse, he had a lot of endurance. He caught me after 5 hours of running from him. I never forgot the beating he gave me. It made me respect and resent the man a little more. Alright, this is the end of the chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Astra sister, and we're reading Saturnastra Marduke. This is a shadow start of Chapter 4, A Week of Rest. The next 5 years of my life flew like the wind. Those 5 years have changed me a lot. From time to time, I would allow my rage to give way to maintain appearances. Physically, I was twice as tall. The training added plenty of muscle to my small body, especially to my legs. Much to my Fuka's chagrin, the toning did not deprive me of my girlish air. I was still as cute as a bud. The 5 years too changed my friends. Rhoda and Roy had grown stronger, larger. They were now at their adult height. At the age of 16, Rhoda was 5'8", and his twin was already bordering on 6. Damon had not grown much in the last 5 years. He was a late bloomer and was only 3 inches taller than me. The one who changed the most was Ivy. She was indistinguishable from any grown man. Puberty had not done her much good either. She had grown taller, but her chest had hardly grown. As for Canon, he hadn't changed at all. As a matter of fact, he looked exactly the same as the first day we met him. To our many inquiries, Canon simply answered with another question. Pointing to his ears, he asked, have you guys ever noticed how much my ears resemble those of the elves? This answer satisfied our group for the time being. However, deep down I felt that he was simply dodging the questions. After that incident, I realized that Canon could do something that no one else could. He knew how to lie to a berserker. This and many incidents helped build our friendship. During my training, I was never given a spare moment. I was either homing my body or sharpening my mind. After my 5th year, my crew managed to complete the combat training. For our final exam, we had to defeat my Fuge in single combat. Those that failed to defeat him went back to the training. On this occasion, the weaker twin Rhoda managed to pass. Seeing this, the rest of the crew allowed themselves to defeat Mafuge. Needless to say, on those occasions, they have been holding themselves back for Rhoda's sake. As the saying goes, all for one, one for all. Mafuge too noticed how tightly our crew had become over the years. This seems to humor him quite a bit for reasons we did not know. The day we all passed, Mafuge was in a special mood. Boys and the 5 girls who survived, now that you passed, you are allowed to return to your families for a week. Relax. Go to the brothel, and when you get back, you will start the next phase of your training. He said this with a beaming smile. Rollo groaned after hearing that there was more training. Seeing his expression made the old dwarf smile. Don't worry, after today you will never have to train with me ever again. Now dismiss. Yay, say all of us in unison. As usual, Canon held his reserve. He seemed a bit more pensive than usual. Seeing him as such, Ivy asked him, "What's eating you up?" "The usual," he responded. After the short interchange, we all went to the town together. Roy and Rollo took us to the brothel, and this brothel was located at the entrance of the city. It had a distinct velvet color about it. The establishment was called the Red Curtain. Also, the stained glass windows were mostly painted red. Inside, the designs of the windows were so explicit that they would make the reader blush. Inside the place, the girls wore very skimpy undergarment. They also had their hair done, decorated with flowers. When you went inside, the entire place had the look of a regular bar with seats and a counter. At the far end, there was the red curtain. When it rose, the show began. The place also had rooms for the patrons to be entertained by the showgirls and to partake in their other services. The twins played around with the maiden, however they did not partake of their other services due to lack of funds. Damon had some money from his father, but he was too shy to speak to the maiden. He spent most of his time hiding behind me. This made me laugh because he was 3 years older than me. I would spend the night with her favorite maiden. It was not until nightfall that she finally returned. Kano spent most of the day glaring at me. The way he stared at me made me really nervous. It got to such a point that I asked him, "So where's the ring?" "What ring?" he asked, puzzled. "Are you going to propose?" I asked, sneering at him. "What?" he said, looking at me even more bewildered. "You can't hide anything from me," I said with accusing eyes. "It is still not too late to run away," said Kano, shaking me by the shoulders. "Like I told you the first day of my training, running away is not an option for me," I said, pushing him back. "How did you find out?" he asked with curiosity. "A few days ago, I had the dream in the Hall of Mirrors. Like before, I was swallowed up into both the mirrors and the floor. Like last time, I was saved by someone, and while I walked around in the darkness, I heard a sound that I had heard before. When I reached the source, I found a little bluebird trapped inside a gilded cage. I heard the bird sing a new, strange, eerie music. Shadow the mirror, erase all illusion. As the heart hardens, you'll soon harness the light that fed you. Your old delusion brought you this far. At what cost did you let your anger be drowned by your tears, by your fears that bind you?" The little bird stopped his singing when he saw me. I got close to the cage and I read at its base the lines, "The truth will set you free." I woke up after releasing the little bird. During the days that followed, I came to realize the truth about my training. I was also able to see the truth behind Mafuka's evil grins whenever he saw us bonding. I had just told Canon that the little bluebird had told me about Mafuka's final lesson. "How can this be possibly the truth?" said Canon, bewildered. "Wouldn't you like to know?" I smiled back. "Tell me, I will bash your head against the floor again," he threatened. Knowing full well that he planned to do so, I responded, "A bird in my dream told me." "Oh," he said, relaxing. "Ha ha ha. So you didn't find out anything, did you?" I was worried there for a second. After the show was done, we went our separate ways. We decided that we would spend the rest of our time with our family. We would see each other again at the end of the week. In the middle of the night, I made my way back to the palace. I had to yell twice for the guards to open the gates. He made me promise not to tell Bertame that he was sleeping on the duty. On duty. Not sleeping on the duty. Not sleeping on the duty. How can you sleep on the duty? You gross guard. When I entered the Star Palace, it was no different from the first time I had visited. It seemed to me as if no time had passed. I went on tiptoes to my room. I did not want to wake up anyone. When I went inside, I saw that a small child was sleeping in my bed. Like me, he had long, curly black hair. He seemed to me very small and fragile. I could see his thin hands and little legs sticking out beneath the cover. It seemed to me that my little brother was a restless sleeper. I saw him stir a little. Half asleep, he rose from his sheets. I saw that he had bright blue eyes just like mine. He smiled a little when he saw me. "Are you my big brother?" he asked softly. "Yes," I responded. Rubbing his eye, he said, "I had a bad dream. Can you take me to my mama?" I nodded in response. He lifted his bedsheet and he moved to the edge of the bed. Noticing that he was not budging, I kneeled before him and put on his bunny sandals. After taking him in my arms, I carried my younger brother to my mother's room. When I opened the door, I saw that she was peacefully sleeping inside her husband's arms. I placed my baby brother beside my mother, and she simply hugged him close to her chest without waking up. Seeing them all together, I went back to my room, or should I say Leo's room. Once inside, I removed my armor and went to bed in my undergarments. I slept like a log that day. The time?
6 minutes.
The next day, I had a rude awakening. Leo was forcing my eyes open with his tiny hands. He kept saying, "Get out of my bed." When I finally budged, I got out of bed in one sweeping motion. Seeing the rapidity of my movements startled my little brother. He fled the room in tears. My stepfather entered afterwards laughing. He brought with him some civilian attire. Taking the new attire, I changed my clothing without saying a word. As I changed, he kept staring at my body. Once I was fully dressed, he said, "You still had a girl's face, but your body is that of a man. Are you disappointed that my fugger did not ruin my good looks?" "Well, it must all be, sir, 'cause be so terribly ugly," I responded, stroking my beautiful face. "You watch it, boy, not everything is about looks," he said, pinching my cheeks. Putting his hand as I asked him, "Where's my room now?" "It is the one parallel to this one." I followed my stepfather to my new bedroom. It was stuffed with all of my childhood things. Inside a coffer before my bed, I found my white robes. Stretching it out, I grabbed a pin and I arranged it to serve as a cape. After I was done, my stepfather brought my armor. "I know what," he asked. "I guess my focus did not teach you to clean after yourself." "Doesn't Bresman have slaves that take care of such meager tasks?" I responded with disdain. He gave me a queer look and then he said, "Boy, you surprise me sometimes." The week was over in the blink of an eye. I renewed my old ties with my mother. She was surprised at how much I had grown. Many of our conversations revolved around Leo. She would gush at every little thing he did. When Mother was not around, my stepfather would also only talk about Leo. He was happy that I survived the training. He was sad by the fact that Leo did not show any of the berserker traits. He blamed Leo's weakness on his mother. Leo's only response to any criticism was to burst into tears. Most of the time he was hiding behind my mother's skirt. To make matters worse, he could not tell whether people were lying to him or telling him the truth. He was also small, frail, and weak. In essence, he was a delicate flower. I reminded my stepfather of the promise I made to him. If he ever sent Leo to the training grounds, I would kill him. Seeing that I was serious, he renewed the promise that he had made to me 5 years ago. During this week, I also visited the Fifth Tower along with Persimmon. Each time we visited, we said nothing to each other. Then again, nothing needed to be said. I also went to see Alyssa. One day, walking back towards her house, I decided that she was better off not having me in her life. After this week was over, I met my friends in the training ground. There we would be briefed about the nature of the second half of our training. Alright, we finished chapter 4. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Astra sister, and we're continuing with Saturnastra Marduke. This is the start of chapter 5. The one destined to lead. After a short vacation, the physics trainees who had survived met in the training grounds. We were told to go dressed in our civilian attire. The last phase of the mission was supposedly in another town, incognito. The kids were told that they had to blend into the population. Knowing full well that this was not the case, I took care to pack several knives in my boots. I also took with me some surgical string and a sharp needle. These I hid beneath my belt. I also took my old rose fashioned into a cape. After a short speech by Bersamin, we were We were staying placed inside a carriage. These carriages had curtains and bars on the inside. The seats were made of plain wood. Every so often the driver would stop and he would throw inside some food. By the 5th day, the driver started feeding us less and less. By the 10th day, I was forced to tap into my hidden rations. On the 15th day, I was allowed to exit the carriage. I saw that only 25 of the trainees were assembled, and there were some familiar faces among them. Once outside, I felt the air extremely cold. It seemed like it might snow at any moment. We were in the dead forest. The large trees were devoid of leaves. The ground was even less inviting. It had not a single sign of vegetation. All around the forest was paved with freshly fallen snow. Slowly, other carriages departed one after another. When only one remained, the driver descended. He had the aspect of a shadow. He was dressed in a black wolf winter coat. While the trainees trembled, he dropped a single knife between them. He said in a rough, angry voice, "You have 3 months to kill each other. If by the time we come back we find that there is more than one person alive, we will kill all of you." After he said this, he departed. It did not even take a minute before the first trainee reached for the knife. Seeing him do so, I kicked him square in the jaw. Taking the knife in my hand, I said, "I will kill the first person that tries to murder his comrade." The boy who was bleeding from my strike asked, "Who died and named you king?" "You did." After saying this, I swiftly stabbed him in the chest. The sudden loss of blood and the shock from the wound made him faint. Seeing my handiness with the knife made all who were not familiar with me tremble. How do you know that he isn't going to kill us?" asked Rolo. "The man did speak the truth." "The truth of the man is not the same as our truth," retorted said I. "A little bird told me all the answers of our final exam. If you obey, we will live." Bowing before me, they all said together, "Your orders, my liege?" "Roy and Rolo, go find some vines or something to fashion into ropes," I said seriously. "Yes, sir," they said, departing. Taking out my string and needle, I said to Ivy, "You tend to the captive. Use some of the snow on the ground to clean his wound." "Aye, aye, Captain," she said, saluting me. "Damon, go gather some firewood and make certain that it is dry, otherwise it will not light the fire," I said to Damon, giving him the knife. "What are your orders, sire?" asked Canon with his usual sinister fashion. "Nothing, just stay where I can see you," I said to Canon, narrowing my eyes. It was nighttime when Roy and Rolo returned with some ropes, the firewood, and the tied up Damon. Rolo was bleeding from a wound in one of his shoulders. Ivy yelled out and said, "You Damon, you traitor!" "Sorry," he giggled back. Roy dropped Damon unceremoniously on the floor while Rolo lighted up the fire. In no time the heat bathed away the cold. Glancing up, I saw the sky was clear. This time there was not a single moon visible in the sky. The only source of light came from the sky, those uneven white light. It did nothing to push back the darkness of the forest. Luckily, it did not seem like it would snow anytime soon. "I still don't see why you get to be the leader," said Damon, sitting up. "It would make more sense if it was Roy, the one who was giving the order." "Funny you would think so too," responded Rolo. "He sounded so sure when he stabbed that other kid. I simply decided to go along with whatever Marduke commanded," commented Roy, glancing over at their wounded captain. "He'll live. I voted his vital. He's part elf, so he should be fine in about 3 days," I responded, checking up on Ivy's work. "Did anyone pack any food?" asked Damon, whose belly was starting to rumble. "Sorry, I was forced to consume my emergency rations during the trip," I said, looking at Damon with pity. "Ivy's sneezing," she said. "I'm cold." She was rubbing her legs and arms. The linen black shirt and pants she wore offered no protection against the elements. The others too were poorly dressed against the climate. Canon wore a black coat with long-sleeve shirt and overvest and with black pants and a feather hat. Roy and Rolo wore matching green outfits with a top green hat that made them look like leprechauns. As for Damon, he sported a blue aristocratic attire with white high socks to his knees and a blue dress-like vest. The shirt beneath had a lot of frills and laces. Indeed, their attires did not match the terrain. They were dressed for city life in the middle of a winter tundra. No please, I said to Ivy. We should all huddle together to preserve heat. Tomorrow we will try down the other fools and we will also find some food to eat. Who is going to take night duty? Asked Ivy. Cannon and I will stay awake. We will take turns keeping watch, I responded. After I gave up my orders, the group went to sleep on the cold floor. We took some bark and fallen leaves to create a surface over the snow. The group huddled together for warmth. We placed the wounded youth in the center. He was the one who needed the most heat. While they slept, I huddled next to Cannon for once. I took the first night shift. Around midnight, Cannon awoke. Noticing his punctuality made me remark, Cannon, you are like clockwork. It comes with the training, he responded. It's your turn to sleep. I rather not. I'm too fidgety to fall asleep, I answered. I see. You do not trust me, he said, giving a sly smile. Before the fire, Cannon's clear blue eyes seemed to shine red. And with good reason, I smiled back. After this brief intermission, I fell asleep sitting up. From time to time, I would awaken at the slightest noise. Cannon too noticed my hypersensitivity to noises. After 3 hours of this state of affairs, the time?
Hey, you're good. 7 minutes, don't worry.
After 3 hours of this state of affairs, something made me fall into a deep slumber. It felt like a nice sort of sleep, the kind of sleep one feels when hit by a poison dart. I would try to move, but I felt paralyzed. Despite being immobile, I still felt the movements all around me. I felt Cannon's body go limp an hour later. He seemed to have fallen asleep over me. While he slept, I heard him mumble something that sounded like stupid human body. I felt that there was something just beyond the heat of the fire. However, for some reason, it did not approach. Once suppressed in this body, I allowed myself to get a good night's sleep. In the dream, I saw a lovely maiden. Her hair was long and as dark as night. Her eyes were the color of ebony or crimson red. Her lips were red as well. She wore a long nightgown dress with long sleeves. The tail was so long that it seemed to trail behind her. She seemed to be floating. All the while she sang a song in a language that I was not familiar with. While she sang it, she stretched out her arms. It was as if she was calling me, beckoning me, and as I drew nearer, she sang more eagerly. When I got close, I felt icy hands on my face. Her long bony fingers stroked my face gently. And suddenly I saw the look of triumph in her face. In a fury, she embraced my body completely. At the touch of my robes, she recoiled as if she had touched lightning. Giving a slight moan, the creature or ghost departed. The next day I awoke with a start. I felt a knob pressure in my chest. Rising up, I noticed Cannon resting and sleeping on top of me. He had a strange pallor and his face seemed ashen. It took a bit of shaking to force him to rise again. The others too noticed the change. They attributed it to the searing cold and the malnutrition they have recently experienced. In the first few hours of the day, I sent the group to find some food. Damon was left behind to play nurse to our wounded captive. The boy I had injured seemed to be suffering from a fever. His wound was healing, but at least his wound was healing rather nicely. As I searched for food in the forest, I was reminded of my first 2 days with my sibling. Finding food had been nearly impossible during the winter months. We took to hunting animals that were hibernating The hard part was finding them. After much searching, I found something that I could sink my teeth into. Inside a semi-large hole, I saw something that looked like a giant fur ball with round ears. As I got closer, I saw the remnants of a fireplace. Within the cave, I saw a boy sleeping peacefully. When I flipped him over, I saw that he was one of the other trainees. He had found and fought a bear. He had 10 bear scratches on his face. What most alarmed me was that he was still sleeping. Had he been in his full capacity, he would have struck me down the minute that I entered the cave. Heck, he would have noticed my approach from a mile away. The snow did nothing to mask my movements. His apparent stupor was not a promising sign. Feeling his neck, I placed my hand on his neck to feel a pulse. It was slow, but regular. Taking him by the shoulders, I tried to force him to awaken. When his eyes opened, he seemed a bit disoriented. All he said before falling unconscious again was, "Mommy, is that you?" Feeling sorry for him, I carried him back to camp. When I returned, I saw Cannon carrying other trainees in the same condition as the bear kid. Like him, they wore the skins of animals to ward off the cold. One wore the skin of the wolf, while the other sported the skin of the lamb. Where he found a lamb in the middle of this forest, I will never know. Minutes later, Roy and Rollo arrived. Rollo struggled beneath the weight of a moose. As for Rollo, he was carrying four other kids over his broad shoulders. A second later, Abby carried the other girl from the group of students that were taken to this hellhole. Seeing our similar finds made her exclaim, "What the hell is going on here?" "Honestly, I don't know," responded Cannon. "He seemed more spooked than the rest. He kept doing the most unnatural twitches. He had the look of a deer that had just been struck by an arrow. He kept making odd noises with his nose as if he was sniffing the air. From time to time, his ears would move. Thankfully, only I noticed his inhumane behavior. He got even paler when he noticed that I was watching him. His eyes widened so much that they almost seemed to fall out of his eye sockets. He went from making a lot of odd gestures to standing perfectly still. His stillness made him even more unnatural. I walked over to him and I whispered in his ear, 'Your secret is safe with me.' Hearing me say this made the rest of the color of his face fade. His eyes rolled back and I felt his body go limp between my arms. The others too noticed that Cannon had fainted. Worried they came up to look upon him. Taking Cannon in his arms, Ivy asked me, what is wrong with him? Putting my hand on her shoulder, I responded, 'He has been afflicted by the same malady as the other. It was only his pride that kept him from fainting.'
I thought his secret was safe with him. He instantly ratted him out.
That's not his secret.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Why would you keep a secret? It doesn't help well for you to keep a secret that you're sick in like a dangerous situation. You don't hide your illness when everyone's like dying.
I was like,
you
wow.
say, 'I heard, I need help,' so I'm not a liability unto others."
I was like, wow, he instantly ratted him out. Okay.
You don't mask the sickness. Alright, the time is the thing?
Wait, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
What caused this illness? Could we be affected as well? Added Rollo. Damon walked toward me and he put his hand to my forehead. "Are you okay?" Pushing his hand back, I responded, "I'm fine." "I'm scared. Is this part of the exam?" asked Roy. I had my doubts I remembered while I helped Ivy build up the fire. After this brief interchange, we busied ourselves with those who were injured.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
Meanwhile, the twins cooked the meat. Abby checked each of the afflicted from head to toe. They did not show any signs of injury outside the usual. Some they had scratches of wolf bites. These ones had already been treated. After we ate, we tried to get the afflicted to have a bite to eat, and after much shaking and yelling, the discipline made them take some meat into them. This seemed to rouse them a bit from their stupor. Some were even able to stay awake for more than half an hour. Overall, they seemed very, very tired. To make matters worse, whatever conversation we had with them did not make any sense. Alright, let's start this mystery for now by Veragerung. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Astra sister, and we're reading Saturnastra, Marduke. What are you doing?
Zooming out a little.
Alright. We're reading Saturnastra, Marduke. This is Chapter 5, Part 2. A few hours past noon, I felt a strange shiver over the air. I removed my boots and gloves and gave them to Ivy for safekeeping. I also removed my cloak and placed it over Cannon. I then walked over the nearest tree. Seeing me hug the tree made Ivy ask, "What are you doing?" "I'm climbing this tree to check for bad weather." "How are you going to do that without axes or picks or even shoes for that matter?" asked Ivy. Smiling, I said, "Watch and learn." Pressing hard against the rough wood, I started climbing it swiftly. My friends watched me in awe. My progress. Whistling in admiration, Rollo remarked, "Just like a monkey." When I reached my desired vantage point, I got a good look at the entire forest. Apparently, it stretched for miles and miles. It seemed to be at the foot of an icy mountain. I could not even see any visible city. Over the mountains, I saw a wave of white clouds descending. In a few hours, we would be struck by a blizzard. Noticing this, I jumped off the tree and landed before my group. I took my gear back from Ivy and from the unconscious Cannon, and once I was dressed, I spoke to my friends. "A blizzard is coming. I know where there's a cave. Moving the injured takes priority." After saying this, my troops mobilized. Ivy carried Cannon and the girl while we carried the rest. We barely escaped the storm. Once outside the cave, Roy lighted the fire that light within. Using the snow that fell, we made a wall to steer away the cold. This new hiding place pleased my friends. They were finally away from the cold. For supper, we ate what little meat we had managed to carry with us from our cache. Afterwards, we tried once again to feed the afflicted. Since they did not eat much, we tried to give them a bit of snow to water away the thirst. They seemed to recuperate somewhat after this meager meal. The color was returning to their faces. While they slept peacefully, Ivy gave me a report on their condition. Renard's fever is finally cooling off. He should be fine in 4 days. As for the werewolves, they should heal in about a week. Hila has no visible wounds. I just suspect she collapsed from not eating anything yesterday. She should be up and about tomorrow. John and Treno appear to be full and in one piece. Why are they exhausted remains a mystery. Thank you, Ivy, I responded. Going to Cannon, I asked, what is wrong with him? Ivy rose and gave Cannon a kick in the stomach. This made him rise with a start before saying, what the hell? He's just being a girl, she said, lying down beside him. After this interchange, I took time to look at the surroundings. The cave's ground was made of soft sand. The roof had a lot of jagged points. From time to time, a water droplet would drip from above. Beyond the crackling flames of the fire, I could make out the sound of running water. I took a piece of wood off the fireplace. Are you going to explore? Asked Rolo. His eyes looked very sleepy as he rested his head on his twin's shoulder. I think I hear some running water. I'm going to see if I can find the source, I responded, rising. What if you get lost? I'll be fine. I always had a good sense of direction. You're on guard duty while I'm away. After saying this, I left. Slowly, I made my way in the direction of the water. As I went deeper, the ground became rougher. Eventually, I found the source. The torch illuminated a clear pool of water. It was large enough to fit 10 people. Putting my hand in the water, I was surprised to find it warm. However, what was truly surprising me were the numerous carps swimming about. I thought this was the oddest place to find carps. I put my head underneath the water and I saw carps.
I understood corpse. Okay.
No, carps, like fish.
Got it.
Carps. Magic carps. They're not magic carps, you know.
Regular carps.
I put my head beneath the water and I saw that there was a tunnel covered in algae. For a while, I thought much on the mystery of this pool of water. Otherwise, I enjoyed soaking my feet in its warm depth. I was half tempted of checking out the tunnel. I did not know how far it extended. Prudence finally defeated my curiosity. I then took a few cards and carried them back to the others. When I arrived, everyone seemed to be asleep. I thought to myself that I should have never left the twins on guard duty. I left the fishes near the fire. As I got closer to the others, I noticed that there was a new person among the group. Lying over Ivy, I saw a large figure looming over her. I noticed that he had long black hair and he was wearing a simple nightgown. Noticing the stranger, I put it out the fire using my cloak. Slowly, I removed my dagger from my boots. Slowly, gently, I approached. When I got close enough, I noticed that the scene was a woman. She was rocking Ivy softly in her arms. Ivy seemed to be in a daze. She kept calling the stranger father. I saw in the darkness how strangely the thing's shadow danced. It seemed to have a light separate from the body that the shadow emanated from. This thought filled my mind with grim thoughts. What made me burst into action was the realization that she was the same woman from my dream. She was about to kiss Ivy's neck when I assaulted the stranger. Grabbing her by the hair, I slit her throat. I saw deep dark blood pour from her neck as she turned around, and her face twisted in pain and anguish. Grabbing her throat, she gave a horrible screech that roused everyone from their sleep. In a flurry, she bursted through the snowy wall and fled outside the cave. The falling snow ruin any chance of tracking her down. By now everyone, even the afflicted, were wide awake. The first one to speak was Ivy. She looked around and she noticed that she was bathed in blood. Terrified, she looked at her bloody hands. She then said, where's my father? Am I still dreaming? What was that monster? Rising up, Cannon responded, surely we must all be dreaming, for I saw it as well. Was it a demon? Asked Rollo. It did not have the feel of a demon, remarked Cannon, alarmed, forgetting himself. Yeah, you're right, responded the demon. Why are the others awake now? Asked one of the injured Jews. I don't know, responded the child in the bearskin. I don't know, I just feel awake out of the blue, answered the Jews in the wolf belt. Who would not be awake after hearing that horrible screech? Answered Rollo. Cannon, what do you make of this? I asked. Cannon went to Ivan. He passed his hand over the blood stains of the thing. He drank some of its blood and he remarked, that thing that attacked us was human. Alright, this is the end of chapter 5. What time?
7 minutes ago. Do you want to stop right here and start chapter 6?
I think we should stop right here, cause...
Yeah, so we don't get like in between chapter stuff.
Yeah. Bye-bye and God bless. Alright. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Astra sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Marduke, and this is the start of chapter 6, called The Facility. The snowstorm died the next day. We were able to walk outside, Oh, that's not fair. A week passed without incident. From time to time, we ran into a new afflicted trainee. However, the second he joined our party, he did not suffer any new attacks. The subordinates concluded that the beast was afraid of me. This helped solidified my control over my group. By the end of the week, we managed to reunite with the original 25 trainees. Some were worse than others. However, the strange discovery in the cave facilitated our search for food. Whatever animal we hunted, we skinned to make winter clothing. By the end of the week, we were all properly dressed in leather skins made of deer, wolves, and moose. Despite no new attacks, my subordinates were still paranoid. At night, we would all awaken at the slightest sound. We took to staying awake all night while we slept in the day. By the end of the week, everyone had fully recuperated. On the night that followed, I spoke to my troops. This new vampire sleeping habits of ours are a real killer. I commented to my troops around the fire. They were wide awake and attentive. Many were looking over their shoulders. Cannon asked with curiosity, "What the hell is a vampire?" "You guys don't have vampires?" I asked them. "Tell me what they are and I will tell you if we have them," responded Cannon. "It depends. There are many varieties of vampires. They all share one common trait." Said I as I explained. "Let me get this straight. Someone with bad sleeping habits is called a vampire in your country?" asked Ivy ironically. "There's more to it, so don't interrupt me again," said I before continuing. "They also thirst after blood. It is their main sustenance and the source of their power. They need to drink human blood to keep themselves eternally young. They are also very sensitive to daylight." "Eternally young," repeated Cannon. "Maybe your vampires are dark elves. They are sensitive to light, plus they too seem to stay young forever, even if they are grotesquely ugly," added Rollo. This I kept us thinking for a while. The silence was interrupted by Ivy. "What if the elves keep themselves eternally young by drinking human blood?" Considering the hellish tale I heard from Belladonna, I would not put it past them to drink human blood. After all, they consider themselves to be the master race, added Cannon. Hearing Cannon say master race brought sadness to my heart. I made a mental note on the condition of the arrogant elves. I then asked Cannon, "What did Belladonna tell you about the elves?" "The elders keep themselves eternally young by draining the life force of the boar. According to the drug, sin causes death. Thus, the more you sin, the faster you age. This is a very convenient perspective for discriminating against all those who are not elves. It gets worse even among their kin. Whoever shows a sign of aging is ritually cleansed of their sin, said Canon, looking into the fire. How do they purify you? Asked Ivy, gulping. By the flames. They cremate the bodies of their victims to hide the truth of their life-extending ritual. That is how they maintain the facade of being eternally young. Canon was silent after this explanation. That sounds terrible. After the cave, I could see the sun starting to rise. Its one glow brought peace to our weary hearts. We were finally able to sleep. 2 hours past noon, we all awoke. Enjoying the brief hours of daylight we took to scout in the grounds. In Tinsel Village, we went exploring. By nightfall, Damon's party had gone missing. I'm going to look for them, I said to those that remained. I'm coming with you, they all said in unison. Many blushed at realizing that they were coming out of fear of the beast that was lurking in the darkness. Taking the lumber out of the fireplace, we fashioned torches. Around midnight, we found a rope tied to a tree. Following its source, we discovered that it led down to a hole. I threw a torch and saw it strike a metal beam before it disappeared in the darkness. Frowning, I tested the rope and saw that it held fast. Slowly, I made my way down. When I reached the bottom, I found the torch resting over an iron floor. Above me, I saw that the others were slowly making their way downwards. Once everyone was assembled, I mused a little. Fear truly was a strong means of control, yet I worried that they would all crumble if the thing ever came back. In the darkness, the group started looking about. This place is much bigger than it seems, commented Ivy. I still cannot find a single wall. Feeling the floor, Rollo commented. How does someone manage to make the entire floor out of metal? Oh yeah, the time?
9 minutes.
Canon too was more interested in the floor. While the others searched for a wall, he spent his time knocking or patting the ground. The longer he sat there, the more confused he looked. Our search was stopped when somebody yelled, I found something. We all ran in the direction of the sound. Beneath our torches, my group saw a sight that confused them. They saw a water tank built against the wall. The water within was greenish and it bubbled a lot. It was raised on top of a metal platform decorated with odd patterns. At its center, there was a dark green mirror that made a beeping sound. Each time it made that sound, an odd squigglish line would pass by. This outside was not as odd as what was inside the tank. Fully preserved in a fitted position slept a nude woman. Her long hair covered most of the container. Is she dead? Asked Rollo. Are you stupid? Of course she's dead, responded Ivy in a fury. What kind of a sick pervert preserves his victim in a giant pickle jar? We can do nothing for her. We should continue looking about for the others, said Canon. Well, at least we found a wall. Using the wall as a guide, we made our way across the giant room. From time to time, we ran into another pickled human. By now, the strange sounds were making my group very paranoid. More than once, the twins suggested we turn back. Some time passed, and we reached the end of the hall, and I saw that at the end there was a metal switch. When I went to flip the switch, Canon grabbed my hand. We don't know what it does. If you are bent on touching it, have someone else do it, warned Canon. If you die another, you will shake my return, said the others, frightened. Stop acting like scared children. After I said this, I pulled down the switch. The entire place was illuminated by artificial light. The sudden illumination frightened them more than the impenetrable darkness. Many gasped while others screamed. Canon made a scream that sounded extremely inhumane. This new sound made them run around in a panic. Truly, they were behaving like frightened children. Once everyone calmed down, the twins asked me, how do you know that the thing on the wall was going to illuminate everything? That thing on the wall is called a switch. It turns the light on and off. I said, putting the switch back on its original position. This made the place go shrouded in darkness. Again, I turned the lights back on. The others tried the switch, and they were delighted by its effect. Seeing how naturally it worked, they attributed its powers to magic. Boy, there must be some pretty powerful wizards in your native land, commented Ivy after trying out the switch. Just one powerful wizard, I corrected her. One is usually more than enough, added Cannon. Once the novelty of the switch had passed, we took time to gaze at our surroundings. The place seemed to be a huge storage facility. Across the board, we saw an army of homunculus, as they started calling them. Noticing that the figures were not budging, we went through an open gateway. Beyond lay a dark hallway. Beneath my light, I saw another one of those switches, and when I pulled on it, Rolo stopped me and he said, "I want to do it this time." When the light fell in this place, we saw that the roof was made of glass. Time?
5 minutes.
Over it, we saw many cod and other kinds of freshwater fishes swimming about. This strange aquarium humored the party. Eventually, a very large fish came close to us. It had a long, sleek, oily white skin and large snout, tiny red eyes, and a blowhole over its head. The long mouth was slightly twisted, and it had long rows of tiny sharp teeth. "What is that?" asked Ivy. "It's a freshwater dolphin," I responded. I had seen dolphins before, but never of that color, nor in fresh water, added Cannon while he stared at the dolphin. The dolphin made his trademark sound, and two others came to look at us. As we walked across the hallway, they cheerfully followed behind us from within the fish tank. At the end of the aquarium, we reached a closed metal door. It had no handles or anything that might give a hint as to how to open it. Over, we saw some numbers and letters. They went as such: B3, B2, B1, 1, 2, 3, 4. Towards the left, we saw a stylized arrow pointing up. I think those numbers stand for floors," said Cannon. "So behind this door, there should be a staircase," added Rolo, pushing against the door. "It's not budging. I think we all have to strike it together," said Rolo, joining his brother's effort. Much to their surprise, the door opened. Its iron surface moved towards the walls, and the suddenness of this motion made the twins fall into a small room. This made Cannon start laughing. Seeing him laugh made the rest laugh as well. Pointing towards the lighter arrow, Cannon said, "I guess pressing this made the door open. If you think about it, you can get around this place by pure intuition. It was made idiot-proof." Together we all got inside the small room. Cannon saw the names of the floors marked on the wall. He pressed B3 and up we went. After this event, we made our way across the facility more easily. In B3, they had the aquarium. It was covered with rows and rows of pools filled with different kinds of fishes. In B12, we saw an indoor greenhouse. Cannon wondered much about the artificial light. He figured that they copied well the rays of the sun and thus helped the plants grow. In B1, we saw several fields of corn, wheat, rice, cotton, and sugar, hay, and tomatoes. On floor 1, we found the living quarters. All the beds were neatly arranged and the clothing packed away in locked closets. On floor 2, we found an armory. Many of the weapons my friends could not tell what they did or what they were. Since we were focused on finding the others, we decided that it was best not to play with them. Floor 3 had many other things, many different types of rooms. Each was full of curiosities that we dare not touch. At the end, we saw one of the so-called homunculus on the operating table. Its eyes were eerily wide open. Together we all stood around the strange girl. She had unnatural white eyes, like those of a doll. Her eyes, they were pink color. Her mouth was also pink. She had a long, slender figure of an elf, but without the ears. Her mouth was very small and had an unnatural pink color. Her nose was very tiny as well. Her head was far too large for her body. This latest curiosity was too much. Abby was the first to touch the doll like homunculus. She touched the arm of the doll. Frowning, she said, "It feels like a statue." The time?
2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Cannon too examined the doll and he said, "I do not sense any magic on this thing. In our respect, she is just a doll. There's not even a soul inside of her." Glancing at me, he added, "Have you ever seen a huge doll like this one?" Not really, but I have heard of them," I responded. "How do they work?" asked Cannon. "Maybe, do you want me to turn it on?" "Yes," they all said in unison. "Guys, help me flip her around," I over the doll. Once she was on her back, I brushed her hair back to reveal her neck. Amma touched the doll setup. The sudden animation made half of those assembled flee towards the elevator. As for me, I stayed observing the doll. Over her eyes, strange, tiny characters passed by. The doll said without opening her lips, "Anti-abandoned model unit 4129433. Scanning, no abandons detected. Returning to sleep mode." After he said this, the doll returned to her original position. Giving a sigh of relief, Ivy said, "I had enough of this play. Let's find the others so we can get the hell out of here." "Agree," responded the others. "I don't see why there should be any panic," said Cannon. "That doll was obviously an automaton." "Oh, like the non-fleshy variety of the homunculus," mentioned Rolo. "We left the doll where we found it. Together we went to the elevator to explore the last floor. Before we entered the elevator, Cannon stopped. Looking at everyone, he said, 'This looks like quite a huge underground city. So where do you think everyone went?'" "That's a stupid question. They're in the pickle jars," yelled Ivy. "Oh well, we'll continue this adventure later. Bye-bye and God bless." Action. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Astra sister, and this is part 2 of chapter 6. "That's a stupid question. They're in the pickle jars," yelled Ivy. She usually started yelling aloud whenever she was scared. The last encounter with the strange doll had left everyone quite shaken. I placed my hand on her shoulder and said to her, "Don't worry, the pickle people are dolls just like the ones we found." Giving a sigh of relief, we all went inside the elevator. When the door opened, we felt a strange chill in the air. The entire place was bathed in darkness. We lighted our torches and started looking for a light switch. While we searched, I found Damon on the floor. Putting the light over his face, I saw that he was afflicted. I kept this knowledge to myself. Turning off the light, I walked in the darkness. I used the mouthless sound to search for the beast that was possibly nearby. As I walked, I heard that strange singing. The voice sounded deeper, however the sound was identical. As I got closer, the sound grew louder. When I was certain that it was before me, I grabbed the darkness. I felt someone's hair twisting between my fingers. I was preparing to strike down whatever was before me when the light turned on. It was a good thing too. I had nearly stricken down one of my own. My brother too was surprised to see me. He had hardly changed one bit since last time I saw him. He was clad in his celestial robes, though he still maintained his true form. When the lights were turned on, we found our missing party member, unconscious around my sibling. The evidence was not in his favor. Seeing this made the twins approach in a fury. I stood between them and I said, "Take one step and I'll kill you." And then, "Why are you defending him?" asked Rolo. By now, everyone was around my brother. As for him, he sat disdainfully on the floor, ignoring them. Glaring at him, Ivy asked, "Why did you do this?" "No, I just got here," responded my brother. This answer relaxed my crew. Cannon sat next to my brother. He studied his face and then he said, "Marduke, he looks like he could be your brother." "That is because he is my brother," I snapped back. "We should have this conversation elsewhere. For now, you should tend to your friend," said my brother, rising. "So, what is your friend?" asked Ivy. "It's Rimaru," responded my brother. After he said this, we went to our comrades. We took them to the residential floors, and we had them rest in the beds. While we tended to them, Rimaru brought food from the granary floor. He cooked for us the best meal we had in years. It consisted of warm rice, red beans, fried potatoes, steak, and 2 boiled eggs. For the afflicted, he made stew with vegetables and fish pieces. He cooked this in a stove made of metal, and he then placed the dinner in a table within the kitchen. Right before, the afflicted were stuck in their usual stupor. Despite much shaking and yelling, they were unable to rise. After Rimaru finished cooking, he went over to the afflicted and placed his pale, fragile hand over their forehead. While he stroked their forehead, the afflicted awoke. They seemed still pretty weak, but at least they were able to get a decent meal. While we ate, Cannon noticed that Rimaru wasn't eating. He then asked Rimaru, "Why don't you eat?" "I do not feel the need to eat," he responded with disdain. Pity, the food you made is exquisite, commented Ivy. We should take you back with us to be your cook, suggested Rolo. Would you like me to come with you? asked Rimuru. I'd rather not, I responded. This response shocked the twins. Roy said angrily, pointing to Rimuru, This is your blood brother. The one you have not seen for years. What do you mean you don't want to be with him? Do not misunderstand, Roy. I just think he will be safer from birth than meeting his citizens. I responded, adolescent to Rimuru. So how have you been? Terrible, he answered. It saddened me to hear him say this. What happened, I asked. I'd rather not talk about it, he answered. Once dinner was over, we tried to go to sleep. We left the lights on the room just in case. I shared a bed with Rimuru. He fell asleep while resting his head on my shoulder. While he slept, I tried to stay awake. I was afraid that he would disappear the second I fell asleep. Eventually, sleep descended upon me. When I awoke, I was happy to feel that Rimuru was beside me. I was not happy to discover that the lights had been turned off in the room. Feeling me stir, Rimuru stroked my face gently. He said half sleepily, Don't worry. Mikala won't bother you guys ever again. In a whisper, I asked, Mikala, you mean the vampire shit that's been hunting us? Shh, go back to sleep, he said, pulling the sheets closer around himself. The bed sheets. It took me longer to fall asleep. In the darkness, I could feel Mikala lurking nearby. Twice I felt her hot breath by my neck. Twice I heard Rimuru slapping her in the face. Each time he slapped her, she gave a small childlike whimper. Many a times I felt her hovering over us in the darkness. Like a creepy specter, she would go from bed to watch us sleep. At the time?
9 minutes.
Once she got bored, she lay down beside me. She rested her head on my shoulder and also fell asleep. When I felt that her breathing had become regular, I allowed myself to fall into a deep slumber. The next day, I awoke with both my shoulders asleep. When the light was turned on, I saw that Mikala looked different from the first time I saw her. Overnight, she seemed to have shrunk to the size of a 12-year-old girl. Her body was long and slender. Her hair only went as far as her neck. It was also blonde and curly. She seemed to be wearing a frilly pink nightgown decorated with laces and ribbons. Her hair too had little pink ribbons. If I was not already aware of her true nature, I would have thought she was the most innocent girl in the world. By now the others were awake. It seemed as if I had overslept. Seeing me awake, Ivy asked, Who is that girl? Is she another sister that you never told us about? Her name is Mikala. This little minx is the one who has been bleeding us dry these past few days, I answered, getting up. Mikala and my brother were still sleeping. She is harmless during the daylight. It is at night when she becomes a problem, I said, getting out of the bed. When I got dressed, Ivy said, The others had just finished breakfast. Do you want me to whip something up for you? I thought you hated cooking, I said, surprised. I do, but for you, I will make an exception. Saying this, she went into the kitchen. While I ate, Ivy told the others about Mikala. When I was done eating, I saw them all crowding around the girl. Pushing aside, I stood between them and the girl who was asleep next to my brother. I said to them in a whisper, Let's go to the kitchen. We can discuss the girl in private. When we were all assembled, the twins were the first to speak. I think we should kill her. She poses a danger to us all. I disagree. A well-tamed monster can be an asset, responded Cannon. Yeah, she is pretty powerful. It would be a shame to kill someone like her, answered Ivy. You're right. We can use her to attack our enemies at night, added Damon. Well, the decision is not up to us, said Rolo, looking at me. Marduke, what do you think? I think we should leave the girl alone. My brother can vouch for her. She has pretty good control over her vampirism, I answered. Really? Asked Ivy. I have my doubts. Yes, really. She was in our room last night, hovering over us, I answered. Creepy, said Roy, trembling. So what now? Asked everyone. Now we play the waiting game, I answered. Alright, this is the end of the chapter. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artist's sister, and we're reading Saturnastra, Marduke. We're at the start of chapter 7, the waiting game. The first 2 months passed like the wind. Frankly, those months were the happiest that I had ever been in a long time. During those months, my troops got better acquainted with the facility. Some used to spend their time in the fields, others preferred the greenhouse or the aquarium. They usually stayed out of the storage facility and the laboratory floors. I got reacquainted with Rimaro. He told me of how he spent his time on the ground. Since I'd only gotten interested with him when he saved Mikala's life. One day he had found her dead in the forest. It seemed as if the berserkers who trained in this region had made sport of her. He felt sorry for her and he tried to revive her. Distraught by his failure, he covered her in his white robes and took her dead body to the chapel in the last floor. The next day she came back to life as a vampire. Ever since then she has been hunting all those who visit this area. I kept this tale to myself. Mikala was still possessed some semblance of humanity. As for Rimaro, as long as Rimaro kept her in check, she was not going to continue causing problems. We all enjoyed Mikala's company. She was always very sweet and gentle. She also had a lovely singing voice. Whenever we heard her belly rumble, we willingly donated our blood. For her kindness, she rewarded us with obedience. The only problem was getting our orders across. Mikala did not speak our native tongue, nor did she seem inclined to learn it. It took many signs and gestures for Mikala to understand us. Many a times we simply gave up on ordering her around. I did manage to get one command across. Every night she was supposed to go out and check to see if the berserkers had returned to the forest. While we waited for their return, we enjoyed our vacation. Looking back, I realized that living within this place defeated the whole purpose of training during the winter. The air was always at the right temperature, and we could get all the food we wanted from any of the other granary floors. After the second month, Mikala returned with some disturbing news. It seemed that the other 25 gatherers had entered the forest. They were well armed, unlike us. It seemed to her that they were looking for us, to hunt us down. This news disturbed the others greatly. Cannon was not surprised by this turn of events. Look, the second crew was sent to search and destroy us, I said. We need to convince them not to kill us. Any idea, Sabi? I could try out some diplomacy, I said. That's a stupid idea. They will shoot you the second they see you, warned Cannon. Not if I take Mikala with me, I answered. She can use her powers to put them asleep. I'd rather you not put Mikala in danger, remarked Rimaro. He looked at me in all seriousness and he said, I will guard you, Marduke. Thank you, my brother, I said, hugging him. Pushing me back, Rimaro said, we should still approach them during the night time. The next day, when night fell, we climbed up the rope. Despite our warning, Miss Cara still followed after us. She hovered over the trees in the darkness. When we got close to the enemy camp, she perched on a tree and she took the form of a snow owl. It seemed that she planned on warning us should things get ugly. Any idea? Asked Rimaro. I will try my diplomacy. I will try this diplomacy, I answered. Getting out of the bushes, I yelled. I come in peace. To my salutation, I got a shower of arrows. It seemed that whoever was commanding his team was of the shoot first, ask questions later variety. As I watched my lights flashing before my eyes, I saw a swift blur coming toward me. In the blink of a second, I saw my lights dangling over a tree. Rimaro had swept me away from the arrows that had struck me down. He then landed on a high branch. He still held on to me with both his arms as we had to flee again. Following us, Mikala came and she perched over the same branch. She gave her head a nod outward and then she said, ooh, ooh. Below us, we could hear the berserker searching for my body. I heard one of them say, where did he go? I don't know, said another. I think a ghost took him away, added another. Yes, I saw him fly up those trees, said another, coming closer. Fly, are you sure? This is starting to freak me out. Man or demon, shoot to kill. Yes, sir. Looking at Rimaro, I asked him, can you see the one? Yes, boss. Looking at Rimaro, I asked him, do you see the one they call boss? Yes, he answered. Once I got to sleep, we will take him back to our underground base. I will try to keep myself trying to keep myself from falling off the branches. That is easier said than done, said Rimaro. For the rest of the night, a motley crew stalked our enemy. Close to dawn, Mikala was forced to return home. Once she was gone, I said to Rimaro, it is best if we return. I doubt we can take home their boss without her help. I could paralyze him if you want. said Rimaro in his usual calm manner. Can you do it? I asked. We'll see. Saying this, we landed close to the tent. While they slept peacefully, Rimaro softly landed in the center of the camp. He drew a circle with his finger, and then he opened his mouth. I could not tell what he was doing at first, and when I saw the first enemy gasping for air, I realized what he was doing. He had cast a shield around the vicinity, and then he was draining the air from within. After 3 minutes of suffocating them, Rimaro breathed out again, allowing the wind to flow inside the shield. He then released the shield and he beckoned me to come inside. He led me towards the wall as he had seen last night. Wishing for her in his tent, I saw Bruno. If I remember correctly, he had failed the first exam 5 times. Now at the age of 20, he had finally gotten his big break. It figured that somebody as frustrated as Bruno would be the leader of the second party. After all, most berserkers defeated Mafuge in the first or even the third time around. Over the last 15 years, I had seen him grow from a scrawny 15-year-old to a behemoth. Not only was he 8 feet tall, he was also broad and muscular. The fact that he was wearing a steel plate armor made him look wilder and heavier. Seeing him lying there made me realize the difficult task of taking him back to our lair. If I was going to try this diplomacy, it had to be done right then and there. And set up on top of his huge broad chest covered in steel plate armor. I then took out my dagger and I put it to his neck. Slapping his face, I said a little, "We need to talk." In a second, his face turned red in fury. He grabbed my small body with both hands as if he wanted to squeeze me to death. Luckily, his strength had yet to return. The time?
7 minutes.
To give him some extra motivation, Rimaro dragged Bruno's large claymore. He laid the point over Bruno's head, so close that he drew blood. Smiling, Rimaro said, "Do you get the point?" Bruno grabbed the end of his sword with his bare hand and he pushed it aside. Ignoring the blood, he tried to incorporate himself. Rimaro noticed that he was trying to rise. He flew to the top of the tent and he allowed his whole body weight to fall on top of Bruno's neck. This took the wind out of him again. I said to Rimaro angrily, "We don't want to kill him." And to Bruno I said, "We are going to keep taking the breath out of you until you listen." His only response to this threat was a growl. Seeing that he was not cooperating made me feel really tired. I started kicking him in his bare, bald head. Amused, Rimaro joined in the fray. Once Bruno's head was seriously bloody, he said, fine, we'll talk." Suddenly the tent was thrown open. Many of the troops came bearing weapons. Rimaro saw the danger and swiftly flew me out of the tent. Before we left, one of the soldiers said, "Calm down, our boss wants to parley." Looking down, I said, "I would only speak with Bruno alone. The rest must go far away from the camp." "Fine, whatever you want, Marduke. Now order your pet wizard to come down," answered another soldier. Rimaro granted graciously. Not trusting Bruno, he lit a barrier around the camp after the soldiers departed. When we entered the tent, we saw Bruno tending to his wounds. He sat in the floor before his cot. Once cot, like the bed. "Was the last booster I have been tended to," he said. "So what do you want?" "I want you and your men to obey me," I responded. "You must be out of your damn mind," answered Bruno angrily. "Perhaps," I said disdainfully. "You know that we were ordered to kill you." "It matters not. I only desire you complete an order submission," said I, looking at him more intently. "What happens if we don't submit?" he asked, rising, claymore in hand. Noticing his threatening stand, Rimaro pointed straight at Bruno. Suddenly, a gust of wind took Bruno, tent and all. He was left pinned against a tree. Struggling against the gust of wind, he said, "No fear using magic." Rimaro, coming closer, responded, "There is nothing magical about my ability. It is just simple absorption." "Well, then absorb this, you dwarf," he said, spitting at Rimaro. Thankfully, the gust of wind made it return to its point of origin. Frustrated, Bruno said, "All right, I yield." The second he felt the wind depart, he rushed at my brother. Raising his sword, he tried to slice him in half. My brother flew away from the stride. While the dust of his stride was clearing out, I stepped on the flat part of his blade. Using it as a ramp, I made my way up to his arm and over his shoulder, and when I reached his head, I struck his forehead with the back of my elbow. The force of the strike seemed to have knocked some sense into it. The second strike knocked him out. Some hours passed before he came to. When he awoke, he said, "Fine. So the little boy packs a punch. Will you serve me?" "Yes," answered Bruno. "Will you obey my orders without questioning them?" "Yes." "Will you die for me?" "Yes." "Will you fight Bersamet if I order you to?" "What?" This last question seemed to have struck him as odd. "Pity. So you would die for me, but you will not fight Bersamet if I order you to," I said sadly. "I guess I will have to kill you." Saying this, I took out my daggers again. Bruno tried to search for it, or however Rimaro had taken it away. Feeling himself stupid, he tried to punch and kick at me. However, since I had hardly any armor, I was able to dodge around him. I then took some impulse and swiftly climbed his back, and before he was able to grab me, and I had both my daggers to his neck. I stopped the second his neck felt the cold steel of my dagger. Afterwards, I jumped back down. Bruno was shot after looking seeing the second bout. After thinking it aloud, he said, "Fine, I will fight King Bersamet." Alright, time?
3 minutes, 14 seconds.
I can't read no more.
Then end it here.
We'll leave it here.
Bye-bye and God bless.
Bye-bye and God. Okay.
Sorry.
You see the number recorded?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the artist's sister, and this is chapter 7, part 2 of Saturnastra Marduke. Alright, let's try this again because he took a photo instead of recording. This also loyalty pleased me. Bruno was still a bit disconcerted about the promise he had made. He convinced himself that I was just testing him. Okay, is it still recording?
Yes, it's still recording.
Once things settled down, Bruno fed the others. I shared a meal with them. As usual, Rimaro did not eat anything. After I was done eating, I left with Rimaro to find the other. Much to their chagrin, I made them relocate to the cave. I told them to keep our discovery a secret. By nightfall, we all rendezvoused inside the cave. When we all reunited, we were asked many questions. My crew, following Kano's example, my crew managed to elude all the questions pertaining to what we had found 2 months ago. While they spoke, I went to say goodbye to Rimaro. I hugged and kissed him on the cheek. Rimaro simply smiled back. He said in a sad, low voice, "I have been thinking of relocating." "Where would you go?" I asked. "Further north, where the nights are longer than the days," he answered. Mikala wishes to return home and visit her family. She needs me to protect her in the mornings. "Good luck," I said as Rimaro departed. The last month of our training, we spent in relationship building. During this time, I arranged my unit. The bulkiest of them became defenders, and the strongest became my executioner. They used axes and other heavy volley weapons that I had managed to procure for the remainder. The fastest ones became runners or rogues, depending on what you prefer to call them. They fought at a range with bows and arrows. Morale-wise, my troops imagined themselves dead due to their loyalty. Many a time they considered leaving the forest and trying their luck among regular humans. In the end, it was impossible for a berserker to hide their true nature. There would always be a small phrase, a word, a gesture, an implied insult that would send their fury flying. In the end, they admitted that they could not survive away from Bersamet. The time?
12 minutes.
On the last week of our stay, Canon disappeared. While we waited a day for him to resurface before starting our search. We looked high and low for him. I even sent a search party to look for him on the lab, inside the hidden facility. On the 5th day, one of our sentries yelled, "Sphinx!" During our combat training, Mafuka had showed us how to subdue larger flyers and other giant monsters. Sphinxes were complicated beasts. Unlike chimeras, they were calm and intelligent. It was usually easier to capture a chimera alive. This Sphinx was unlike the statues we had seen in Bersamet's palace. This one had large bird-like wings. Instead of having a lion's body, it had a black puma form. However, what really stuck out as was the fact that the Sphinx had a man's body. It was unusual to find a solitary male Sphinx away from his pack. This beast had chosen the dead of night to strike. Due to his dark hues, it was hard to track down his movement. Under the cover of the trees, we managed many times to elude his swooping strikes. Things got worse when the Sphinx called forth a blizzard. Now there was literally no freaking way to tell where it was coming from. I gave my troops the orders to retreat to the cave. All the while the Sphinx made fell swooping attempts. Eventually it landed and it started pursuing us on foot. In the midst of the storm, I managed to yell out a command. Everyone defend the standard beast into the cave, and those with access come with me. We started running back with the 10 executioners we had. Those with the largest weapons would meet the Black Sphinx inside the cave. Inside, it would not be able to maneuver as much. While I waited within, we desperately lighted all of the firewood we had. We needed as much light as possible to brace ourselves against the beast. After a few minutes that seemed like hours, I saw the defenders bracing back against the beast. Bruno was leading them. The main defender had discarded their weapons in place of their shield. They took care to block each time the beast would claw them. However, whenever it would jump at them, they were forced to break formation and regroup away from the beast. The beast was too large for them to shield against its full body weight. When they saw the cave behind it, the defenders disbanded again. They made a mad rush inside the cave while the Sphinx was chased after them. Never before had I seen them run so quickly, not even during the chariot training. Just before they entered, the Sphinx made a huge leap toward them. Seeing this, I yelled at them, "Turn around, defend." This command saved their lives. They quickly turned around and they formed a phalanx formation. Putting all their shields together before them, they were able to block the incoming Sphinx claw attacks. The force of the blow made them fly across the cave. They managed somewhat not to injure themselves during the fall. The Sphinx's job was more fortuitous. The plan had where the Sphinx was stuck inside with us. When I saw the human body of the beast up close, I recognized it as Canon. My suspicions about his true nature had come true. Everyone else do recognize it, and they waited on my order to strike him down. As I got closer to the pink cannon that was stuck inside the entrance of the cave, I said to him, "Any last word?" His human form gave a loud yell that sounded otherworldly. It had a mixture of the bat screech and the roar of a lion. Hearing this response, I made a sign to my men. Using their claymores and executioner axes, they started hacking away at the beast. From the first strike, black blood poured out. For safety purposes, I made them cut the front puma legs. Despite the blows he was receiving, Cannon did not make a peep. His human form just seemed to be sneering at us. This is considered the others. I made a move to strike at his human heart, however something strange happened. He quickly turned into a ball of light. In front of it emerged Cannon, a puma, and a tiny black bat. Just as swiftly they all fused together again. However, this time the form that Cannon had was that of a small bat with the body of a human and the face of a puma. I said to my men, kill it. We each grabbed a torch and we tried to burn it. However, Cannon flew deeper into the cave. As he fled, I said to my troops, change your plans. Leave the lancers behind and just take the bows and arrows. We're finally in close quarters. Defenders walk ahead of me with shield raised, just in case. I led the group across the small, narrow corridors of the cave. I had my dagger and torch with me. At a certain point, we started hearing strange whisperings inside the cave. Oh yeah, the time?
7 minutes.
I made signs for everyone to put their backs against the wall. Seconds later, the entire cave was illuminated by a bolt of lightning that passed between us. How we stayed front and center, it would have stricken us down. I whispered to them, magic. We must find Cannon before he has a chance to cast another spell. Once again, the strange whispering resumed. The cave made an echo that made it impossible to tell whether he was near or far. As we got closer, I noticed a strange smell in the air. It had a pleasant aroma. Growing over the ground, strange blue flowers bloomed. The flowers and the spores seemed to glow in the dark. After smelling them a little, I started to see double. The walls appeared to melt as well. I covered my nose with my cloak and started backing away. I said to the others, you must not stop to smell the flowers. And then Bruno said, obviously. Together we started moving backwards. The spores seemed to cover the very space around us, and by now everyone noticed the danger. We tried running back, however the flowers seemed to be sprout anywhere we stood. By now the sweetly smell was sickening. On the floor I vomited my lunch, and then I said to the others, since we can't outrun them, then we would just have to burn them. Swiftly we made our way back to the source of the strange whispering. All the while we purified the air with our torches. Our mousses mitigated somewhat the effects. By now I had problems breathing. I felt as if my body weighed a ton, yet our sheer will kept us going forward. The third spell was even more problematic. From the end of the cave, we had running water. The current seemed to be completely filling up the room. I started gasping for air. The others too panicked. We all held onto the walls to keep ourselves from drowning. Beneath the black water, I saw the burning torch. This made me realize that the water was only an illusion. I said to the others, "Look beneath the water. See the torches? This is only an illusion." This brought the others to their senses. However, it did nothing to get rid of the imaginary water. We still felt its effects. We had to convince ourselves that it was not really there, that we were not truly drowning. We still pressed on with the imaginary water and the ever-blooming blossoms. Eventually, two of our fighters collapsed. I gave the others to the defenders to turn back with them. Close to the end, we felt a strong biting wind. Unlike the imaginary water, this wind was no illusion. It felt as if it were being pushed back, and by now the blossom had grown rather large. They started growing beneath our boots as if rooting us to the ground. To make matters worse, the wind started eroding our metal gears. Our armor and swords turned to rust. It so happened that some of our execution archers carried large quantities of oil in the metal container. The wind made oil fall to the ground. That combined with our fallen torches made the flames larger. In no time, the end of the cave was set ablaze. I said to the others, "Run, let's get out of the cave." While we ran from the fire, I covered myself completely with my old rose. I felt the heat passing over me like a fury. However, the rose prevented the fire from touching my flesh. Above them I could hear Cannon's bad form screeching. It seemed that the flames had gotten him as well. Crawling across the inferno, I made my way towards the source of the scream. Eventually, I felt the water beneath me. I was at the end of the cave. The second I felt the blazes departing over me, I removed my cloak. Floating over the pool of water lay Cannon's bad form, burned to a crisp. Like before, Cannon separated in three forms. The animal forms came together around the human form. However, the human form it revealed was that of the same Cannon I knew. His human form had none of the inherent animal traits. Seeing my chance, I started squaring the heart. I then took a few steps back. Cannon glanced at his wounded heart and smiled. He took out the dagger and threw it before me. Shocked, I said, "Your human form is immortal?" Cannon gave a cold laughter that echoed across the cave. It had a mixture of the human laughter and the noises of his two animal forms. Smiling, he said, "You know, Bersamin said the same thing the first time he tried to strike me down." Taking the dagger back, I said, "I could just kill you when you are in your other forms or when you separate into three. You have already killed me in my lion form and my bat form. Also, during your explosion, my three forms separated and they got burned into a crisp. I am functionally immortal, I think." He responded, stretching his hands out to me. From beneath his skin grew a black ebony armor. It bore the designs of the black and the puma form. Slowly he rose out of the water until he was standing on its surface. For each step forward he took, I took a step back. When he was out of the water, he started shaking himself dry. Many of his movements had the feline quality about him. Seeing me still gazing at him thus made him say, "Relax, your final exam is over. There's no need to be so jumpy." "So does Bersamin make you do this to all of his trainees?" I asked. Cannon said sadly, "I may be an ageless immortal. However, it does not mean that I am invulnerable. There comes a time when you get tired of experiencing pain." "I see. So Bersamin whipped you until you became a harmless kitten." This observation made Cannon laugh again. "That is not too far from the truth," he said as he started walking out. I followed Cannon towards the exit. I took care to walk a few steps behind. Since I was behind, I got a good view at Cannon's new mannerisms. For starters, he was always doing a catwalk, and whenever would twitch like those of a bat. At the end of the cave, I could see the sunlight. Once Kano showed his face outside the cave, he was greeted by a shower of arrows. When he was underground, the executioner started cutting his body into little pieces. Later, the roast came and they burned him with torches. Had he been someone else, this brutal attack would have slain him. When they saw the ashes regenerate and they all grasped in unison, he's immortal. They were all prepared to flee when they saw me. I gestured to them and said, saying, relax, Kano was simply our final exam. As a matter of fact, he does this to all the train. He does all of this final exam because he's immortal. Alright, we'll continue with this chapter later. Bye bye.
It's recording.
Alright. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco. Oh yeah, the random. My name is Teresita Blanco, the sister, and we're reading Saturnastra, Marduke, Chapter 7, Part 3. Alright, the 2 is for editing purposes, don't mind it. Ivy said, I always knew there was something fishy about you, Kano. By now, Kano had finished regenerating. Signing, he said, that really hurts. I need a vacation. He turned into his back for me, he added. I will return you home to report on your success. In the meantime, take care of the wounded. He then whispered a word of magic and he disappeared. While he was gone, we took care of the wounded. Much to our surprise, no one had died. Some they had terrible cuts and some had morning sickness from the poison spell. It was much worse for those who had experienced the flood illusion. It took 3 days for the water sensations to go away. I was mostly unarmed. The water sickness had worn off after I had finally fallen asleep. While we waited for Bertram's army to pick us up, I spent my time resting. The others figured I was exhausted from my fight with Kano. A week later, the entire army with Bertram at the hand came to pick us up. We were finally fully fledged berserkers. Alright, like the chapter ended. Remember that we were like stopping the scene, stop the record.
Okay, but it's only like 2 minutes long.
Yeah, but remember that we weren't starting, that we ended as soon as it it's action?
Yeah, action.
Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Art's sister, and this is Chapter 8, Guard Duty. And Part 1. Alright, the chapter's already starting. Alright. After we returned, Bertram held a huge banquet in our honor. It was the first time in a long time that our trainees had survived. He was impressed by my leadership skills and my wit. He promised that within a year I would be made general. This promise was obviously a lie. In the meantime, I would perform the not-so-lucrative job of guard duty. When my unit heard that we would be doing guard duty, we were all disappointed. Bertram and my team, the relief unit of Rudy's group. The only upside to this arrangement is that we all got personalized gear. The castle smith made for us weapons and armor to our specification. Since I was going to be a future general, I was given the shows of the rarest material. For my armor, I chose Mildred for its magical repellent property. It had a thin cast of ebony metal that gave it a strong, shiny, vein-looking black color. It also served as an isolator. It kept my body temperature stable. That way I could wear it in either extreme heat or extreme cold. I also chose this metal because I did not like the pure silvery look of Mildred. Plus, it was the only metal whose properties resembled those of moon gold. The chest plate I ordered it to be made in a way that resembled my strong abdomen. This request baffled an amused smith. No one had ever thought of making a chest plate with those specifications. I still wanted the chest to retain its plate form. I said I prefer a cemented armor for mobility purposes. At its center, I ordered to place a red crystal made of star metal. For the arms, I insisted on going asymmetrical. The left arm, I wanted military over leather. This made my main hand very light and flexible. The light cemented plate had scaly patterns of a snake. The right hand, however, was made with military mixed with ebony. Both had the same design and look. though it was heavier. On the armor plates, I had them add one red crystal on each side, and on the left hand the crystal was black. On the right hand the crystal was white. To maintain the design, the leg armors were made of the same material of the chest plate. The military metal was thinner and around the joints to maintain flexibility. After the main section, the plates were made more cemented to simulate a tight chainmail. I insisted on maintaining the scaly look. After the light chainmail section, I wore light leather boots covered in ebony. They were pointy on the end. It had the stylized bird wings on the side, and on the other wings I had them add red crystal. The final piece of the armor was the helmet. For a while I could not decide on a design. Frankly, I always found it rather obstructive, but they were a necessary evil. Eventually I settled on an eye helmet. It left my face completely open, which wasn't very practical. It had a scaly design. Close to the forehead it had the small design of a screeching dragon. At its mouth I had them add two kinds of hat sphere. In a coiling pattern it had a white sphere and another black one. By the ears it had some stylized wings. Overall the helmet was not too big but not too small, just right. To wear it properly I was forced to cut my long curly black hair. I was long overdue for a haircut. The day I got my hair cut, my mother wept over my lost beautiful curls. Weapon-wise, I did not get too caught up in the details. I chose the best, lightest, and strongest material available. I did insist on having them have one sphere as part of the design. In the end, I got two well-balanced daggers, one of ebony and the other of military. They also made for me a pair of long swords or a pair of matching long swords. They also made a heavy shield and a small buckle for parrying purposes. For my claymore, I inherited my stepfather's sword. The blade was made purely of star metal. It was strong and durable and had a slight magnetism about it. The blade was also chipped in many areas. However, it still retains its sharp edge. Lastly, I got a wooden bow for my mother. She had asked her mother to ship over her father's longbow. She claimed that it was made from the wood of the Genido tree. Its wood felt warm to my touch. The string sounded like a guitar string whenever an arrow was released. The wood itself has some strange golden characters inlaid over the surfaces. All the branches taken from the Geneva tree had those golden characters. It was said that if the god Genevus looked kindly upon you, then the characters were just a blessing. However, if he hated you, whatever wood you obtained from the string became a curse, and then whenever you shot an arrow, they would always miss. I frankly hope that the bow had not become a curse at my touch. During my battle with Cannon, the top part of my clothes had been calcinated. As such, it was white on one side and black on the other. Since I got into the habit of always wearing my celestial cloak, I decided to have the color match. I decided to have my armor match its current color. The time, bro?
9 minutes. You got plenty of time.
For the last 6 months, I guarded the walls of Veragerung. During that time, I got reacquainted with my family. Mother was with Charlotte again, and from time to time she would visit me and bring me food. While I was away, it seemed as if her condition had normalized. From what I heard, she had finally admitted to her former husband's murder. When I was not on duty, I spent my time playing with my younger brother Leo. He was a real brat, but I still cared about the kid. On the third month, I was returning early from my guard duties. I saw in the training grounds my stepfather and my younger brother casually asleep into the shadows casted by the walls. It was 2 hours past noon, and the shadows were falling over the training ground. My stepfather had a wooden sword in hand. From where I stood, it seemed to me that my stepfather was trying to convince Leo to try out the sword. Leo held the sword and poked my stepfather in the knee. This made my stepfather smile. He made some encouraging gesture while Leo struck him with the wooden sword. Eventually, Leo broke it against his father's leg. He then yawned and started making his way towards the castle. My stepfather tried detraining him. However, Leo broke into a crying fit. My stepfather then raised his hands to the sky. and even from where I stood, I was able to hear his screams of frustration. This little scene made me smile anew. What followed did not humor me in the least. My stepfather took my little brother in both his large hands. He started shaking him a lot. Swiftly I ran towards him, and while I ran, I took out my dagger. Since my stepfather was not wearing an armor, the stab I gave him in the back ran deep. The sudden shock made him drop my little brother. I carried Leo with me, not daring to look back. By now Leo was very silent. His small body trembled all over. It seemed that such chastisement when I knew to him. I ran towards the castle, and Bersamin was just stepping out when he saw me running past him. Amazed, he saw me throw his throne to the side. I forced the lid open, and I fled across the passage that led to the hidden tower. I went a step further and actually ventured into the tower. During this time of the day, hardly any light got inside the hidden corridor. I stumbled many times inside the darkness, all the while poor Leo clung to me with all his strength. Once I reached the top of the stairs, I found a large portal. The pity was that the door was locked. I laid my brother on the ground, and using my daggers, I picked the lock. When I went inside, I noticed that there was no handle inside. It seemed that the door could only be opened from the outside. Realizing this, I was forced to leave the door open. Inside, the place looked like it had not been visited in a long time. The walls were paved with shelves of books. By the only large star window, there was a desk filled with ink, quills, and paper. Time, bro?
5 minutes.
Looking at the wall of the top, they seemed like drafts and building plans. Parallel to the desk, there was a large table. Its sides were supported by 2 carotids. Since it was dark, I could not see much of the roof. Beside the chimney, there was a massive bed big enough for 2 bersaments. By the center, there were a few couches, a large sofa around a large marble table. I went towards the couch and I set my brother down. I then went to the fireplace. Near it, I saw some old wood. I then placed it inside the fireplace and made it come to life. The inside of the fire was surrounded by mirrors that amplified its light and its heat. In no time, the place was well illuminated. After the fire was lit, I went to check up on my brother. He was sleeping peacefully. I softly dragged a couch before the door. Sitting down on it, I waited for Bersamin to come. The waiting was very dull. By nightfall, Cano's bat phone flew through the star window. He perched on my head and he said, "You really gotta stop stabbing people." "Shh," I responded, pointing to my brother. Cano then left my head and accommodated himself on my shoulder. Softly, he said, "You really gotta stop stabbing people." "Force to have it," I responded muggily, and then I added with a feint of concern, "Is he dead?" "You know he's still alive," answered Cano. "Pity," I added, smiling. "Next time I'm gonna try out his fancy claymore on him. If I unlock it, I may slice him in half. That is a big if. You are still too small to wield it," commented Cano. "That is funny coming from you." My rebuke made Cano give me an evil look. I patted his tiny bad head and I added, "Don't you have new trainings to pastor?" "I guess you're right," said Cano, departing. By midnight, Leo awoke. He started complaining about being hungry, and he said he wanted to go home. I took him in my arms and we returned to the hollow mirror. Cautiously, I went to my mother's room. She was watching over my wounded stepfather. She was wearing only a white nightgown. Seeing me with Leo made her come running towards me. She hugged her child close to my heart, but she didn't hug me. In a whisper, she said, "Where were you?" I was so worried. "Your father, he said that he was attacked by a bloodthirsty assassin in the middle of the day." I was surprised no one else saw the attack. "Oh yeah, the time?"
You got plenty of time, 3 minutes.
"Mother, I was showing Leo Bersamin's hidden tower, and I was thinking that this place only has military school. You should send Leo to study with your mother," I said, looking at her very seriously. "That's funny. I was thinking of that too. Plus, with a new child on the way, I might not be able to give Leo the attention he desperately needs. Also, Mother has been dying to meet her grandson, but I can't leave my husband behind," she said. She said this while she petted her boy. "He'll be fine. million slaves that can take care of him. You should settle tomorrow. If you wait too much, your pregnancy might keep you from traveling, I said, petting my mother's belly. Yes, you're right. Plus, Mother said things had finally blown over. I can finally return home whenever I feel like it, she said, smiling. She gave me Leo, and she started packing. I took him to the kitchen, and I fed him some sweet biscuits. While he was full, I took him to his room and changed him into his nightgown. I stayed up all night watching over him. From the other room, I could feel my stepfather's rage building up. It is a good thing that I always added a bit of poison to my daggers. In the darkness, I fell around for my weapons. I fell around for my daggers. The dagger of life had a simple narcotic that immobilized you for a few days. The dagger of death had a potent poison made of pure arsenic. The one that was stained with blood was my dagger of life. Its silver handle was coated in red blood. Apparently, I had not been too sincere in killing my stepfather. While I lay vigilant, I saw my night candle reflected in the mirror. I rose and sat before the looking glass. The time?
1 minute 20 seconds.
In the darkness, I watched its reflection dance. Slowly, it seemed as if the reflected flame got bigger. Eventually, I saw my reflection consumed by burning fire. The burning reflection started breaking the mirror. When the glass shattered, I fell back on my seat. The blow of striking my head against the floor awoke me. From the floor, I saw my brother waking up. He looked left, waking up. Alright, we'll continue with this later. Bye-bye. Is the number going down?
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Earth's sister, and we're reading Saturnastra, Marduke. This is Chapter 8, Part 2. The blow on my head striking against the floor woke me up. From the floor, I saw my brother waking up. He looked left and right like a frightened little bird. When he saw me on the floor, he gave a sigh of relief, and then he went back to bed. The next day, my mother departed with my little brother. I felt very sad seeing her go. I promised to write her often. The minute she was gone, I reclaimed my old room. I moved all of Leo's things to my new room. The next thing I did was visit my stepfather. While still wearing my armor, I sat on his chest. They made him stare angrily at me. Luckily, the poison was still effective. Giving him a few slaps on the face, I said, I told you I was going to kill you if you mess with Leo. His only response was a growl. Looking out the window, I noticed that it was time for my guard duty. I left my stepfather to consume himself in his hopeless rage. Since I had not slept last night, I fell asleep during guard duty. Rollo, who was my second lieutenant, did not mind much. He simply laid his coat over me and he allowed me to rest. While I slept, I dreamt of my forward sister, Wooden. Like before, she was having tea with two demons. When she saw me arriving, she said, a pity about your stepfather. The red demon added, you do not know the half of it. The blue demon feigned sadness, said, poor little Leo, so young, so frightened. I pity your stepfather was not able to whip that scary cat out of him, commented Wooden, pouring me tea. A pity indeed, responded someone behind me. Turning around, I saw the embodiment of my rage. That strange burning fire sat beside me. In a hoarse voice it said, forever chained to my own design, my hands to be stained with blood and sin, just to make him win. Gazing at him, I said, I can't show my true form yet. I still haven't found Libra. You should still do something about your stepfather, interrupted the demons. You could do something about it, I said to my sister. The trio smiling said, really? Really, I responded. This made the flames of my soul relax. Smiling, my sister took out from beneath the table a bottle of champagne. She cocked the top and the foam spilled on the table. Her demons got out from beneath the table 4 glasses of champagne. She poured drinks for us. Raising her glass, she said, to honor. The red demon rose his glass and he said, to victory. The blue demon said, to health. I rose my glass and then said, to death. After my toast, we clicked the glasses and drank the champagne. I felt terrible. I felt a terrible sensation in my mouth. Putting down the glass, I said, I just remembered that I hate champagne. I woke up afterwards. From my high tower, I saw a storm coming down from the mountain. In no time, it would surround Berthamet's star palace. By night, it was raining all over the city. I saw below me that a messenger was coming up my guard tower. In the darkness, he yelled, Marduke, an urgent message for you. Knowing full well the nature of his message, I yelled to him, forward it to my secretary. Why, sir, it's your stepfather. He's dead. Hearing the messenger say such words brought joy to my eye. However, I kept this joy to myself. I looked seriously at Bruno, who was dozing off, and said to him, my old man has kicked the bucket. Johnny, he responded, so what if he kicked the bucket? People kick buckets here all the time. Now let me sleep. I mean, he's dead, I said, forcing him to rise. This piece of news sobered him up. Go to him. I will take over since while you are gone, he answered. With his consent, I ran with a messenger toward Berthamet's palace. When I entered my mom's bedchamber, I was shocked by the brutality of my stepfather's death course. Mother's looking glass was broken. There was a trail of blood that went from the mirror to my stepfather's bed. When I got closer, I saw that his ribcage had been burst open. Many of his insides had been devoured. The gruesome sight of his carcass made me vomit on the floor. Inside the bedroom, Berthamet and the 21 elders were assembled. They were all around my stepfather's bed. Berthamet gave a sigh of relief when he saw my reaction. He said to me, Marduke, go to your room. We will clean up while you are awake. Before leaving, I said to Berthamet, don't tell Mother. She will shout and it will break her heart to hear the news. I went to my room, and when I got inside, I saw that the window was flapping open. The time?
9 minutes.
I went to close it to keep the rain from coming inside. Before closing the final panel, Cannon flew inside. Shivering, he said, turn on the heater, I'm freezing. Smiling, I closed the window and lit the fire. Cannon had picked up that anachronistic phrase while living in the underground base. When the fire was done, he separated into his tree form. His puma form got so close to the fire that he burned his whisker. As for his bat form, it flew into a dark corner of the room. As for his human form, he said a magic word and a black mage rose clothed him. After this brief interval, he sat next to his puma form, and while he stared into the fire, I removed my armor and put on a white nightgown. Sitting beside him, I asked, what do you want? Without looking at me, Cannon responded, can a friend visit another friend? That's funny, coming from a guy who tried to kill me, who tried to eat me a few months ago, I responded with a smirk. This response made his puma form growl at me. He rose and put his head on my lap. As for his human form, Cannon seemed a bit pained. He hugged his knees with his hand. He looked utterly depressed. Patting his puma head, I said, fine, I'll forgive you. Cannon lifted his human face and went back to staring at the fire. A single red tear flowed down his cheek. In a harsh voice, he said, I am getting tired of this, of everything. You should just leave Berthamet. It's a pretty big world, I suggested. If only it were that easy, squeaked his bat form. Why won't you leave him, I demanded. He gives me something that no one else does, answered the puma. I responded. Nothing like that, Marduke, answered Cannon angrily. Berthamet gives my life a purpose. Purpose is overrated. Look at me. I have no earthly business being here. The same way we make our own destiny, we can create our own purpose. I said this to him energetically. His spirit seemed to lift a little. His bat phone flew closer to us. Smiling, he said, how little you know of the world, child. I know more than you know, I answered, petting his puma head. By now his fur had dried up. Suppose if I left, where would I go? What would I do? He asked. The time?
7 minutes.
You could dedicate yourself to taking care of orphans and widows, I answered. This suggestion shocked Cannon. That's a bit arbitrary, don't you think, as his bad form? Not really. Not really. Orphans and widows are the neediest. Everyone takes advantage of them, I responded. Why is that bad? Weakness is a sin. The strong live while the weak perish. It is the law of the nature. His response made me angry. Look, Canon, everyone is born weak. Even you were weak once. This outburst of mine seemed to have shaken Canon a bit. He gave me a pained look and he said, I was never weak. I see, so you were so on science experiment, I mused. An experiment, perhaps. Science, I do not know what it is. Frankly, I do not remember any war. Even among the Sphinx kind, my immortality is unnatural. They shunned me and called me human. I was never able to live among them. At the very moment, a flash of lightning lighted my room. It went well with the mood of our conversation. If you are a human, then maybe you should start acting like one, I snapped back. You know, it's funny. When we first met, I tried to get you to live for your own good, and now you're returning the favor. Said his human form, putting his head on my shoulder. What comes around goes around, I responded. We said nothing for a while. Canon broke the silence by saying, Before I go, tell me the second reason you want me to leave. Smiling, I said, It's Bersamin. For him, we are nothing more than stones for him to hammer and shape. Whenever we break, he simply discards it and starts a new project. You departing will make a nick in his masterpiece. He is hoping you can survive. Without him, you will be prey, and the rest of the world hates your kind, said Canon angrily. I saw his puma form revealing his claw. Annoying, I got up and said, Why are you defending your tormentor? It is his way of thinking that has twisted this world, and frankly the world would be better off without him. Once again another lightning fell. The tension of the room was so thick that it could be sliced with a knife. Canon's eyes narrowed and he said, You have a personal vendetta against Bersamin. You are not the first fool whose life he has ruined. Which country did he raid? Riviete, Palas, Dorlavin, Navan, Asturias, Qualimir. I had time?
4 minutes.
I interrupted Canon by saying, Nothing could be further from the truth. I simply got to know the guy and decided that I wanted him dead. I'm not the type of man who is driven by petty revenge. That's funny coming from a patricide, from somebody who just committed patricide, said Canon, relaxing again. Relax. I couldn't bring myself to kill him. Oh, I thought so. As if I could not imagine you devouring your stepfather. That is too melodramatic, even for you, Marduke. Commenting Canon lying down on the floor. His back was against the fur of his puma form. I sat down again before the fire. I stared at the fire licking the wood, and I imagined my true self burning within it. By now, I started dozing off, and Canon's back for 2 noticed and said, If you're sleepy, you should go to bed. I will in a minute, I said, yawning. I will leave tomorrow to go far away from Bersamin. Maybe I will visit an elven kingdom. I hear that the widows and orphans are very needy. He yawned again. His other forms too started to yawn. Good, I said, going to bed. Canon rose and sat by my bedside. While I was dozing off, he whispered in my ear, Since it is my last night, may I sleep with you? Seeing at me glare at him, he added, Like a brother, not a lover. I lifted my bedsheets and I said, Get in, and don't try anything funny, you old lecture.
What?
Just two people lying in the same bed together.
Okay.
A brother, not lovers.
Okay.
Whatever. That was normal back then.
Okay.
Whatever.
Keep going, it's fine.
We had a second delay. Canon got inside. He laid his head on my shoulder. His puma form got into the bed and he coiled near my leg. As for his back foot, it nestled on top of my hair, signing his back foot stand. Why did you cut your pretty long hair? Half asleep, I responded, because it made me look like a girl. Like a pretty girl, added Canon.
What?
I probably made him stop it when he said this. Canon's form simply laughed. I'm gonna miss you. You won't. Even when we're apart, I will still find my way into your dreams, I responded. She sleepily, he added, it won't be the same. I fell asleep after he said this. In my dream, I visited my sister Wooden. As usual, she was having tea in the middle of the forest with her demons. When she saw me coming closer, she greeted me with a courtesy. This time by the table there were 2 empty seats. I sat down on my usual chair and Warden asked, "Are we having a visitor today?" "I could ask you the very same question," she answered, pointing behind me. I turned around and saw Canon in his Puma bad armor form. We made signs to him and he came to sit with us. Baffled, he said, "So this is what you meant when you said, 'I will find my way into your dreams.'" At first, I thought you were being romantic. I never imagined that you literally meant what you said. Smiling, Wooden added, "It's a gift. We learned it from Marduke's real father." "So what happens now?" asked Canon. "Well, Wooden poured him some wine that was inside a teapot." "Well, I usually drink the wine or whatever, my sister. I say that I don't like what she poured for me and then I wake up," I said, taking my teacup. I drank its content and said to Water, "I really don't like this wine." I woke up afterwards. I felt that Canon was still sleeping on my shoulder. The sun was barely starting to rise. In his sleep he mumbled, "You don't dream like a normal person." Still sleepy, I closed my eyes again. The second time I awoke, Canon was gone. Many years would pass before I would see him again. On the next, the time?
Less than a minute.
Alright, we'll continue later. Bye-bye. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Orphan sister, and we're reading Saturnastra Marduke. This is Chapter 8, Part 3. The second time I awoke, Canon was gone. Many years would pass by before I would see him again. On the next day, I was excused from my guard duties. They held my stepfather's funeral at sunset. That day, I wore black. This was unusual because in that region, red was the color of mourning. But I didn't know this. Many of his relatives and close friends came to see his corpse consumed by the flame. He was buried in the mausoleum of Astra, the god of death. It was located in the center of the city. During the proceeding, I saw Alisa among the crowd. She had grown up a lot in life. I'd seen her. She was a head taller than me. She wore a dress whose top was white and the skirt was a deep blue. It had a black ribbon on the waist and on the sleeve. Her black hair was down and it was decorated with a black lace ribbon. All in all, she painted a pretty picture during these grim proceedings. When no one was watching, we slipped into the crowd. Indirectly, we made our way back to the palace. The gates were wide open, and most of the guards were at the funeral procession. I took her hand in mine, and she led her up the stairs into the hall of mirrors. When she saw us completely alone, she hugged me, and she said, "I miss you, Marduke. Since we met, I have done nothing but dream of you." Returning her hug, I said, "I know it was cruel of me, but I dreamt of you many times as well." Closing her beautiful eyes, Alisa lowered her head, and she kissed me on the lips. That kiss tasted like honey, and I returned the kiss as well, and I said, "Yes, it was very cruel of me to dream of you." Taking my hand, she said, "How can it be cruel for you to think of me? Do you not love me? Or were the promises you made in the dream not real?" "I do love you. I love you since the first day I met you," I answered. This made her face blush. She looked at her multiple reflections in the mirror. Given a slight inflection in her voice, she said, "Yes, I must be dreaming." I took her hands in mine, and we danced across the hall of mirror. All the while she hummed the music that we shared in the dream world. We danced for an hour that seemed like an eternity. When we stopped, we kissed again. Tired, we sat before the mirrors, and we looked at our reflection. All the while we held each other. My bliss was interrupted by thoughts of Bersame. Pushing her aside, I said, "That was our last dance." Alisa's face turned pale and then red. Angrily, she said, "What brought this change?" "I think we should see other people," I answered. This response made her slap me. In anger, she said, "We have been seeing other people. For 5 years, I have watched you from afar. For 5 years, I tried to forget you. It's for your own good. I'm a bad person, and I don't want you to get hurt," I said. "Your words cut deeper than any dagger could," responded Alisa, crying. Once she was calm, I escorted her back home. On the way, I saw Bersame walking among the crowd. He was heading back to the palace. The king saw me, and he winked. I smiled back. Secretly, his good humor nauseated me. When we were at the door, I said to Lisa, forgive me. I then made my way back, and by now night had fallen. As usual, I visited Bersamin at his hidden tower. Well, there he asked, so who was the girl? My ex, I responded. Sorry to hear that, he answered. He added, did she dump you? More or less. Smiling, he said, so she's a smart one. I could make her recapitulate. Why bother? There are plenty of fishes out in the sea, I answered. Frankly, I want to focus more on my career. I still got plenty of time to meet new girls. I'm happy to hear that, responded Bersamin. After this short interchange, I went back to my room. Once inside, I changed into my nightgown. While lighting the fire, a new thought came into my head. Thinking back on my earlier conversation with Bersamin, I remembered the odd round metal necklace he wore. I had never noticed it till recently. Why would a rich king ruler wear a rough-looking grayish stone? When I went to bed, I dismissed that stone from my thoughts and my mind. That night was the last time I ever dreamt of Alisa. Alright, we're done with the chapter. Bye-bye, God bless. It's recording, right?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Earth's sister, and today I'm gonna read to you Saturnastra Marduke. We're in chapter 9, part 1, at the start of the chapter. It's called tea time. Let me lower it a bit so I don't have to scream over the music. After another 6 months, my troops were assembled in the courtyard. That day, the main horde of the army was assembled in the training grounds. This was going to be our first campaign, our first official campaign. Bersamin stood at the top of the steps. That day he spotted a bloody red armor. It was from what I heard, his battle armor was literally made from the bones and scales of a red dragon. Judging by the decorated horns and massive plate scales, I did not question this fact. Once again I noticed that strange anachronistic stone. I was appalled at the sight of the huge executioner's axe he carried. It had a wide massive blade, and at its tip it had a pointy red star-shaped jewel. At first I thought he was going to give a speech. However, he simply gave out our orders. Apparently, a stupid elf tribe had refused to pay tribute. Bersamin had sent a messenger to collect what they owned for the privilege of living in his world. Naturally, the elves were shocked by his presumption. The response sent back with the messenger was an arrow. My orders were to scout their forces and to weed out the traps they had laid out. After the brief overview, they gave us horses and we rode out together. Belladonna, our elf elder, journeyed with us. The journey lasted about a month. During that time, we rested in the dozen cities that paid tribute to Bersamin. By the end of the month, we arrived at this new territory. The forest was called Nutere. It was said to have been abandoned. Recently, elves had been spotted there. According to spies, the elves had avoided detection despite 5,000 years thanks to their magic. Internal strife had revealed their presence to the rest of the world. Bersamin figured that they owed him at least 1 million gold coins for existing in this world without his permission. I was not too thrilled at being chosen as the advance party to weed out the magical traps of the elves. Still, I obeyed the orders that they were giving me. I chose a small group to come with me. They were composed of Ivy, Bruna, Fletcher, and Juvia. Juvia was one of the few girls that had survived from our group. She was very small and petite. Unlike Ivy, she kept her long black hair long. She always took care to maintain her beautiful look. Despite her vanity, she was always very swift. She was always fleet-footed and quite a skilled marksman. For battle, she wore a light leather armor. The complete set reminded me of an outfit of a Roman legionnaire. As for Fletcher, he was a little hairball. At the tender age of 15, he had a full beard and mustache. His arms and legs were also very hairy. To make matters worse, he wore a bear pelt over his steel armor. I brought with me for this mission a bow and some daggers and a longsword, in order to prepare for any eventuality. We searched the forest for 2 days and found no trace of the old city. The huge army camped outside the forest had alerted them all to the danger. From time to time, a shower of arrows would rain down upon us. We eluded such arrows sent to our shields. Once the rain would stop, we would try to chase after the swords. However, the elf warriors would vanish into the mist. By the 3rd day, we were losing patience. Suddenly, we saw a strange clearing in the woods. A pretty elf girl was having tea in the middle of the forest. She seemed to be at least 10 years old. Her hair was honey-colored. Her amber eyes were large and almond-shaped. She wore an immaculate white dress with a cape held together by 2 golden medallions. Lluvia whispered to me, "Do you want me to shoot her?" "No, don't. This is too fishy," I answered to her. "What now, sir?" asked Fletcher. "Wait here. I am going to spring the trap." Slowly, I walked across the bushes. I took care not to make any noise. When I was within earshot, the girl waved her hand and she yelled, "Hi, Marduke!" I gave a sign of relief and made aside for the others to come closer. Bruno asked me, "Do you know this girl?" "I think so. She's my little sister Wooden." I answered, sitting down in an empty chair. As a matter of fact, there were empty chairs for all of us. Perplexed, we sat down to have tea with my sister. Musing a little, I said, "You look different." "Yes, Grandma made me a potion to turn me temporarily into an elf." "Grandma is very interested in the secret herbs that grown by this elf," she answered. In a pained voice, she added, "Looking like an elf has been no help at all. Those pesky lords keep the best ingredients to themselves." "Perhaps there is a way we can come to an agreement," I said to my sister. "You help us break the magic barrier and we'll help you get your herbs," she added, "and whatever useful magical tome you can find." "I'm not too certain about that promise. Bersamin has always had an interest in magical books," I responded. My sister looked disappointed. "Oh yeah, the time?"
8 minutes.
She then asked, "Can I take just a single book? Pretty please. I bet Bersamin won't miss one miserable book." "Fine," I said. Wooden was thrilled after hearing my promise. She took out from under the table a wine bottle. The label read, "Torrontes." When she started pouring us a drink, we saw that its red contents were bubbling. It also exhumed a strange white mist. Smiling, she said, "This potion will turn you into an elf for a day. I want you hardy boys to go in and secure me the high priest Grimoire. He keeps it securing his temples. I will have fetched it myself, however, I have no powers in their temple dedicated to Heli. Do this to me, and I'll disable the shield and all the traps." I asked Wooden, "How will I recognize the book?" "His honor carries him with him all the time," responded Wooden. I added, "What does the high elf look like?" "He walks around blessing people and saying prayers for them. Only his favorites are allowed to kiss the ends of his robes. It is said that his shadow heals the sick. He won't be hard to miss." After this brief exposition, my sister rose her teacup and drank from him. This renewed her transformation. I said to Abby, "Return to Bersamin and tell him that we found our way inside. In 30 hours, if not sooner, the baby and the traps will be disabled." Abby left following my command. Afterwards, we drank the potion. Frankly, it tasted like regular wine. I looked at my friends and they looked at me. Indeed, we had become cute, adorable elves. Even our equipment had suffered the same metamorphosis. It was more elvish looking, and everything seemed to have been whitewashed. Our hair and faces, too, were almost identical to Wooden's elven form. Perplexed, Juviet asked, "Why has our gear changed? Don't potions usually only affect our bodies?" Laughing, Wooden said, "Relax. Magic potions are weird like that. One time, Grandma drank a potion, and the guy she was fighting dropped dead." Shaking her head in disbelief, Juviet said, "That makes no sense at all." Crossing her arms, Wooden responded, It does make sense. It is a magic potion. We're wasting time. Wooden, take us into the old city," I said, rising. Wooden too rose, and she made a curtsy. She started walking into the woods. For an hour, we walked in circles. Eventually, she stopped. She raised her hand and parted the forward scenery before us as if it was a curtain. Beyond it we saw the city of the elves. We walked inside and she followed along. I was surprised to see many marble buildings in ruins. Every so often a large battalion of elves would march across the street. Seeing our surprise, she said, "These elves have been in a civil war for the last 30 years. From what I heard, the dark elves that live on the ground have been performing periodic raids on the highborns. They will rise again to the night. That will be your chance to sneak into the temple and steal the book. There are still 6 hours until sunset. For now, I suggest we go to Mass." "Won't that put us in risk?" asked Julia. "Nah, don't worry. For His Highness, every low-born elf looks the same. He will notice the addition of 5 strangers," she said, reassuring us. She added, "Once we enter, do as I do and don't say a word to anyone." Together we walked across the ruin. All over the street we saw sobbing women and children. Eventually we made our way into one of the buildings still in one piece. The building was a spiraling white tower. Its outside was decorated with beautiful elf colors, each one more detailed than the last. The roof was pointed up and it had a golden star at the roof. It seemed to glisten from whence we stood. The entrance hall was widely open. Inside we saw a group of kneeling elves. In a second-floor balcony I saw whom my sister had mentioned. Sitting in a golden throne decorated with golden leaves and flowers sat the high priest. His cold, blank stare brought chills down my spine. There sat a man even more cold-hearted than Berthaman. His visits too disconcerted my friends. My sister said to us in a low voice, "Kneel down and keep your head low. It is forbidden for us lowlanders to look upon His Majesty." We kneeled down and we placed our hands in prayer position. The Mass featured psalm, prayer, and sermon. During this time, we looked around for any doors that might lead higher up. I was disappointed to see that the room had no doors or stairs that led to the higher floors. The light entered from some circular high windows and from the open gate. At the end of the sermon, we rose together. We parted aside and saw some soldiers bringing in a young maiden. Time, bro?
3 minutes and 54 seconds.
They brought her before the balcony. Suddenly, a bit of fire opened before her. The guards stripped the maiden down. While the high priest spoke, the maiden cried. One of the guards pointed to 2 moles on her back, and then they threw her into the pit of flame. Even today, I could still hear her screams of agony in my nightmares. The vapor that rose from her carcass were inhaled by the high priest and his attendants, who spoke words of magic. Afterwards, the group was dispersed. When we were outside, Bruno asked angrily, "Why did they burn the pretty lady?" "Moles are sinful," explained Wooden. Chuck Fletcher said, "These elves are insane." "Forget about it. We need to find a way up the tower," I said, bringing them back on page. After saying this, we circled the tower. Time, bro?
3 minutes.
There was not an entrance inside. Eventually we concluded that the entrance was sealed with magic. I figured that we would have to scale the tower at night. With this resolution, Wooden invited us to have some tea with some of her friends. Across the tower there was a little diner made of wood decorated with flowers. The place was partly burned on one side. There a few waitresses were serving tea to the few customers that remained. We sat in an empty table. Wooden poured a few golden coins on the table that were picked up by a waitress wearing immaculate white robes. The old waitress served us some tea in clean cups. She later brought cakes and other sweets we had never tasted before. These lovely little snacks gave us a bit of a sugar rush. By nightfall, we were all very eager to climb the tower. Late at night, we felt the walls and the statues. With a knife, I stabbed one of the elf statues. From the wound, it poured blood into the floor. I removed the knife, and the wounded statue healed. Wooden looked at the column statue and said, "That's an interesting trick." "It doesn't matter," I answered. "As long as the knife holds, we can climb our way up the tower." Bruno made a gesture to his sister and said, "Get on my back, I will carry you." "I'd rather not. I think," he gestured to my sister. "Get on my back, I will carry you." And then she said, "I'd rather not. I think I will create a distraction now. Climb up, and once you made it inside, I will start performing some flashy magic." Saying this, she disappeared into the darkness. Glancing at the darkness, Fletcher said, "Your sister's a little creepy." After saying this, we climbed up the tower. An hour later, we made it to one of the second inside and saw that it led to a deserted hallway. Slowly, I pushed the window and tried to get inside. I then punched through the glass and tried to open the safe that was on the other side. The glass started to heal around my hand, and I was forced to pull it back outside. The noise at least attracted somebody. Hearing his footsteps, I climbed towards the side of the window, and one of the priests opened the window and looked around. The second he saw me, I sliced his neck. His body fell out of the window and splashed on the pavement. In the darkness, my sister dragged his body away. Not daring to wait for more to arrive, I slipped inside. I then made a gesture for the others to follow. Once we were all inside, I closed the window behind our group. Time?
30 seconds.
Bye-bye, God bless. Alright, we're running. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the other sister, and this is chapter 9, part 2 of Saturnastra, Marduke. Alright, the adventure continues. Seconds later, the real show began. The entire window lighted up like an inferno. From the burning ground rose hellions of fire demons. Some looked like wolves, tigers, and other carnivores. Others bore the semblance of mystical beings. Their skins looked like searing hot iron. From the sky too came other demons. These ones were ice demons. Some were tiny flying serpents, and others ravenous birds of prey. They looked like living ice sculptures. The flames bellowed, made them glisten most beautifully. I noticed that most of the priests I had seen during the mass had gone out to exorcise the demons. Luckily, the high priest was still in his high tower. We had the tower deserted. We carefully made our way to the top. From time to time, we would peep out into random rooms. They were all full of curiosities and other tiny little trinkets. Many a times I had to remind my team of what we came for. From time to time we would run into a priest. The first one, Lluvia, tried to snipe him out. However, even with an arrow to his skull, the healing aura of the tower cured him. As such, whenever we ran into someone, we simply threw him out the window. Things were proceeding going smoothly. These elves that practiced the healing art had no offensive spells. We still made certain to stay on our toes just in case. Eventually we made it to the last floor. Slowly, I opened the door and peeped inside. The room had a dome roof. It was hollowed out, revealing the night sky. Hovering on top floated a single star suspended by 5 golden links connected at its base. In the center of the room there was a burning fire. On the left side there was an altar, and on the right there was a garden. The second I put my foot through the door, the potion's effects wore off. Cursing, I got outside the room, and the potion's effect reactivated. The others still saw the change. Cursing under my breath, I said, "Damn, we are stepping on sacred ground. I guess we will have to do this the hard way." Bruno flashed your guard the door. Lluvia, come with me. Following my instructions, the bears planted themselves before the door with their shields and swords raised. I then said to Lluvia, "Even if your headshot doesn't kill him, it may still stun him enough for me to throw him out of the tower." Licking her lips, Lluvia added, "We should treat the guy too before we throw him out, just in case he has the spellbook in his person." "I agree," I answered. With this plan in mind, we slowly made our way towards the fire. Using it to mask our footsteps, we made our way towards the hidden area behind the fire. Behind it we saw the typical mage's living quarter. It had some bookcases against the wall, a writing desk, a comfortable chair, and a bed. Our target was in the middle of reading one of his spellbooks. I could see him forming the words of magic beneath his breath. This was the perfect chance to shoot him. Lluvia drew her arrow and prepared to strike him at my signal. I, however, delayed the order. I got enough force like a tiger and slowly made my way towards the high priest. When I was within a meter from the high elf, I gave the signal. Lluvia shot in quick succession 5 arrows. The first one struck the elf in the eye, the second in his mouth, and the third pierced his neck, and the fourth and the fifth struck his heart. Much as I feared, the elf was fully healed within a matter of seconds. Still, that gave me enough time to draw my longsword and decapitate the mage. 2 broad strikes were all it took to have his head rolling. The head was still very much alive, his face contorted into the most vicious grimace I had ever seen. He started whispering words of magic. I was not about to wait for him to finish casting. As Kano has taught me, with magic speed is the key. With all my strength, I threw his head at the crystal window. The window cracked, and the head flew outside. In the air, it was recovered by one of my sister's ice demons. And this ice demon started to completely devour the head, only leaving the skull behind. As soon as the head was devoured, the fire in the room went out. The body that the head left behind turned to dust. In the darkness, I searched the rows and found the book my sister wanted. When I touched the book, it felt as if I was struck by lightning. The time?
10 minutes.
I quickly dropped the book into the elf's rose. By now, Lluvia had come to my side. She touched the book, and it shocked her. Putting her injured hand to her lips, she said, "How do I move it?" "I have an idea," I responded. Using the wide side of my cape, I grabbed the magic book within it. I then said to Lluvia, "Well, it's secured. Let's go." We went back to the others and reported the news. Now all that was left was to deliver the book. As we went down the tower, we started noticing something odd. It was as if the place was starting to age and corrode at an alarming speed. With fear in the words, we heard a footstep. While running, one of the steps collapsed below me, and I nearly fell to the room below. Luckily, Bruno was there to grab me before I fell. By the time we reached the second floor, we saw that the windows we had entered was now broken. It seemed as if the regenerative spells all over the place were breaking down, and after the death of the high priest. Together we made our way down, and by now the place was free of demons. The entire priest's body had returned to the tower. The entire priest's body had returned to the tower to check on their master. Below the window, we were greeted by my dear sister. Like before, she was having tea with her fire and ice demon. When we saw her, we took our respective seats. Laughing, I said, "Don't you see we're gonna stand out?" The fire demon said, "Don't worry. They see us not." The ice demon said, "Worry not. They do not feel us." The second we drank the tea, we became back to our old selves. Relaxed, and we had sweets and pastries with our tea. All the while, the elves were in the middle of fighting Bersamis' army. From time to time, an elf circle would pass right through us. It was as if we were there, but not really there, smiling more than us. "Would you like to enter the fray?" Bruno got another large bite of cake and he said, "Not really. I'm feeling kind of lazy right now." "Yeah, we did enough," said Lluvia, sipping her judgmental tea. Once we were done eating, I gave the magic book to my sister. She passed her hand over the plain white cover. When she opened it, she said, "The sneaky bastard." Fletcher added, "Isn't that the book you wanted?" Looking through the pages, she said, "It is, but half this spellbook is filled with black magic." This bit of news piqued my interest. I said to my sister, "What better way to hide black magic than by clothing it in white magic?" Lluvia added, "Is that the reason why the book kept shocking us?" "More or less," added Wooden. "You see, the first spells and the last spells are white. The spells in the middle of the book are most wicked." "How so?" asked Bruno, interested. The time?
7 minutes.
Technically speaking, longevity and resurrection spells might be considered black magic. Both do heal you, in a sense. The means of obtaining the desired effect are most wicked indeed. Saying this, my sister gave the book to the flame demon. It got incinerated the moment it felt his touch. "I know," Lluvia said, "all that word for nonsense." Smiling, my sister said, "I have photographic memory." "What's photographic?" asked Fletcher, scratching his beard. "It means I remember everything I see," answered my sister. After 7 magnificent hours, the battle was over. The prisoners were assembled before the ruined mage tower. From time to time, we would hear the berserkers asking for our whereabouts. Regretting that we could not prolong our meal any longer, we departed the magic shield. Before we left, my sister said, "Wait, I need you guys for one last thing." In a high-pitched whining voice, Lluvia said, "What now?" "Help me flip the table over," she said, grabbing the ends. Between our group and the demons, we carefully tipped the table over. The bottom part of the table had a large circular mirror. Wooden kissed my cheek, and she said, "Well, goodbye, my brother. After we go to the mirror, break the glass for me, won't you?" After she said this, she sent through the mirror. Her demons followed after her. When she was gone, I smashed the mirror with my sword, Seconds later, our comrades became aware of us. My crew was the first to see me, and they came over to greet us. They had feared that we had died. After many salutations, I said to the twins who were left in charge, "Any fatality?" Roller responded, we lost 3, sir." "Any injured?" I asked. Roy said, "5 lost a few limbs. They will never be able to fight again. 10 others have injuries of little consequence. The rest are more or less in one piece." "Are they being taken care of?" I asked. "Abby and Belladonna are attending to their wounds. We fare off better than the horde that was commanded by Bersame," answered Damon. "How so?" I asked. "Well, let's say that Bersame had through all who stood in his way, friend and foe alike," added Roy, making a sign of decapitation with his hand. After this brief interchange, I made a report to Bersame. I saw her manage to omit my sister's assistance. When I was done, I saw his eyes flashing red in anger. Just as swiftly his anger dissipated. He then said, "There is something you're not telling me." Standing my ground, I said, "Reasons beyond my control had tied my tongue." Not convinced, Bersame approached me. I stood still like a statue. The giant of a man kneeled before me and held my head between his 2 hands. Softly he said, "Open your mouth." I obeyed him. I do not know what he saw within. After he rose, he said, "I see. So the mage that assisted you casted a mute spell that prevents you from speaking about him." "What did your mage want?" inquired Bersame. "Tea," I said. "Alright, that's the end of the chapter. Bye-bye and God bless." We're rolling? Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Earth's sister, and this is Saturnastra Marduke, the start of chapter 10, part 1, Mother. Once the old city was pacified, I had a month's leave. During that time, I wanted to inform my mother of my stepfather's tragic demise. By now, it had been 2 months since my younger sister Cleo had been born. According to my mother's letter, Cleo was a healthy baby girl with green eyes and curly red hair. I wondered much about this strange fact, considering that neither Sarah nor anyone of my mother's family had red hair. As I made my way to my mother's abode, via carriage. I pondered much on this mystery. I figured that my mother had probably cheated on my stepfather. The ride was a slow one, and I didn't care much to look outside the window. A downpour, it's rolling?
Yeah.
A downpour was falling, and it made process difficult. I had brought with me only my civilian attires and a couple of daggers, just in case. After a day's journey, I arrived at the Countess's estate. That day, I was wearing the attire I wore for my father's funeral. The blackness of my attire made me feel hot beneath the summer sun. From outside, the estate looked like a solid citadel. When we got beyond the walls, there was a lovely garden filled with exotic birds and flowers. The entire place breathed high class. The central manor was extremely wide, and it only had 2 floors. It had many windows opening to the garden. There was not a room in the house that did not have a lovely view. Behind the manor, there was a hot water sauna. It extended for quite a bit. Beyond there was a tiny forest with a few deer here and there. Most of the animals were there just for show. It was forbidden to hunt any of them. 2 servants opened the portal for me. The interior of the manor was just as luxurious as the outside. The walls were decorated with paintings of my mother's ancestors. From time to time, I saw a decorated knight's armor. The furniture was finely ornamented. What I most noted was the presence of light. Everything was illuminated. The main hallway had the roof made of crystal, and the other rooms were regular. They received their light from the open windows. I thought there was not a single remote spot in the house that did not have sunlight. As soon as I got inside, I was greeted by the Countess. She was a stern maiden, barely scraping her 50. She wore a black wig, makeup, and a flamboyant blue dress. She had a fan in one of her hands. When she saw me, she made a small curtsy. I responded in kind. This little joke of mine made her strike my head with her fan. She hit him. She smiled afterwards and she said, I see my daughter never bothered to teach you manners. She did. However, army life has a way of hardening a man. I responded, smiling back. She seemed annoyed at my response, judging by the way she was tapping her hand with her fan, like tick, 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 tick. She then added, that is no excuse. I met many soldiers who are refined. Frankly, I was not in the mood to argue with the old hag. I kneeled before her and I kissed her hand. To this gesture, she responded, much better. Afterwards, she gave me a brief tour of the house. When I asked her where my mother was, she said, my daughter's in the forest with Leo and Cleo. Thank you, Grandma, I answered and started running towards the forest. I could hear the old hag belly aching as I ran. To her, I was the most ill-mannered brat she had ever met. I never had too much patience for high-class pretensions and refinery. When I arrived through the forest, quote-unquote, I saw my mother having a picnic with her two small children. A table and chairs had been brought out for luncheon, and my mother was wearing a lovely blue dress very similar to the one worn by my grandmother. As for my brother, he too was dressing. He was wearing a blue shirt and black shorts with black shoes. 2 empty seats were reserved. Mother had her baby in a sort of baby stroller with high round wheels. The little girl wore a long white gown made of soft linen. She seemed to be sleeping. Beside the baby stood a wet nurse dressed in a simple white dress with an apron. Next to Mother, there was a butler pouring honeyed wine. When she saw me, she asked me to sit down, and we had a picnic together. Afterwards, I whispered to her, we have something to talk about. She led me to her bedchambers, and there we spoke. After musing, I figured it was best not to beat around the bushes. I said plainly, almost coldly to her, your husband is dead. She almost seemed to faint by the news. She sat on the bed and struggled to breathe. When she recovered from her shock, she started to cry most bitterly. I didn't know how to comfort her. When she was done crying, she hugged me to her chest. It had been a long time since she had held me that way, not since Leo had been born anyway. Afterwards, in a soft whisper, she said, tell me, how did he... No, I don't want to know. She released me after this last interchange. I left the room in silence. Time?
8 minutes.
By now the sun was setting, and I saw in a corner Leo smiling at me. He had the expression of a mischievous little imp. Giggling, he said, so you did kill the bastard. I sat in a couch before him and looked at him in the eye. I then responded in a casual fashion. I stabbed him once, though I was not the one who gave the finishing blow. He gave me a confused look, and he added in a sweet voice, I don't get it. What's there to get? You are free from his tyranny, I snapped back. This made him run away from me. He came back giggling and he added, I don't like sharing, Mama. You don't like sharing too, brother. You killed him because you hate sharing. Yet I share her with you. The response left Leo thoughtful. After 10 minutes of spacing out, he added, I guess if you share her with me, I can share her love with Cleo. Smiling, I added, you should do more than put up with Cleo. Why should I? Asked Leo. 'Cause you are her big brother. Plus, since that's gone, you will have to act like her father. I added, looking sternly at him. He gave his wicked smile again and he asked, like our father or like a good father? Do you even need to ask? I responded. Yes, to him, I said. Want me to take you on a piggyback ride? Smiling, Leo jumped on my back and locked his arms around my neck. He kicked my ribs and said, giddy up. I spent the rest of the day as my brother's horse. I hoped to find many imaginary battles against the maids and the servants. While running, we almost broke several expensive ornaments. The servants who observed our game took care to keep the entire manor from falling apart. By nightfall, my grandmother could not put up with any more with our games. She had us sit down before her and she started giving us a sewing lesson in the living room. She put it to sew, knit. In the living room, it had a fireplace and many cushioned couches to sit on. On the wall one wall was entirely paved with book cabinets or leisurely subjects. Parallel to it, there was a piano. Before the fireplace, there were many high windows opening to the garden. The fragrance of the flapping whenever a warm breeze would pass by it. The sewing was a tedious occupation, however it kept us from tearing down the house. After 2 hours of this, Leo said he wanted to go to sleep. A servant took him to his bed. I was left alone with my grandmother. She seemed very pensive, doing her needlework. The fire blazed and cracked before her eyes. Looking at me, she said, I wish to inquire upon your past. I only know what my mother said or what my daughter said of you. If you remember anything previous, it would be beneficial for you to acquiesce to my petition. I yawned in response. Do you remember anything about your real parents, were they highborn or lowborn? She asked, looking at me sternly. Disdainfully, I asked, putting down my needlework. Is status really that important to you? No. I just want to know the proper way I should address you, she said, not looking up from her work. It would not kill you to treat me like your grandson, I said, rising from my chair. Just because my daughter has taken a fancy to you does not make you family. Her next answer amused me a lot. To her, blood ties and rap meant everything. In a way, she was not so different than those isolated elves living in their high tower. I left her with her curiosity. That night, I spent it full of solitary dreams. Near the morning, I had a dream of my family. We were all holding hands and dancing in a circle. All the while, we sang our mother's lullaby. Eventually, we were discovered by a shepherd. When he saw this creepy thing, he screamed out before running away. Together, we ran deeper into the forest, giggling. During those days, we scared many shepherds with our favorite pastime. We knew that our ghostly appearance and our identical faces freaked people out. We used to spend many hours plotting ghostly encounters. I awoke when the sun rose, both here and in the real world and in the dream world. For the next week, my grandma did not give me a moment of peace. When my mother or Leo was not around, she would inquire into my past. Like any noble woman, she assumed that my silence stood for culpability. When mother was not around, she would treat me no different than a servant whelp. I decided to give her a brief account of my true parents. I said to her, my mother was a general. When she got bored of army life, she decided she would start helping others. As for my father, he was an ambassador. He met my mother during one of his trips. This answer satisfied my grandmother. She took a discerned truth from lies. Therefore, I knew I could not lie to her. Once she was satisfied to the purity of my blood, I became one of her clan. She started being more cordial with me. She always had a sweet, or a ring, or a tiny little present for me. My mother too noticed my grandmother change her attitude towards me. This helped ease my mother's suffering a little. Things went without a hitch until my last week there. My younger brother was enjoying himself a little too much with my presence. He grew rather pensive in the last week. On the fifth day, he came to me and he ordered, "Stay with me." I patted his small head and I said, "Sorry, someone has to work for a living." "You don't have to work. Grandma stands rich. You don't have to work," he said with tears rolling down his eyes. Smiling, I said, Leo, it seems we're only so simple." "Why do you have to go back?" Leo pleaded again. "Because I have to." "No, you don't. You can do whatever you want. If you like fighting so much, then become one of grandmother's knights. You can fight in the tournaments, or you can beat up the servants. Please, just don't go. I need you here," he cried again. "No need to worry, little brother. Even if we're apart, I will still find my way into your dreams," I said, hugging him. He pushed me back in disgust and he added, "If you leave, I will tell Mama that you killed our father." "Go ahead, tell her. Let's see if she believes you." I snapped back, losing my patience with the brat. I left him to have his tantrum alone. While leaving the room, I noticed that my grandmother was glaring at me again. The next day, she invited me to have tea with her alone. Time?
2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Naturally, I accepted her request. Most of the time, we spoke of pleasantries. She commented on the weather while I spoke of the flower. I knew at any moment she would pop the question. It was phrased as thus: "I wish to inquire on the pleasantries you exchanged with my grandson." There was nothing pleasant about our conversation, grandmother. Leo was just being very whining about me returning to the army, I said, sipping my tea. "The boy idolizes you so," she added while fanning herself. "Perhaps you would like to take up arms in my name." My hands are tied," I responded, crossing my hands as if they were tied by invisible ropes. Afterwards I added, maybe later. I still have some unfinished business in Veragerung. Once my business there is concluded, I will take you up on that offer. Pray to tell me about this business of yours. Perhaps I may lend you aid, she added with her usual disdain. It's one of those impossible tasks, I answered. Time?
Minute 30 seconds.
When she heard it, my grandmother started laughing. It was the first time I had seen her laugh since I met her. She laughed for quite a bit. I sternly ignored her. She then said, while still laughing, "You crazy boy, you must have a death wish or something." "Hardly. I am much attached to this flesh and bone," I responded, sinking back into my seat. "Boy, you are too serious," she said, laughing at me again. So I heard. I had the bad habit of prioritizing my mission so much that I drag others down with me. "So what is this I hear about you murdering Leo's father?" she asked. "I did not kill my stepfather, although I did try to kill him." My casual response shocked the old woman's sensitivity. She started reaching for her belt and then she stopped. Alright. Let's just end it here. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Arch's sister. And let me know what I want to be. And we're reading Saturnastra Marduke. This is chapter 10, part 2. "I did not kill my stepfather, although I did try to kill him." My casual response shocked the old lady's sensitivity. She started reaching for the bell, but then she stopped. Her eyes narrowed in a most wicked fashion. The oak had seemed very perturbed by my confession. While tapping her long withered fingers on her desk, she said, "Whatever possessed you to kill the man who gave you a home, who gave you a roof over your head, who gave you his sword?" I answered her question with another question. Why did my mother kill her first husband? After hearing my question, the old woman's face grew pale. It then turned red, and then green, and then back to white again. She held her hand over her heart. She seemed as if she might be having a heart attack. When her spasm passed, she said in a low hiss, Did your mother tell you, or was it one of her disgusting pig servants?" "Not really. I sort of pieced the story together over the years. My first clues were my mother's nightmares. My second clue was her evasive responses to my inquiries. In a way, her life told me everything that I needed to know." After I was done, I started leaving. Before she allowed me to depart, she said, "Let's never mention this conversation again, for your mother's sake." That night I dreamt of the sea. Over me I felt the ocean waves. The current directed my inner body across the ocean. From time to time a school of different colored fishes would pass by. At other times a dolphin or a shark would swim around me. They would quickly lose interest in me. I got tired of being lazily dragged by the current. I turned around and swam deep until I reached the coral reef. As I swam beneath the corals and plants and squid, I heard a beautiful melody. I swam towards the source and met my darling sister, the Astra. From her belly button down, she had the body of a fish. From her neck, she had gills to breathe underwater. She wore around her chest and arms ornaments made of corals and other underwater earth metal. Her hair had lovely blue-green color. Her eyes were red like two rubies. Her lips were handsomely big and blood red. She was a deep water mermaid. Her skin was pure white. As for her fish part, it was black with deep blue stripes. The color scheme reminded me of the blue-ringed angelfish. Appearance-wise, it had the form and texture of a dolphin's lower half. The thing that caught most my attention was her hand that had thin sheets of skin beneath each of the fingers, webbed hand. Mm-hmm. As for her ears, they had the appearance of a fish flappers. They had the same color as her lower half. She smiled and she said something I did not understand. Other than the melodies, it was impossible to discern words on the water. I made a sign to tell her that I did not understand her. Noticing this issue, we swam to the surface. When we reached the surface, I saw the sea's burning sun for the first time. I awoke right afterwards. In my last day, I spent it as Leo's little slave. He would have me play annoying repetitive games, or he would have me fetch things he did not really want. By noon, he had me collect beetles, and then he served them to me on a plate. 5 beetles, and then you ate these beetles! Frankly, that was the last straw. I gave him an angry look that made him flinch. Coward, he said, are you going to hit me? I do not see the point, I said this angrily as I left the dining table. Whining, he held onto my leg and to force me to stay put. Annoyed, I said, stop being a brat. While crocodile tears rolled down his cheeks, he said, stay with me, big brother. Will you stop being a brat? I said, stopping. I'll be good. Just stay with me forever. Don't leave me alone, he begged again. We'll see, I responded. Sis went peachy for the rest of the day. By night, I started packing. During this process, Leo entered my room. He saw that my packs were made. He gave me a cold grimace and then he departed. The next day before leaving, my mother detained my carriage. Her eyes were cold as ice. Knowing for what intention, I got out of the carriage. When she stood before me, she simply slapped me and departed without saying a word. That slap left a gaping hole in my heart. As I departed, I had a sinking feeling that she hated me. Things were never the same between me and my mother. Many a times it felt as if I was talking with a stranger. I started to resent her a little. Alright, that's the end of the chapter. Action. Is it rolling? Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the artist sister, and we're reading Saturnastra Marduke. This is the start of Chapter 11, Part 1, The Tower of Suberus. My military life dominated the rest of my existence. At times I felt as if I had forgotten something very important. There was something I was supposed to do, but I could no longer remember what it was. By the age of 16, I had participated in hundreds of campaigns. During the time, I got to appreciate Bersame's power. I also discovered the source of his strength. Whenever he was in a pinch, he drew strength from that opaque stone that he carried with him. The transfer of energy was imperceptible because it was neither magical nor spiritual. It was something else. Time and time again, I would start Bersame around to try to steal the stone. Even when we had his woman, he never removed the pendant. To make matters worse, it seemed to me that he rarely slept. The stone's power kept him awake all the time, or so I fancied. Once I saw him dozing off in his study. The stone awoke him the second I was 5 meters away from him. From time to time, I would test the range of the stone. I concluded that the stone activated whenever it perceived its wielder's life was in danger. His physical powers were just the tip of the iceberg. I discovered this in my last mission. This mission began like all the others. We all assembled in the training ground. As usual, Bersame briefed us on the specs of our mission. We were going to raid the Tower of Suberus. The reasons why Bersame wanted him dead are too long and tedious to explain. I simply wish to emphasize the fact that we were going to war for another stupid reason. According to spies, Suberus had 1,000 well-trained elemental mages serving under him. They were capable in their own respective field. Rumor had it that Suberus could call upon all the 12 demon races. He also fully mastered all of the 12 elements. To make matters worse, he also had the power over life and death. There was a good chance that we would not survive this trip. Bersame's plan was simple. We would surround the tower and kill everyone. For months, Bersame's scouts have been intercepting the tower's supply caravans. By now, they should be pretty starved and running low on spell components. After this briefing, we headed out. It was a week's journey away from Veragerung. The main tower was located in a high cliff overlooking the sea. At the base of the cliff was a ruined city. According to folklore, the tower was cursed. All its masters had died in a horrible fashion, and it seems that the new master was going to meet a similar fate. Over time, those who lived at the base of the tower had abandoned the city. That night we camped in the ruined town. All the houses had either 1 or 2 walls missing. Only a few still had their roofs. What they all had in common was the sand. The entire place was full of it. That day I wandered out of the city and went to the beach. It was the first time I had seen the majestic ocean outside of my dreams. The sea had a lovely scent of salt. I placed my hand on the sand and noticed that it was immaculate. There was not even a tiny pebble in the water. Looking about, I noticed that there was not a ship in sight. I sort of figured that it had to do with the ill repute of this accursed tower. I watched the sun set over the beach. Its steamy glow sank into the water, allowing for the golden moon to shine over the sea. That day, all 7 moons were present. The sky was opaque by their presence. It seemed like it was going to be a very auspicious night for someone. Time?
11 minutes.
I sat down on the sand and allowed it to fill up my armor. I was too relaxed to take the impending battle seriously. Slowly, the sounds of the waves started rocking me to sleep, and while I dozed off, I heard a padded movements approaching me. I kept pretending to be asleep. It got so close that I could hear its breathing. The presence dissipated into the wind. It seemed that it had changed its mind about killing me. When I was certain that it was gone, I checked the sand for footsteps. Only mine were visible in the darkness. Since it was getting late, I made my way back to camp in the darkness. Well, there was not too much darkness. The light shining from the moon left the ground pretty visible. When I got back, I saw that they were holding a funeral. Overnight, half the army had been wiped out by a death spell. Bergman did not seem too perturbed by the loss. He knew that death spells of this magnitude took weeks of preparation. So there was probably not going to be another one for quite a long time. Needless to say, we will not expect another massacre. After we buried the dead, Bergman said, "We rested enough. The longer we wait, the more chances we will give our enemies to cast another spell on us." Slowly, cautiously, we made our way into the tower. I left my surviving troops alone and went on ahead. Frankly, I wanted to venture into the tower alone. When we surrounded the tower, a cascade of demons rained down from the roof. As they came in, Bergman started striking them down. His troops too tried to fight them off. However, only the wounds perpetrated by Bergman were effective. He yelled at us, "Run for your life!" Only my axe had the power to slay these demons. Once again, our troops retreated. The demons did not follow them. They seemed hell-bent on killing Bergman once and for all. Unlike the others who fled out of fear of the demon, I stayed nearby. From time to time, a demon would try to strike me. I too would fight them, even if my sword failed to pierce the skin. Eventually, I too was surrounded. To survive, I was forced to call upon my true self. My shadow started emitting a blue flame. Twitching it rose from the ground and it stood on its feet. Quickly, it went from 2D to 3D. Its shadowy face cracked, revealing the face that I would have had I never had any contact with my mother. My true face was cold, disdainful. It had short, white, straight hair and lavender eyes. His face was feminine looking. His body was smaller than mine, and it did not have a hint of musculature. That form drew out of the shadow my true blade. At its start, the dark blade emitted a pure white light, until it became a holy sword. The demons stopped approaching when they saw its sacred light. We stood back to back, and we raised this blade, and I did the same. My sword too began to emit this light. In one clear voice, we said, "Mirror blade." Suddenly my movements became automated. I could barely follow the trace of the slashes I gave. In essence, I had become the shadow, and my shadow had become the master. My true self was terribly faster than the form I was currently inhabiting. Our fast movements This movement was so fast that my eyes could barely follow. I knew I moved swiftly because I felt the strains of my muscles. Effortlessly, my true form would dodge the attacks of the demon. He also had the habit of giving unnaturally high jumps whenever he slashed a flying demon. I felt the worst strains whenever he sliced the solid earth demons. Their bodies seemed to be made of diamonds. In one swing, he would effortlessly slice them. Since I was now the shadow of my shadow, I was forced to mimic him as well. I felt my ribs cracking after the first swing. After 5 minutes of fighting like this, I felt as if my heart was about to burst. Luckily, the battle ended before I suffered any serious damage to this current body of mine. After my short battle ended, my true form put away our sword. Like a mask, the darkness grew around my true face. He sank back to the ground, and he became a normal shadow again. Much to my surprise, I saw that Bergman was allowing the demons to strike him. They would pierce his flesh and bite on his bone. He seemed intrigued. shriek by my little mirror blade. Suddenly he remembered that he was being devoured by demons. He held his hand around his amulet and he spoke words of magic. While he spoke those words, his wood and even his armor recuperated. Time?
6 minutes.
Soon the entire battalion of demons went back to whence they came. Bersamet walked up to me and he said, I knew you were magic. I answered back, hardly. Mirror blade is a technique that compensates for the skill which I like. Hearing this, he kneeled down and he patted my shadow. He then said to it, so I guess you're the one who is magic. I know my shadow responded. Only a fool speaks with a shadow. I then added, sorry to disappoint you, Bertrand, but it's nothing magical or supernatural on my shadow. Care to explain, he demanded. It's hard to explain. Even I don't understand how it works. All I know is that I can use my shadow very efficiently. I then added, smirking, when you going to slay a pesky little mage? Oh, I forgot it, he said, laughing in the darkness. He coughed a little and he added, I hope no one saw me cast that spell. Your secret is safe with me, as long as you keep quiet about my mirror blade, I answered. Bersamet mused a little and then he said, I could simply kill you. The dead are known to be as silent as the grave. I interrupted him by saying, they are silent for those that refuse to listen. Point taken. Patting his bloody axe. Acha.
Gotcha.
Bloody
Yeah, I was like, wait, what?
You know the thing he used to chop wood.
Okay.
He's wood chopper. Patting his wood, his bloody wood chopper.
Okay.
He said, I decided to make use of you a little longer. Go and fetch the others. Tell them I took care of the scary demons. In the meantime, I will go on ahead. Time?
4 minutes and 50 seconds.
While he climbed up the tower, I quietly followed along. I sent my true form in disguise as me to inform the others. Since I was trailing behind Bersamet, there would be no one to notice that I did not have a shadow. Before I continue, I wanted to explain something about my shadow and my true self. This human flesh and body I wear is a restraint. I cannot be in my true form because I'm on a mission. I cannot drop my mask until... What was I supposed to do? Anyhow, the mirror blade works like this. Normally you see a person fighting. Via a mirror blade, you can tap into the person's shadow and mimic their fighting pattern. This move can only be performed by your shade. By releasing control to your shadow, you can duplicate this fighting skill. It all sounds fine and dandy, except when your body starts breaking down. At most, I can only use my mirror blade in my human body for 5 minutes. The interior of the main cell was silent. All over the place we saw dead apprentices. It seemed as if the army of demons was their final gambit. From time to time, magical traps would activate. Whenever there were ice spikes, rocks, boulders, vines, etc., Bersamet's amulet would dissipate its effect. It seemed to cast its own sort of anti-magic aura that eroded the spells around him. Each time he ran into a dead apprentice, Bersamet gave a sad sigh. He was very disappointed at not finding anyone to kill. He checked room by room. In all of them, they seemed to have either starved or died from spell exhaustion. In the second to last level, we saw 2 mages in midst of spellcasting. When they saw Bersamet enter, they switched to swifter, less complicated magic. They simply slowed down Bersamet. One by one, he decapitated them with his executioner's axe. Others were simply sliced in half and left to rot in the ground. The luckier ones died instantaneously when their heads were split in half. When he was done with his macabre work, he made his way upstairs. I waited a bit before following. I was interested in the runes painted on the floor and the walls and the roof. The room had 2 wide open windows. One faced the sea and the other the ruined town. I did not linger in this room for very long. I was curious to see how this affair might end. The final staircase was held up by columns. It allowed for you to see outside the tower, in the darkness. I noticed my true self climbing out the wall of the tower. It afterward assumed the position of my shade. By now I saw Bersamet standing before the door. He seemed a bit hesitant to open it. The second he did, a giant serpent mouth leaped out. With all his strength, Bersamet held back the beast with his bare hands. The beast was so huge that it was pushing him down the staircase. He then placed his foot at the base of the serpent's mouth. This freed one of his hands to grab his axe. Woodchopper! which he used to cut the serpent's face in half. The snake went limp for a moment, and then his head sliced in half, turned into two heads. I heard him yell, "Damn, I hate hydras." The newly revived twin-headed snake started wrapping around the columns. Bertha climbed towards the roof. Since I was still in the staircase, I did not see much of the battle. Suddenly, the pieces of the snake started raining down. Apparently, he had chopped them into tons of little pieces. I saw him climb down off the roof, and all the while he kept chopping at the giant snake. Needless to say, he made sushi out of a hydra before he had a chance to grow any more heads. In a dark mage study, I heard a moan followed by a quick throwing of magic words. The mage hiding within was saying them so quickly that I couldn't discern one word from another. Bertha too heard the voice coming within. He ran into the darkness, and suddenly the entire room was aglow with a sacred light. I saw within Bertha pinned to the floor, the holy that rained sacred light upon him that was ripping his body and armor to shreds. Time?
30 seconds.
Alright, we'll continue this adventure later. Bye, love, and God bless.
Your life.
Is right?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Arce sister, and we're reading Saturnastra Marduke. This is chapter 11, part 2. From his amulet emanated darkness that covered him whole. The dark flame then spread towards the mage in the darkness. From the outside, I saw the mage's staff radiating sacred light. It drove away Bertham's darkness. The light suddenly turned to red flames. The entire top floor became a complete inferno. From the ground, flame demons started grabbing onto Bertham's body. Laughing, he said to the mage, "Demons, please. I eat demons for breakfast." After he said that, he breathed in and he breathed out a gust of wind that turned off the flames. I saw him standing before the mage, smiling. He licked his lips as if he was savoring the kill. In the corner of the room, I saw a brown man standing before him. He wore dark robes decorated with golden stars. The hands that held the staff were delicate, like those of a maiden. His face was hidden beneath his hood. I found it interesting that he wore no belts or pouches that contained magical ingredients. It was a real wonder how the hell he was casting his magic. The mage too did not seem afraid of Berthaman. In a low whisper he said, "I truly do abhor violence. If only those fools had not... alas, it matters not. I suppose I better step up my game." Berthaman raised his axe and he tried to slice the mage in half. A magical shield kept Berthaman from striking the mage. Berthaman said words of magic and pressed his body weight against the shield. The barrier suddenly swallowed Berthaman's axe and returned the slash back at him. This made the mage give a triumphant laugh. Berthaman's clumsiness had caused him to slice himself in half. The blood that fell on the axe seemed to be eroding it. Cursing his luck, Berthaman called upon his power crystal to heal his wounds. The mage too saw this and he said, "So that's how you do it." The mage struck the floor with his staff and made vines and plants sprout. The vines started attacking Berthaman. With what remained of his axe, Berthaman started hacking away at the vegetation. All the while the mage directed them towards the vegetation towards the necklace. Suddenly the necklace's chain broke, sending the power stone flying. Berthaman's face looked horrified. He leaped towards it and he swallowed the stone with chain and all. He then growled at the mage and smashed the floor with his axe. This brought the entire last floor down with him. The mage was protected by a shield, however the uneven ground caused him to lose his balance and fall as well. I too was crushed by the debris. Luck would have it that the mage landed beside me. His shield kept us both from being crushed. When he saw me, he raised his staff to strike me down. Quickly I said to him, "Relax, I'm just here watching the show." His attention was quickly diverted back to Berthaman, who leaped at him from within the rubble. With both hands he started squeezing the shield. Eventually his brute strength caused the magic barrier to break. As soon as he broke, the mage stabbed Berthaman in the chest, using the pointy crystal of his staff like a spear. When he made contact, he said a magic word that caused his staff to emit lightning, a lightning beam that passed right through Bersamin. The tragedy was that the mage had missed the location of the power crystal. Panic had made him forget that the crystal was probably in Bersamin's stomach and not in his heart. Cursing his luck, the mage leaped off the tower. He started gently gliding down. Not caring much for gravity, Bersamin jumped after him. The mage saw the giant man falling over him. The mage negated his flow spell and shot from his staff a green smog towards Bersamin. Bersamin, coughing blood, ignored the spell's effect. The mage's final gambit was another death spell. The god of death Astra manifested. In the darkness, all I saw was a black, shadowy creature. It reached up Bersamin and then suddenly it vanished. Bersamin fell towards the mage and held them with both his hands against the floor. The mage casted several shield spells that slowed down both their falls. He did not crash into the ground, however he was within Bersamin's grip. I went down the tower to see the conclusion of the battle. Much to my surprise, Bersamin had not ripped the mage limb from limb. The hood had fallen off. The mage had the same face of the beautiful lady of the fifth tower. Like her, his hair was silvery white. Well, it was more of a very light blonde. His large, frightened eyes were honey colored. His staff lay lifeless on the ground beside him. Half the crystal was melted off for reasons I came to understand later. As for Bersamin, he seemed to be trembling at his presence. His eyes stared madly into the mage's face. From his lips escaped the word Libra. So yeah, the mage looks like that chick he likes. So that's why he didn't butcher him. Yeah?
Yeah.
We understand?
Yeah.
The mage saw his chance to escape. He broke free from Bersamin's limb grip and started running. Seeing that his death spell had failed and had taken all the fight out of him. He tried running down the slope, but the army had the region surrounded. Suddenly Bersamin broke from his stupor. He grabbed the mage by the hair to keep him from fleeing. This made the mage give a pitiful scream. Bersamin yanked his head and he made the mage face him. The mage stood still like a frightened deer. With his other hand, he ripped the front of the mage's robes. Beneath the moonlight, Bersamin saw the mage's delicate but definitely masculine chest. This made him roar in anger and frustration. Fearing the worst, two large tears escaped the mage's eyes. Once again, Bersamin looked into the face of the mage, this time very closely. All the while, the mage tried unsuccessfully to repair the tattered pieces of his robes. Afterwards, Bersamin said to himself, Perhaps your face is a coincidence, but I'm still not convinced. He then released the mage, who sank to his knees trembling. He placed his hood over his head and started sobbing. Over the horizon, I saw the sunrise. By now, Bersamin's army had arrived. All in all, they leered and taunted the poor mage. Marduke walked towards Bersamin and he asked, Do you want to kill him, or shall we do the honors? Licking her lips, Belladonna added, It would be a pity to waste such a rare specimen. Bruno responded, Let's just kill him before he casts another death spell. Belladonna answered, Relax, death spells only work at night. The stupid conversation went back and forth among the ranks. Each had their own plans regarding the poor unfortunate mage. Some wanted to make use of his knowledge. Oh yeah, the time?
Oh, you still got like 7 minutes.
Others simply wanted him dead. Others wanted to sire him to get more magical blood into the berserker line. While this conversation went on, Bersamin mused to himself. Eventually he said to the others, Give me some ropes and something to gag the mage. One of the soldiers gave him the items he requested. While he bounded the mage, I said to him, I think that it's a bit unnecessary. The fight seems to have gone out of him. Bersamin ignored me. Once he was done, he carried the mage under his arm. On this ill note, we departed back to Veragerung on horseback. The mage rode in the same horse as Bersamin. Propped up front, Bersamin held onto him with one hand while he took the reins of his horse with the other. Whenever we would stop to eat, Bersamin would order me to feed his new pet mage. The poor Magus barely ate anything. anything during that week. Most of the time he simply slept. When we returned home, the entire city greeted us. They also took time to laugh and jeer at the prisoner. The fact that he was alive and that he rode with Bersame gave the citizen much food for thought. Eventually, Bersame entered his star palace. He dismissed everyone and he entered the Hall of Mirrors with his captive. He later moved his throne and opened the passageway to the fifth tower. Noticing that I was still shadowing him, he said to me, "For now, you are forbidden from entering the fifth tower. For the rest of the day, I sat in the Hall of Mirrors waiting for Bersame to return. Twice I tried to open the passageway. Apparently, Bersame had a way of completely sealing the passage from within. After 5 hours of waiting, I saw him messing with the robes of the mage. An hour later, he returned with a series of new outfits tied up in a neat bundle. By nightfall, he had not returned. I gave up on waiting and then returned to my room. I bathed and put on my nightgown. I fell asleep immediately. Up until now, I had not realized that my entire body was in pain. I was too preoccupied with the mage to notice my own wounds. The next day, I went to Veragerung, who treated my fractured wrist, my sprained ankles, and my cracked ribs. The rest of the day, I spent it resting. Apparently, while I slept, Bersame had returned to the castle. He went on with his daily routines as if nothing had happened. From time to time, his eyes would turn a thoughtful green. What mostly perturbed me was the change of attitude of the other berserker. Most either whispered when they saw me or avoided my gaze. Even my own men behaved strangely toward me. From time to time, one would give a nervous laugh. By the end of the day, I found out what made them so uneasy. Alright, this is another chapter. Bye bye and God bless. Alright, the number's going up. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Art's sister, and we're continuing with Saturnastra Marduke. This is the start of chapter 12, Captivity. Around noon, Bersame summoned me to the House of Mirrors. He was going to brief me on my new assignment. As I was going up the stairs, I saw Bruno by the door. He had a small package for me. He handed me the package and he said, "Take this and run." Opening the package, I saw a small case of provisions and a bag full of coin. Perplexed and angry, I said, "You just want me to run away? I can't say much, but after today we are to kill you on sight." He tried to drag me down the stairs and he added, "There's a horse just below that breeds that leads out the city. Take it and get out of here and don't ever come back." "Do you remember when I asked you if you will face Bersame at my behest?" I asked him, smiling. "Why do you think I'm helping you? He will kill me for sure when he finds out that I'm helping you escape," he said, urging me on. "There's no reason for you to panic. Bersame is just curious about me, that is all. Once he gets over his curiosity, things will go back to normal. And besides, the king has a pendant that I need to destroy. The pendant has the essence of something dangerous. I can't say more. For now, I want you to take care of the others." Resigned, I went to the Hall of Mirrors. There I waited Bersame with all the elders assembled. They were all completely armed as if ready for a showdown. As I walked towards the throne, I noticed that behind each column hid someone with a bow and arrow. Seated at the throne, there was Bersame. Once again, he was wearing the Power Stone necklace. I smiled to see it outside once again. I found it hilarious to see how Bersame had recovered his precious little Power Stone from within himself. As for the rest of him, he was...
Did he poop it?
That's a joke.
Okay.
Well, he could either poop it or puke it. Your choice. And it's ambiguous. Whatever. Or he pulled it out by putting his hand and go like, "Kah!"
I think he pooped it. Because
Yeah.
you didn't mention that it was melted.
That was smelly. He was wearing a kingly outfit, not his usual armor. He wore a red velvet cape held together by two medallions hinged on his shirt. Below it was a fine embroidered attire too extravagant to go into details. As for me, I was but ready with my weapons and my armor. When I got close enough to the throne, Bersamin made a gesture for me to start walking. In a low, deep voice, he asked, "Are you ready for your next assignment?" "I am as ready as I'll ever be," I responded. Smiling benevolently, he said, "This is going to be a pretty laid-back job. I want you to play babysitter to my pet mage. I can't spend all my time keeping an eye on him. And while I'm away, you are responsible for his well-being." "Is that all?" I asked. "There is one more thing," added Bersamin. "I want you to live in the 5th tower from now on. It will make your guard duties all the easier. During your stay, all your needs will be provided for. Twice a day, I will bring food for you and the maid, in addition to other things you might request. I will also make certain that you receive the correspondence from your family." "How kind of you," I said sardonically. Bersamin clasped his hands together and he said, "Well, get to it." He moved his throne and he left the path over for me. After I entered, he closed the door behind me. Overnight, Bersamin had made a lot of modifications to the passageway. Now the road was lit by torches. When I arrived at the tower, I was surprised to see a lot of newly planted fruiting trees and flowers. Even some of the statues of the Tower of Libra had flowers planted in their hands. Everything looked lively and habitable. I gazed up at the open roof of this cave and saw that many of the rocks had been removed. This allowed for more sunlight to enter the cave. I was surprised to see how much constructive energy Bersamin had when he was in a good mood. He had made all these modifications over the course of a couple of days. When I got bored of looking at the newly planted garden, I entered the tower. Everything had been scrubbed top to bottom. There was not a speck of dust anywhere. As a matter of fact, the floor emitted a faint lavender smell. The entire staircase was lit by torches placed in the female columns that adorned the walls. All the rooms in the bottom levels were locked. The one below Bersamin's study was wide open. When I entered, I saw that the old bedroom had been relocated there. Furniture and all were placed within. Even the position of my things had been matched to the letter. This greatly perturbed and amused me. There was even a few things that were not there before. The first was an extra mini room. When I opened the door, it had a large tub. On the wall there were two levers. When I pulled one, hot water fell on my head. The heat made me jump back. When the lever was released, it went back to its original position. The water stopped falling afterwards. I tried the other lever, and this brought cold water from the mountains. I mused a little at this ingenious indoor plumbing. Beside the standing room, there was something like an ivory seat with a hole that led somewhere. At least toilets had not changed much. The next thing that was not there was a stove and a storage full of supplies. It was a good thing that Bersamin had promised his prisoners 3 solid meals a day. Although I was not too certain if I wanted to eat whatever he brought up. It could be poison. When I got bored of surveying my bedroom, I opened the chest at the foot of my bed and placed my armor inside. As for my cape, I stretched it out over the bed. On the stands on the walls, I placed my stepfather's claymore, my mother's bow, my daggers, and my 2 longswords. Once I was disarmed, I showered and changed into a less threatening attire. I wore some white robes that I had obtained during the raids of the Elven City. The robes came with a white hood. The hood, the sleeves, and the bottom of the robes were embroidered with golden leaves. I like this robe because it looked a lot like the old robes that I used to wear when I was small. Time?
8 minutes.
For nostalgia purposes, I did not wear any shoes. I didn't see a need to. The floor was very clean. I sat before the mirror and I noticed that my hair was getting a bit long again. It went as far as my neck. I was considering cutting it, however, I figured that it was pointless if my army life was over. I mused a little before the mirror. Frankly, I was not too excited about my new jailer duties. Behind my reflection, I could see the freshly lighted fireplace burning. I stared at it long and imagined that I was my true self within it. I then rose from my seat and I went up the last flight of stairs. The door to Bersamin's room was closed. It had a key on the clock. I turned the key and went within. Everything looked the same as before, except that it was clean, like the rest of the tower. The desk had no odd pieces of paper within the floor. Instead, it had in a corner some clean sheets, an inkwell, and a single feather. The books on the walls too had been dusted. There was one additional thing. Beside the bed, there were two new pieces of furniture. One was a nightstand with a lighted candle. The other was a vanity drawer with a mirror. As for the bed, its newer curtains were closed. I lifted one and peeped inside. In the near darkness created by those curtains, I saw a figure resting on one side of the bed. The figure was sleeping in a fetus position. It rested its head on one of the pillows. I opened the curtain more and saw that it was the mage sleeping within. He was wearing robes identical to mine. It seemed the Bersamer too had a flavor for elven fabrics. The mage seemed to be sleeping. His breathing was relaxing and regular. One of the hands that showed had the marks of the robes. I closed the curtains and allowed him to sleep some more. While he slept, I started looking through Bersamer's library. The first book that I got, I threw it out the window. It magically appeared right in its original spot. I threw the book out the window and then it manifested back where it should be. I also tried throwing the book into the fireplace, with similar results. Bersamer took very good care of his literature. Just to be certain, I ripped out one of the pages and it regenerated on the spot. I read through the books. Most contain a lot of magical or stories about magic. Oh yeah, the thing?
5 minutes, 30 seconds.
A random Bersamer came with 2 trays of food. He saw me reading one of his books while sitting on the sofa. He smiled and asked, "Found anything useful?" I closed the book and said, "Hardly." He placed both trays on his desk and then he looked inside his bed. Seeing the mage was still asleep, he diverted his attention to me. Perplexed, he asked, "How long does he plan to pretend to be asleep?" "Until you leave, perhaps," I responded. He growled in anger and he said, "What? I did not even touch him. I was a complete gentleman, cleaning the tower and decorating. Why is he so afraid of me?" Grinning, I said, "Is that a rhetorical question? Or did you forget that you just bullshit all of his apprentices?" Right, pardon me," he said, looking in the direction of the bed. Had I only known what he looked like, I might have been inclined to show a bit of restraint. "It's a bit too late for that, don't you think?" I said to Bersamer before opening the book again. I then added, "What's for lunch?" "One tray has lime chicken, bread, corn, rice, and beef. The other has rabbit soup, bread, and some strawberries. You'll be eating the chicken. The soup is for the mage." He then went to one of the bookcases and got from the top a wine bottle and 2 goblets. Dusting off the bottle, he said, "It is a bit old, but the fact that it's older means that it tastes better." He placed the bottle and the goblets on the table, and then he departed. He returned a second later, saying, "I almost forgot." He drew from his pocket a very long chain. Time?
3 minutes, 30 seconds.
At the end of it, it had a small golden pendant. He tied the chain around the waist of one of the roof female statues. This left the pendant hovering over our heads. He swayed the pendant to have it go back and forth. He left the room right afterwards. At first, I was a bit curious about the nature of the pendant. Its rhythmic movements were a bit hypnotizing. After the first impulse, it did not slow down. I got bored of looking at the pendant. Hunger was setting in. At first, I was not certain about the food. I got small fragments of each of my food and went towards the mirror. My true self manifested from within the mirror. He reached out to the foods I offered and he tasted it. In a small whisper, he said, "It's not poison." With this endorsement, I ate my fill sitting before the mirror. When I was done, I brought the mage his lunch to my mirror for him. My reflection said, "Get rid of the bread and the strawberries." In a low whisper, I said to him, "Are they poison?" "No, but they have a low narcotic. With the food, it should kick in late at night." After he said this, I threw the bread and the strawberries to the fireplace. When I was certain that they were burning, I returned to the mage's bedside. I lifted the curtain and saw that he had not moved. I gently shook his shoulder and I said to him in a soft whisper, "Lunch is served." The mage recoiled at my touch. He fled to the other side of the bed, away from me. I opened the curtain wide enough so that the light would illuminate my face. Recognizing me, he sat on the bedside before me. I placed on his lap the bowl of soup and a spoon. With disdain, he grabbed the spoon and stirred the contents of his meal. He lifted the spoon and had me taste it. Seeing his friend of mine, the second that I drank the soup, I started coughing. I grabbed my throat and I fell to the floor. Looking up, I saw the mage looking at my death bag with spiteful eyes. I said mockingly, "Where's the love?" He gave a low pout in response. He waited a minute to see if I was truly dead or just drugged or insane. Afterwards, he ate his soup very quickly. Time?
1 minute, 18 seconds.
When he was done, he handed me the bowl and he went back to sleep. Seeing his lazy intention, I said to him, "You are not very interesting for a mage." He turned his back to me in response. Pointing to the books, I said, "Don't you want to read something? Bertram is a big collector of magic lore, spare books, and even mages. You could learn something."
45 seconds.
Alright, let's just end it right here. Bye-bye. Alright, doing the same?
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Elsie sister, and we're reading Saturnastra, Marduke, Chapter 12, Part 2. Never mind the number I'm holding up. As for stuff. The mage waved his hand in negation. I then walked to the center of the room and pointed to the pendant. I asked him, "Do you know what this pendant does?" I heard the mage stirring in his bed. He reared his head outside the curtain. When he saw the pendant, he stared at it. He began to glare at it. He then went back to the bed. Whatever the pendant did, it meant bad news for him. For a while, I stared at the pendant again. When my gaze departed from it, I noticed the untouched wine bottle. I took it in a goblet to the mirror and had my true phone examine it. My true phone said that the wine bottle was safe. I uncorked the bottle and poured some in the goblet. I sat beside the bedside again. Smelling it a little, I said to the mage, "I hear that mages have a thing for wine. Do you want some?" I heard the mago stirring from within. He opened the curtain and he looked at the goblet, and he took the goblet from my hand. Like before, he told me to drink first. On this occasion, I refused. Forgive me, boy. My kind does not drink wine, or alcohol for that matter. The mage gave me an evil glare and he returned the goblet to me. He went back inside the bed to sleep some more. Sighing, I left the goblet and the wine bottle in place. Once again, I took to look into Bertham's library. When night was falling, I saw from the star window Bertham approaching. I said to the mage, "He comes." This time I heard a low groan in response. Much to my surprise, the mage quickly got out of bed. He drank the entire wine bottle in one fell swoop. Drinking its contents quickly made the mage quite jovial. He started giving a low laughter. I could hear Bertham's footsteps approaching. When we saw Bertham in the last staircase, the mage went inside the bed. Where Bertham entered, he had a parcel beneath his arm. He unfolded it on the table, revealing surgical equipment. Fresh blood was still on them. When I saw this, it made me exclaim, "Are you insane?" Like, he brought a bunch of weird torture devices, freshly used, and laid them out on the table.
A la serial killer.
Yeah, that's serial killer. He had just serial killed a poor person. Maybe. When I saw this, it made me exclaim, "Are you insane?" This exclamation seemed to rouse Bertham from his inner thoughts. Mumbling a little, he said, "What are you doing here?" In response, I said, "You locked the door behind you, you stupid fool. I had to spend the entire day reading your books and talking to your passive-aggressive mage. Sorry, my bad. My mind has been..." That's a piece of paper.
Huh?
I had a piece of paper in my hand.
Alright.
I'm sorry, my bad. My mind has been elsewhere lately. Oh yeah, the number's dropping?
Yeah, 11.
Bertham did speak the truth. His eyes had a vacant They seemed to be staring at something we could not see. Pointing at the surgical equipment, I asked, "Are they for me or for the mage?" Flushing a little, he said, "These. I had just finished an interrogation." He looked at the equipment and added, "I have really been distracted lately." After saying this, he rolled up the parcel and he gave it to me. He added, "Give this back to Belladonna, would you?" I gave them back to him and I added, "Sorry, sir, but you ordered me to keep an eye on the mage. I cannot do this if you send me away." His eyes went red for a second and then returned to white again. He looked back at the parcel and said, "Sorry, I forgot. Just leave them on the desk. I will take them back with me tomorrow. For now, go to bed." I left the room very anxious. I did not close the door completely. Worried, I hurried to my room and came back with my dagger. From my sleep, I saw Bersame drag the mage out of the bed. Since he was dead drunk, the mage was very docile. He even laughed a little. Bersame was delighted to see his good humor. In a gentle voice, he said to the Magus, "Did you have a good sleep, my darling Libra?" Mockingly, the mage mimicked Bersame's lovey-dovey tone and he responded, "Yes, my darling." Though soft and gentle, the mage had a man's voice. Hearing his manly voice sent Bersame in a fury. He dragged the mage by the hair and he threw him on the table. He opened his surgical parcel and he added, "How dare you, how dare you? A man like you shouldn't have my darling's face." With his big hand, he pressed the mage's face against the table. All the while, the mage frantically flailed around trying to escape. With the other hand, Bersame reached for the operating knife, like he was gonna rip his face off. Before he did, I started stabbing Bersame with my knife. I stabbed his back, the arm, and the arm that held the knife. This time made him drop the surgical knife. After the fifth stab, his blood in my knife made a faint spark, as if it was charged with electricity. Once again, I made another pass at Bersame. However, the knife disintegrated in my hand. Only the blood droplets that had fallen on the knife remained. They still sparkled a bit on the floor. This strange occurrence distracted me from my foe for a second. Bersame's fist struck me square in the face. I blacked out after the first punch. Afterwards, I felt a rain of blows falling over me. I truly thought that my human body was going to die. However, suddenly the blows stopped. From a great distance, I could hear a terrified voice saying, "Stop, I'll do whatever you want." Bersame's voice asked, "Whatever I want?" The voice said nothing. The last thing I remember was a triumphant laugh. It seemed to keep echoing on. In this unconscious state, I felt myself sinking deeper and deeper. Time?
8 minutes.
I felt as if a bottomless pit beckoned me forward. Before I reached the bottom, I felt my body tenderly lifted. Around me, my siblings were breathing new life into my dead body. When I awoke, I found that I could not see from one of my eyes. From the eye that I could see from, I saw the mage watching over me. His eyes were low, and his hands held in a way that made it seem as if he was praying. I thought I heard the words of magic. I could feel the pain subsiding over my body. Behind me, and I saw Bersame looming over the Magus. He seemed enchanted by the mage's soft words. Eventually, I felt all my pains go away. I tried to rise, however, the mage bade me to rest. Once again, he resumed his chanting. However, it did nothing to heal my left eye. Eventually, I heard the mage sigh in resignation. Bersame gently stroked the mage's long hair, and he said, "Don't be disappointed, my dear. I did give him a good whipping." The mage went perfectly still while Bersame petted his hair. He gave the mage a warm smile and then departed. When he left the room, the mage gave a sigh of relief. In a soft whisper, he said, "Forgive me. I could not hear your eye. All I managed was to restore the fabric of the tissue. You will never be able to see from it." Seeing my distress, the mage fetched me some water to drink. I drank it with pleasure. In a soft whisper, he said, "My name is Cyrano. It is a pity that we had to meet under such unfortunate circumstances, Marduke." Smiling, I said, I thought your name was Suberus." He gave a pitiful look and he added, "The tower is called Suberus." Nodding my head, I said, "Why do you live on that cursed tower?" I was never the kind of man who hated silly superstition. When I first arrived, there was not a hint of a spell, a curse, demon, or spirit. It seemed like an ordinary abandoned tower, considering how things ended up. I wish I had never stepped foot in that place. ¿Ya está?
6 minutes.
After he said this, a single tear rolled down his cheek. I asked Ivano, did he hurt you? Bitterly he said, no, but the fear of impending doom is killing me. What does he want? He wants me to teach him magic, and he wants to court me. He wants me to act like his dead lover Libra. Just the thought of him being near me nauseates me, and I'm afraid that he's going to kill me on the night he decides to consummate our union. Indeed, Sivano did look as if he might throw up. Smiling, I said to him, is that all? Look, just teach him the same way you would teach one of your apprentices, and as for the courtship, just play hard to get. Until doomsday, and in the meantime, I will find a way to get us out of here. The prospect of an escape seemed to lighten Sivano's mood. After a brief interchange, Sivano made supper for me, using the ingredients in my room. The broth felt good when it entered my stomach. I was still very weak from the beating. After we ate, Sivano rose and he whispered, you know, I never taught anything to my apprentices. Laughing, I said, I know, my father too teaches the same thing to his apprentices. That night I had many restless dreams. Bersame had what remained of the Libra abandoned. Even in her weakened state, she was still very dangerous, for she could empower and even influence the king. It seemed that my only option was to destroy Libra, my only option to defeat Libra was to get through Bersame. Alright, this is the end of the chapter. Bye bye and God bless.
Part of your life.
Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Art's sister, and we're reading Saturnastra, Marduke. This is chapter 13, part 1. The Libra lookalike. I convinced Sivano to teach Bersame some magic. Sivano figured that if he kept Bersame's mind busy, the king's body would not desire anything else. In the first 6 months, for 2 hours a day, he had Bersame learn the grammar of spellcasting. He made a lot of emphasis on spelling and pronunciation. Afterwards, he made Bersame learn new and more obscure character. Most of the time, he had Bersame practice his calligraphy. He made a big fuss whenever Bersame's G's started looking like J's. He wasted a lot of time with this busy work. He did offer to teach me some real magic, however I declined. I knew from early experience that I did not have the talent for magic. Those 6 months went pleasantly by. Bersame became enamored with the idea that Libra had reincarnated as a man. Libra was not dead, therefore she could not reincarnate. She was only hiding in the form of an unassuming stone. I've been taking correspondence with my family as usual. I also started to write to my mother daily again. I omitted the fact that I was of my captivity. Aside from writing to my family, I would scout the grounds. I would only do this whenever I seen that Bersame had gone on a long trip. I checked behind the waterfall, inside the trail, and even the main entrance that led to the hollow mirror. How Bersame opened the passageway to the 5th tower was still a mystery to me. The only exit available seemed to be the sky. Even if I somehow managed to climb to the top, I would still have to pass through Veragerung to escape. The only other option was to climb the mountain. We were trapped, for the time being. After 6 months, Sivano came into my room very perturbed. When he arrived, I was in the middle of answering my correspondence. Turning around, I saw that he was carrying a bouquet of flowers. Seeing them, I said to him, "For me, you shouldn't have." I know he struck my head with the bouquet once. After the first blow, I saw a tiny note fall from the bouquet. I picked it up and read, "To my darling Libra, per the Berserker rules, I sent this bouquet of flowers to mark the beginning of my courtship. Thinking of you always, Bersame."
That's not a good sign.
Sivano gave a low moan. Amused, I said, I am amazed that you kept the flowers. I figured that you would have thrown them into the fire. Unlike you, I do not have a death wish, he snapped back. He started pacing around the room from corner to corner. It was a nervous habit he had developed after his first month of captivity. Relax, relax, I said, getting up. Don't tell me to relax. I am tired of this place. I am tired of this tower. I miss my home by the sea. Whenever I look out the window, all I see are stones. They are a constant reminder that I am a prisoner. You know what is the worst torture? It is that damn pendulum. It has me crippled. I am a mage without magic, without a staff. And where are my books? Probably another bastard has moved into my tower thinking that I'm dead. After this outburst, he went on one of his usual tantrums. The first time he had such an outburst, he started trashing my room. Fearing that he might injure himself, I restrained his fragile body. I would soothe him the same way that my mother would soothe me when I was a small child. I would hug him and stroke his hair. All the while I would say comforting words. Eventually he would break down into tears and fall into a deep sleep. Throughout these last 6 months, Sivano had experienced full outbursts. He kept his emotions under control in the presence of Bersame. That day, Bersame entered my room during one of his little fits. Sivano stopped his crying and his whining the second he saw Bersame. He pushed me away and he sat at the edge of my bed. It was the farthest place in the room away from Bersame. Perplexed, Bersame asked, "What is all this commotion?" Not looking at him, Sivano answered, "Nothing." Bersame walked over to Sivano and he sat by his side. Putting his massive arm around Sivano's thin shoulder, he said suddenly, "You know, I don't like it when people don't look at me in the eye." I saw Sivano clench his fragile hands beneath his robe.
Where is this going?
What's wrong with you?
Okay, gone.
It took all of his strength to look at Bersame in the face. Smiling, Bersame lowered Sivano's hood to get a better look at his face. Afterward, he said, "I don't know why mages insist on wearing these silly little hoods. They offer no protection." Coldly, Sivano said, "We wear hoods out of respect for the gods that granted us our powers. They are a constant reminder that without the gods, we are nothing." This statement left Bersame rather thoughtful. His eyes had a pale, misty color to them. He lowered Sivano's hood again and he added, "I never would have imagined, so the hoods are not simply a fashion statement. Or the hoods of the cows, you know, like those stupid things that the mages wear in all of the roof stuff." Time?
9 minutes.
He then glanced around the room and he saw the flowers on the table. Smiling, he said, "So you came to show my present to Marduke. I noticed that you two have grown rather close these past few months. I must warn you that I am the jealous type." I narrowed my eyes and I said to him, "You are imagining things like I told you a long time ago, I do not have time for romances. I simply wish to focus on my career. Plus, I cannot for the flesh of man." Bersame rose from my bed and started looming over me. His red eyes shone more sinisterly. With disdain, I said, "You must be quite full of yourself if you think that I am afraid of you." Bersame's eyes turned completely black. It was a black look that I had never seen before. In a strange, calm voice, he said, "I will give you a reason to fear me." He repeated afterwards, "I will give you a reason to fear me." And then he laughed.
So then did he go pick up what he wasn't afraid of or what?
He went to say to give him a reason to be afraid. I don't know. "I will give you a reason to be afraid of it." And then he left. After that ambiguous word, "I will give you a reason to be afraid. Bye."
Okay. Is he like out of his mind?
Seems like it. His ominous words set a chill down my spine, so yeah, that works. I wondered much about what evil machinations he was plotting. After he left, we both breathed a sigh of relief. Sivano was in deep thought. Eventually he said, "In a strange way, I can't help but feel sorry for Bersame. As a mage, I understand how it feels to be feared and rejected. He must be feeling rather lonely. I think you're starting to suffer from Stockholm syndrome. Bertram has never had a problem fitting in. Unlike you, he enjoys striking fear into the hearts of men. I said, looking at Ivano with pity. I'm no saint, and frankly, what I miss the most is being feared. He said, being feared and respected are two different things. You could be afraid of someone and not take them seriously. This response lets Ivano touch for again. Because Marduke's afraid of Bertram, but he's like always giving him sass. Pushing his luck. So you're afraid of Veragerung, yet you refuse to take him seriously. On a side note, what is this Stockholm Syndrome? While he asked this question, he went to look in the mirror. He checked his face and his eyes and the inside of his mouth. He later added, I don't look sick, do I? Nah, the syndrome is not an illness. This is what it's called when some characters start bonding with their captor. They see lack of abuse as a show of kindness. Eventually they start defending them, and some even fall in love. My explanation left Ivano quite disheartened. He went towards the star window in my room and he started looking outside. It was always quite depressing whenever he got silent like that. It made my own captivity even more unbearable. Time?
5 minutes.
Eventually he said, what's the deal with the flowers? Is it the beginning of the end for me? The flowers mark the beginning of courtship. Bertram wants to go all traditional on you. The courtship lasts for about a month or two, and at the end, they hold a wedding ceremony, and that is the end of that. I said this with the usual cold tone I wore during explanation. When Ivano heard that he only had 1 month left, a groan escaped his lips. By now the sun had descended. That day we all dined together in silence. Our meal was made less agreeable by Bertram's presence. When we finished our meal, Bertram opened a large pack that he had brought with him. It was full of spellbooks. Coldly he said to Ivano, these are the few spellbooks that I was able to salvage from your wrecked study. Thank you, said Ivano, avoiding Bertram's gaze. This response made Bertram's eyes flare. Ivano too saw his changing mood. Forcing himself to look at Bertram in the eye, Ivano said, smiling, thank you. That was very thoughtful of you. Thank you. That was very thoughtful. Say that to that crazy lunatic that a few months ago tried to rip your face off. Like in face off. This new response pleased Bertram. His eyes turned a lovely calm blue. Seeing that his mood was better, Ivano dared to ask, why do you keep Marduke locked up with me? This sudden question surprised Bertram. Smiling, he said, Marduke is now locked up. He can leave whenever he wants. I kicked the mage's leg from under the table. I glared at him in a way that made him understand that he should not push his luck. Time?
3 minutes.
As usual, the mage did whatever he felt like. Taking courage, he raised his voice and he added, you don't need him, and you can have any other of your pets to keep an eye on me. Bertram's eyes turned a sinister black. In a calm, soothing voice he said, my dear, I am simply jealous. Why have you taken such an interest in Marduke? Seeing the turn that this conversation had taken made the mage lower his head. He placed his hand within his robe so that Bertram did not see them shaking. The mage gave me a desperate look. Bertram too saw it. His attention was shifted towards me. Grinning, he said, has there been any inappropriate behavior while I was away? Unlike you, I do not spend my life gratifying my 5 senses. Plus, this my attitude doesn't swing that way, I said mildly. You have nothing to worry about. Neither do I, and yet we have this little problem, said Bertram, pointing towards the mage. Things would have been a lot simpler had you allowed me to rip his face off. This statement made Ivano bite his lower lip. At that moment, he truly regretted pushing his luck. Seeing him tremble made Bertram laugh. His murderous laugh echoed across the empty tower. His eyes shifted back to a light green. Oh yeah, the
2 minutes, 30 seconds.
He rose from his seat and he passionately kissed the mage. He held him between both his arms, completely smothering him. Ivano fainted at his touch. Feeling the mage go limp, Bertram carried him to his bed. He said to him softly, that is just a small prelude of our wedding, my dear Libra. Oh, then. No, my darling. I won't let you disappear on me again. With that, same bravado, Berthaman left his room. Well, I didn't see why Lee was hiding in the form of a pendant from the crazy person. So he even scared the other chick. and now he's tormenting a lookalike. Anyway. He locked the door behind him. Seeing him lock the door annoyed me. He did this whenever he was distracted or in a good mood. For a while, I paced around the room. After an hour, I gave up on waiting for Benjamin to unlock the door. I settled on the couch and went to sleep. Oh yeah, the time on the thing?
1 minute, 30 seconds.
In the dream, I dreamt of the mage. In the dream, his spirit bore the semblance of the female Libra. Poor Sivana seemed to be having a nightmare. In his dream, it was finally wedding night. Benjamin was about to take him when I shattered him in the nightmare. Like a broken glass, the scenery fell around us, and we were both left alone among the charred remains of the nightmare. Alright, that's a good place to leave it. Bye bye. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Earth's sister, and this is Saturnastra, Marduke. Let me see. Chapter 13, part 2. We were both left alone among the remains of the charred nightmare. Walking over the fragments, I approached the mage. He was sobbing on the floor, trying to piece together his torn robes. I removed my cape and I placed it over him. Frightened, he turned around and he saw me. He cringed from me because he didn't recognize me. Smiling, I said, "It is I, Marduke." Recognizing my voice, he hugged my legs. I kneeled to see him eye to eye. He also studied my face, but he could not recognize me. I laid his head over my chest and I whispered, "Ah, it is you. I recognize your heartbeat. It has the same calm pace that always comforts me." He later added, "Marduke, you are different from everyone I've ever met. You are the first person that ever tried to help me without asking for anything in return. Even though you knew that I was using you, you still took care of me faithfully. And I don't know why, but I think I'm starting to grow rather fond of you." Smiling sadly, I said to him, "I have no doubt of the sincerity of your feeling. Sadly, I feel that I'm just a replacement for your magic. Your powers comforted you and guided you. Now that you cannot cast, you look to me for support." Frowning, the mage pushed me back. The sharp pieces of his nightmare rose before him. He looked at his own reflection with disgust. In anger, he said, "Have I truly become such a weak, feeble woman? There's nothing shameful to clinging to one's hide," I responded. I could see in the mirror my true self reflected. Hearing me say this made the mage transfigure into his original masculine form. In a firm voice, he said, "So there's nothing shameful about being a coward?" "No, every animal, every bug, every being yearns to live. Those who do court death are nothing but fools." While I said, the images of animals and humanoid beings swirled around us in a torrent. Amazed, the mage asked, "Is this your magic?" The universe itself was added to the world we surrounding us. Shaking my head, I said, "No, this is my power, not my magic. Can you not see that this is real and that you are awake? If we are away from Versailles' Tavern, then can I finally cast my magic?" he asked, not truly convinced. "Sadly, you cannot. While your spirit soars, your body stays behind." This statement did not humor the mage one bit. I awoke afterwards. Together we were standing in the middle of Versailles' room. Had anyone entered the room during this charade, we would have seemed like an odd pair of sleepwalkers. Dan was still far away, so we went back to sleep again. This time, I decided to visit my father. In my sleep, my true self walked alone in a Gothic cathedral. The windows were opaque with stained glass windows. They each showed odd scenes. In the darkness, I fell for the stream that led me back home. In the other hand, I held a replica of the mysterious pendulum. Eventually, I found the door that led to my father's lab. In the dream, it was bathed in darkness. All I could see was my father sitting in a cushioned chair before a table. Scattered over it, I saw many tiny crystals of different shapes and sizes. He was wearing his usual red robes. A large lock of silver hair, fell over one of his eyes. His pale skin contrasted greatly with the red of his robe. He was deeply focused on looking at a crystal. As usual, he did not hear me enter. I placed in his empty hand the pendulum. When he felt it, he smiled at me, and I was able to understand. The next morning, I was woken up by Bersamin. Like yesterday, he was glaring at me with his evil black eyes. Half asleep and unimpressed, I said, "Just what do you want from me?" "I always thought of you as a son. Everything I ever did, I did for you. And all I ever wished in return was to shape my son into my own image." He said this in a more sinister fashion. With his hand, I said, "You know, all you humans are the same." This made Bersamin laugh out loud. Judging by the sound coming from the bed, Bersamin's laughter had awoken Sivanu. Still smiling with his eyes beaming jet black, Bersamin added, "That is the best compliment anyone has ever given me." Calling him human. He left the room afterwards. Once again, he had locked the door behind him. Luckily, he had left behind our meals for the day. We ate our breakfast in silence. Since I was locked up with Sivanu, I was forced to use Bersamin's bath. Ducha. It was assigned to accommodate Bersamin's large frame. The mage bathed afterward. While he bathed, I decided to try out Bersamin's bed. Lying down over it, I realized how comfortable it was. I dozed off a little. Eventually, Bersamin returned to the bedroom. I noticed his presence when a large hand lifted the curtain. Frowning, he said, "What are you doing in my bed?" Yawning with his hand, I said, "Napping." "Where is Libra?" he asked. At that moment, I heard Sivanu exiting the shower. He gasped when he saw Bersamin there. Luckily for him, he was wearing clothing. I usually left mine outside the bathroom. I nodded, I got out of bed and sat before the looking glass. Once again, I was forced to see Bersamin make another stupid romantic scene. He smelled the mage's particularly wet hair and he said, "Lilac." Blushing, the mage said hesitantly, "Yes, it is. Thank you for buying such a fragrant soap." That got weird. Bersamin went towards the door and he dragged another pack of books. Smiling, he said, "Look, I brought you more books." Again, Sivanu answered timidly, "Thank you." Suddenly, Bersamin's fury blazed out. His eyes shone bright like two red coals. Time?
8 minutes 25 seconds.
He grabbed the mage by the shoulder. He was squeezing the shoulder very tightly. In a fury, he yelled, "You're just like the other Libra. You don't love me. You don't love me." I did. Bro? You're just like the other Libra. You don't love me. You don't love me. The mage tried futilely to get away. The more he struggled, the tighter Bersamin's grip became. Eventually, he gave a piercing cry of pain. It echoed across the Libra Tower. At the sound of his scream, I leaped into action. I grabbed one of the chairs and broke it in Bersamin's back. After breaking 10 objects over his head, Bersamin finally released the mage. The pitiful intervention made Bersamin laugh. While he laughed, the mage crawled into the bed to hide from Bersamin. Once he was done laughing, he looked around and he ordered, "Marduke, you better clean up the mess you made." I lay down on the couch and I responded, "You do it." Turning my back to him, I feigned to go to sleep. I heard him growl behind me. Eventually, I heard Bersamin cleaning up the furniture I had broken over his head. Once he was done, he said, "Marduke, you really do surprise me sometimes." Where Bersamin left, we prisoners breathed a sigh of relief. When I was certain that Bersamin had departed, I said to the mage, "I spoke to my father yesterday. I asked him about that accursed pendulum. He said that depending on how it swings, is how fast it withers ether. So Bersamin has it covering a wide area. It does not swing as fast as it should. If you manage to gather ether fast enough, you should be able to cast magic." After I said this, the mage tried to cast a spell. The spell was a dud. Signing, he said, "I knew it was too much to hope. There is more. Since it has been swinging for such a long time, the entire place has lost its ether. In here, the magic of the gods, the moons, the sun, nature, the planets, the stars, etc. do not reach you. All that remains is for you to call upon the magic that is within you." This left Sivanu quite perplexed. "I have always tapped into my own magic," he said in anger. "No, you have just the ether of beings outside of yourself to cast. You cannot call that power your own." Now it is time for you to generate your own ether. Cast your own spells. Tap into your true potential. I said, jumping on top of Bersames' table. Narrowing his eyes, he said, just when did you speak to your father? Look, I hate explaining things. Can you just have a little bit of blind faith? Oh yeah, the thing.
5 minutes.
And my response, the mage raised his hands to the sky in exasperation. He started pacing around the room, and that was usually a prelude to one of his fits. I jumped off the table and landed before him. Pointing at the pendulum, I said, look, that is a tool used by wizards of old to tap into the true potential. They use it to isolate all the energies that granted them ether willingly. It also taught them ether control and helped them practice their diction without blowing their tower to smithereens. After this, I took a chair and placed it in the center of the room. It was in the perfect position to follow the movements of the pendulum. Pointing at the chair, I said to him, sit down. I will not let you sleep until you cast something. Fine. If at the end of the night I cast something, perhaps I will believe your whole dream, mumbo jumbo. I might also believe that you can communicate to others via your dreams. When he said this, he started chanting. The mage had photographic memory. He only whined about his books because he had yet to look through all of them. After 2 hours, he looked depressed. Frowning, I said, for a mage, you really are a real skeptic. Magic has nothing to do with creeds or beliefs. It is a power that I can manipulate through my will. This business of creating magic out of nothing seems pointless, he said while lazily yawning. Look, if magic did not already exist within you, then you will not be able to cast. I said to the mage, who frowned at my rebukes. That issue is debatable. I mean, many of my rich etherless apprentices cast magic via my interception. Try as it may, they could not tap into any of the powers that surrounded them. They were never the wiser as to why they could only cast within my tower. They blamed their failings on their own inexperience. Looking back, I think that was the best money-making scam I ever concocted. He said this with a smirk. You are not as devious as you imagine. Back when my father still cared, he pulled similar stunts. Thankfully, my uncle now provides all the funding that my lazy father could ever desire. While I said this, I started nodding off. I lay down on the couch and lazily watched Sivano attempt to cast his magic. For 2 days, we did the sleep deprivation training, even while Bersame was around. Sivano would fiercely try to cast. This new behavior freaked Bersame out. More than once he hinted that he would like to take Sivano out of the tower if he promised not to do any of his specie spellcasting because he was getting freaked out by his constant mumbling. On the third day, I saw Sivano talking to one of the Libra statues. I looked at the statue with both my human eye and my true eyes. He was starting to hallucinate. When I got close enough, he asked me, just who is this Libra anyway? A woman that looks like you. Ah, Libra. Putting his face side by side with Libra, he asked, do we really look that much alike? Your faces are mere coincidence. I said this, pointing at his heart. The faster you cast the magic, the sooner we can get out of here. The final speech gave the mage more motivation. A few hours later, he nearly burned Bersame's bed. Together we quenched the fire. A second later, Bersame rushed to the door. Between the 3 of us, we managed to call the fire. When Bersame inquired about the flames, Sivano said, it was a candle, it was an accident. Oh yeah, the time?
2 minutes and 6 seconds.
To keep him from inquiring more, Sivano kissed Bersame. Having his magic back helped Sivano regain courage. After casting the first spell, I finally allowed Sivano to sleep. After 2 more days of practice, Sivano could cast most of his spells. Even I was impressed by his progress. He truly was a genius. Once again, our study had taken out the grand total of the night. We called it quits around sunset. And I will call it quit around now. I don't need anymore. Bye-bye and God bless. And now we're going to?
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Earth's sister. And today we're reading Saturnastra, Marduke. We are in chapter 14, part 1. And it's called Astra. That day, with the wedding date drawing so close, Bersame was spending most of his time with his unwilling bride. While dozing off, I started preparing for my escape. I contacted Canon and told him about my situation. He was on the other side of the world. If he traveled by human speed, it would take him 5 months to save me. I told him that I only had 2 more days to live. If possible, he should make it there in 5 days. He worried that if he can't hurry too quickly, then Bersame would notice his approach. After working out some gimmicks, we figured that he should travel 4 days as a chimera, and once he drew close to Veragerung, he would travel disguised as a human. It should take him roughly less than a week for them to save us, depending on if Bersame was in the capital or not. With everything prepared, all we needed was an excuse to get Bersame out of the city. One day, Sivano asked Bersame to go fetch him his staff. If he brought it back, then he would love them forever. Bersame knew it was a lie. To convince him, Sivano said, "Look, I know a recipe for a love potion. If you bring it, I should drink it and fall instantly in love with you." This, however, was not a lie. Sivano didn't know how to make a love potion. While Bersame went on his journey, he ordered Belladonna to prepare the love potion for his wedding night. Before Bersame left, he gave me my correspondence. That day there was but a single letter. It had been written by my brother. It read, "Mother is dying. Come home soon." At that moment, Bersame's ominous warning came to my mind. "I will give you a reason to fear me." This news left me perturbed. In the end, prudence overcame my emotion. On the 7th day, Canon's bat phone flew through the window. This magical talking bat greatly amused Sivano, who had never seen anything like it. We got some firewood, and together we torched Libra's tower. I figured that I would leave Veragerung in a blaze of glory. I was planning on having my final battle with Bersame soon. From the tower, I took my fighting gear, and Sivano abandoned his books. He said he didn't need them anymore, now that he had discovered a new way of acquiring magic. By traveling the cave of creation through meditation. The only thing he took with him were his old robes. He had managed to stitch them throughout his captivity. We rode on Canon's back. The burning tower's smoke served as cover. Its fumes extended over the mountains and fell upon the city. The smoke kept everyone from seeing a Sphinx flying over them. Canon landed on the bridge of Veragerung. He said to us, "Get off." When we got off, Canon assumed his human form. Oh yeah, the time?
It hasn't even been 5 minutes.
Assumed his human. Once he did, Ivy came out from below the bridge. She said, smiling, "Do you think we will let you escape so easily?" Laughing, I said, "I wouldn't dream of it." The twins showed their face and added, "You're not leaving here without us." Demon too joined and said, I probably don't my entire clan, but I'm with you, Marduke. Bruno, leading the horses, said, "Like I told you before, I will fight Bersame if you tell me to." Juliet also showed her face, and timidly she said, "I will have to pay you back for all those times you saved me during the chariot training." Seeing all of my friends here brought tears to my eyes. I turned around so they would not see their commander getting emotional. Silvano did see my tears. This made him gay. So he asked me, "What now?" Now we go home. Silvano, you're sticking with me for now. While Bersame breathes, you will not know peace. When I slay Bersame, you may go about the world as you please. I responded. Together in full speed, we rode to my grandmother's citadel. At a rapid pace, we arrived at my old home after a 3 days journey. Once I was before the gates, I yelled at the guards. "It is I, Marduke. Open the gates. I came to see my mother." The guards recognized my voice. They swung the gates open and allowed me to enter within. On horseback, I rode across the garden. I dismounted when I was before the manor. Leo and Cleo were waiting for me before the portal. When I entered the room, Leo jumped at my neck. While sobbing and kissing me, he said, "You're here, you're finally here." Cleo threw out my legs and sobbed. She was too overcome with emotions to say anything. I carried my sister in my arms and I went to my mother's room. Leo followed close behind, hiding under my cape. My companions waited in the living room to hear any news. As I went forward, I noticed that Steveno was walking close behind. He said to me, "Fear not, her body is still warm. With my new powers, I should be able to revive her." As I got closer, I felt a chill down my spine. The air had the faint stench of death. I could feel that Astra, this world's god of death, was nearby. Silvano too felt his presence. When I reached my mother's room, I saw my grandmother waiting outside. She was wearing a simple gray dress. It was tradition in her land that whenever somebody died, their family would sport the worst attire they could find. Her long white hair was held back with a black ribbon. She wore no jewelry. This was a stark contrast from the attire she wore the first time I met her. There were no tears in her eyes. Her face was a stony mask of silence. Seeing me with the shield and made a single tear fall from her cheek, she quickly dried it. She came to me and she took Cleo from my hands. With her free hand, she fetched Leo from beneath my cape. In a low, pained whisper, she said to me, "If only you had come sooner." She departed with her grandchildren. When I opened the door, I saw that a white sheet covered my mother. Her nurse was still watching over her body. When she saw me, she said, "2 weeks ago, your mother was struck by a strange illness. I thought it was a summer cold." She got worse and worse as the day passed by. In the last 3 days, she went unconscious altogether. Slowly, her body lost heat, and she breathed less often. A few hours ago, her heart stopped. Time?
7 minutes.
I went towards the maid, and I patted her shoulder, smiling. I said, "You have done enough for my poor mother. Let us be alone with her." She looked a bit hesitant at the mage, but then she departed. I sat by my mother's side and I removed the bedsheet from her face. Her face was indeed as pale as a corpse. I kissed her forehead and I knelt beside her bed. Silvano too sat beside her. Shyly he whispered, "Do you want me to try to revive her?" I placed my hands on my face and I wept. I wept for her in the way that I had never wept for anyone. When I was done, I said, "Why bother? Her spirit has departed. If you revive her, she will be nothing but a shell." Silvano frowned at my statement and he said, "That is odd." Raising my face, I asked, "How so?" "According to the nurse, your mother died 5 hours ago." He said this even more pensive. He asked, "May I examine her?" "I do not see the harm." With my permission, Silvano looked through her. While he looked into her eyes and he sniffed a little, and he added, "That is very odd indeed." "Don't keep me in suspense, Silvano," I barked back. I smelled on her small traces of magic. I too sniffed in the place he pointed. "Do you know why we hold funerals, Marduke?" Silvano asked suddenly. It is so that death may take us to our final resting place." The moment I said this, I realized what had occurred. That damn Berserker was at it again. Seeing my expression, he added, "Yes, her soul is gone because somebody summoned the god of death, Astra." "Have you ever revived someone that has been killed by a death spell?" I asked hopefully. Smiling, he said, "Yes, many times. Astra is not too particular about keeping souls. From other gods, he's the most passive. With a simple necromancy, I should be able to get her soul back in one piece. Now help me close the curtains. Necromancy works better in the darkness." Is it time?
5 minutes.
I closed the curtains and I locked the door behind me. I left a sign that read, "Do not disturb, necromancy at work." Silvano lit a candle and he placed it in the center of the room. In the corner of the room there was a plant. He took some earth from the plant and made a circle using dirt. As he did, he said, "Normally I would not need such elaborate preparations. Since your mother's soul is gone, we will have to have an audience with death in his domain." He spoke the words of magic and the darkness became thicker. Slowly the temperature began to decrease. A cold wind swept across the room. Sivano sat down before the candle, and he beckoned me to do the same. In a low whisper he said, "Stare blankly into the candle, do not dare to blink." While I stared at the candle, I felt my soul departing my body. I could see myself sitting before the candle. Suddenly my spirit was caught between two arms. My true form breathed my spirit into his body. Minutes later, Sivano's spirit left his own body. Smiling, he said, "So that is what your spirit looks like." Shaking my head, I said, "Not really. I am an Arya master. It is an easy task for my true form to invade these deathly realms. I stand before you in both body and spirit." "You have got to show me how you did that trick," he exclaimed. "Later. For now, I need you to help me find my mother." Saying this, I beckoned him to walk before me. Before we left, I tied my blue fade string around my body. The realms of death were nothing but shadow. Once we got outside the candlelight, I could see nor hear anything. As my guide, Sivano led me by the hand. From time to time, I could hear strange whispers. At others, I could hear somebody crying in the distance. As we went on, I asked Sivano, "Are we there yet?" "No," he answered. A few hours, and I used to turn loosely. I felt something grab my ankle. I kicked the darkness and felt nothing. Behind my ear, I heard someone giggling. Seconds later, I felt someone blow into my ear. Again, I flapped my free hand in the darkness. "Angara," I said, "are we there yet?" "No," he snapped. With a yank, I drew him towards me. His body felt warm beneath his spirit robes. Annoyed, he yelled, "Don't cling so closely." "Sorry, it's a force of habit," I said before giving him more space. The more we walked, the more putrid the smell became. Time?
2 minutes 30 seconds.
The strange noise and sensations increased by the minute. I was forced to slow down because something was pulling on my cape. For a while I pretended not to notice. Suddenly I made a yanking motion and I felt someone in the darkness. With my free hand I held on to the present. Yelling, I said to Sivano, "I think I caught something." The shade that I had caught felt smaller than me. Sivano too stopped and he felt around the darkness. Eventually he found what I had caught a hold of. Feeling his face, he said, "It is a person." It is strange. He feels cold, much colder than even the most ancient of spirits. In an epic fashion, I said, "Speak, O wanderer in the darkness. For what purpose have you visited these darkly realms?" The dark figure only said, "Marduke." The way he said my name felt as if it had spoken into my mind. Our conversation was interrupted by Sivano, who asked, "Who the hell are you talking to?" This time, Shalom addressed both Sivano and me. With his usual cold politeness, Shalom said, "Forgive me. I was not aware there was somebody else with you." In a softer tone, I said, "What brings you here, my brother?" "As a necromancer, I visit these realms quite often," he said. Time?
1 minute 10 seconds.
In the darkness, I felt hands reaching for my face. My brother's gentle hands lowered my face to his, and he kissed both my eyes. When I opened them, I was able to see in the realm of death. The ground below me was covered with flowers of violet and blue colors. Most of them were verbenas, lavenders, lilies, asphodelus, campanelas, carnations, and agilias. The sky was relatively clear. The sun and the moon and the sky both were visible. However, none shed any light in these deathly realms. Alright, I think we're good. Bye-bye. Recording?
Recording.
Hello, my name is Teresita, Blanco, the sister, and this is Saturnastra, Marduke, Chapter 14, Part 2. We're like in the death realms. The only light seemed to emanate from the flowers. When I plucked one, it turned to dust in my hands. I smelled one and it stunk of death. Parting the ground, I saw that we were stepping over sleeping bodies. They all looked like they were resting in peace. Seeing me frown, Shalom said, "Worry not, they feel no pain. After many pains, now they only know peace." With curiosity, Sivano asked, "Who are you talking to?" Standing aside, I allowed the mage to look upon my brother. His human form was half my size. He had olive skin, long black hair, and black eyes. He wore black robes decorated with stylized violet flowers around the hood. Aside from the regular rage gear, he wore a saber with runes in the handle. Smiling, he said, I am running an errand for my father. Frowning, Sibaru said, I must be imagining things, but the way you move your mouth doesn't match the things you say. Shannon spoke again, this time without opening his mouth. Forgive me, it has been 2 years since I have spoken with anyone. Sibano trembled a little and he added, I can see why. Sharon, you visit here often. Tell me, do you happen to see Arasa with my mother? I asked. Sharon pondered a bit before answering the question. People come to this realm all the time. I could not say for certain if I saw her or not. Still, it does not hurt to inquire about her, he said. Well, let's go, I said to Sivano, giving him a slight push. Annoyed, he led on. For hours we walked among the strange field of flowers. They seemed to go until infinity. From time to time, we would see a broken column or a ruined house rising from the flowers. The most dreadful sight was their wandering spirits. Like shades, they walked aimlessly across the flowery field. Eventually, they would get tired of walking. Then they would lay down and finally sleep the sleep of death. Rich and poor alike, just and wicked, death was the ultimate equalizer. Suddenly, Sivano and Shalom stopped. Flying over us was a shade. It glided ever gently, lazily. It sang a very eerie song. It had no words, just a faint hissing at the edge of each intonation. However, its melody chilled one's blood to ice. My escort took a flower from the ground, and he said, For you, darling Arasa. This time the flower did not turn to ash. It remained intact. Arasa glided down and softly stood before us. The rosy walls were long and violet. They hovered in a straight fashion as if the god was on the water. It had the face of a human. The hands that reached out to take the flower were scaly. The surface had a nice shimmer golden brown color to it. Interesting enough, the bottom was looking normal. His eyes were completely black and he had no eyelids. They almost seemed to be completely hollow. His nose too was absent. It looked like the open holes of a skull. His hair had the same odd color as on the top of the skin. It seemed to be pressed into his neck. The way he walked and moved had a not zigzag rhythm to it. He had the unnatural mannerisms of a snake. Like I said, he took the flower and he opened his mouth, revealing 4 sharp snake fangs. He swallowed the flower and mused a little. He smiled softly and fell over the flowers. He said gently, I am very grateful for your offering. He added, looking at me with interest, Ah, so we meet again. You are the boy whose soul I could not take. Tell me, why did you not hate my son? Before I answered, I noticed that he was sleeping peacefully. Again, Sivano picked up another flower for him. He placed it over Arasa's face and he eagerly ate it. The flower bloomed below him and it propped him up. Yawning, he said, What do you desire? Tell me in post-haste. I wish to return to the resting in peace. I see the soul of Miranda Blanco. You took her soul 5 hours ago. I wish to have it back. Arasa looked saddened at my request. He shook his head in response. Narrowing my eyes, I said, Why can't you? He rose his hand and he added, My hands are tied. Shalom frowned and said, This is unlike you, Arasa. Normally you yield to all requests. Yes, normally, but a force above my own keeps me from obeying. He said this again with disdain. I sat down before him and asked, Arasa, what happens when you die? The question puzzled Arasa and Sivano. Again he answered, You come to my realm to sleep until you become one with the soil. Over time you are reborn in the form of my flowers. When he said this, he took a flower and he ate it again. Again I asked, what happens to those that do not receive a funeral? They wander forever in the world of the living. Eventually the spirits fade away. He added, picking up another flower and eating it. Looking at him sternly, I said, Are you certain that they fade away? I cannot say. I am just one of the many avatars of death. He said, lying down again. He rose to still for a moment. He stretched out his hand and he plucked a handful of flowers. Time?
8 minutes.
Sneering, he gave them to me. I saw how they turned to ash in my hands. Shalom released his sword and he struck death. It turned to ash in his touch. Laughing, Arasa said, You must be a fool to pick a fight with death. I felt the ground shaking below me, and suddenly the flowers started emitting a strange violet powder. I took Sivana and my brother under each arm. With them I jumped over to one of the ruined columns standing over the flowering field. The powder kept rising and rising, corroding everything it touched. Sivana created a barrier. This stopped the advance of death. This time the dead rose from the ground. Slowly, lifeless bodies climbed on top of another. Many seemed to be fused into the air. From other bodies, violet flowers bloomed. Still not convinced, I created a dagger, and I threw it at the forehead of the first figure. The second it made contact with the dead, it turned to white. To escape, I glanced straight at the sky. My brother did the same as well. Quickly, we flew upward. Arasa saw us escaping, and he chased after us. Sivano saw him approach, and he summoned the goddess of light, Lara. She intercepted Arasa, and she did not allow him to pass. Arasa started calling around Lara. She too did the same. They looked like mating snakes. Both sent their fangs into each other. Sivano turned around, and he saw the floor of the golden moon approaching. He cast a magic shield to break our fall. When we landed safely on the lunar surface, we stood in awe before Arasa and Lara fighting. Behind us, we saw the Libra constellation's balance shifting. As it did, Arasa grew much larger than Lara. Sivano felt Bersames' presence nearby. Sivano tried to empower Lara, but however Bersames' influence was too strong. Eventually, Arasa was large enough to kill the avatar of life. Her lifeless body fell into the violet fields. It created ripples across the entire world of the dead. Saint Shalom said, "Congratulations, Sivano. You single-handedly managed to make things 1,000,000 times worse." Blushing, he said, "Sorry, I just imagined that life could defeat death." Anthony Shalom went on, "The mere fact that we live guarantees death." In a deep tone, I said, "Relax. If we manage to slay Arasa within his realm, the world of the living will not be affected." Fervently, Sivano asked, Won't we miss our life and death, God?" Comforting, I said, "As long as the world remains, new avatars of life and death will be born into this world." Like as long as the planet remains, yeah? While we spoke, we saw a dark shadow hovering us. The massive form of Arasa was holding onto the moon with both his hands. Smiling, he said, "I must really thank you for defeating my rival. Her carcass would add lovely nutrients to my garden." Slowly we saw his faucets reaching down to devour the golden moon. Suddenly part of the firmament shattered like broken glass. From the hole came down a massive dragon. Its wings were metallic looking. Like sharp blades they buzzed over us. Wings of light covered its light. It had giant arms and legs. Unlike regular dogs, this one has 5 fingers in each of its talons. It still had a sharp blade-like tip, and it produced sparks each time it moved. This massive dragon came down over us, and it swept us away. It gently carried us inside one of its claws. He landed in one of the smaller moons. Meanwhile, the massive death glared at us from far away. The dragon lowered his head and allowed us to climb to his forehead. Sitting before us was a slender figure. His face was like that of a monkey. His ears too were large, furry, and pointy. He wore his black hair combed in a small bund. His fur was a light golden color. His hairless hands were black. They still had some of the apish distortion. His feet too were like those of the ape. He wore an elaborate blue nightshirt. It had the pattern of the swirling blades. The monkey king was sitting down like a Buddha. His staff stood perfectly still before him. The staff had many strange scenes of the forest. At top of it, he had a stylized serpent coiling around him. I watched it at him. With apish rapidity, he leaped from the ground and he hugged me. Kissing my cheek, he said, "Oh, Marduke, it has been forever." Time, bro?
4 minutes.
I was always baffled as to why he chose such an identity for himself. Seeing his new form, and his name finally made sense. Suddenly the dragon we rode made a swift movement, and we all fell backwards against his large black scale mane. Glancing up, I noticed that the dragon was trying to outmaneuver death. The dragon flew towards the sky belt, and with great agility he flew between all the rocks. Death, however, did not bother to dodge them. My monkey king of a brother summoned his staff toward him. With a gesture, he struck the surface of the dragon, and he created a barrier that kept our crew from feeling the motion. Once incorporated, it walked towards the forehead of the dragon to better survey the battle. The dragon turned around, and while flying shot a beam of white light. It went straight through Death's head and cracked the sky itself. I told the dragon, fly towards the hole. I ran outside the shield and leaped towards the opening, jumping ahead of the dragon. For a second my body turned to light. I stood outside the cracked domain of death. From the outside I could see that I stood over the firmament. From this high up I saw the roundness of the world. I wounded my hand with my blade. My blood soon covered the entire gaping hole. Using my blood as a catalyst, I created an area of an ocean. I then leapt inside of it. When I entered, I saw my entire world was covered in water. I was soon picked up by the dragon that entered the area. Monkey King Shield kept Shalom and Sivano from drowning. Swirling around us, we could see Death's shadow. The being thought we had fled towards the true ocean. To keep out the illusion, from time to time a school of fishes would pass by. I had generated a pretty realistic ocean. I said to Shalom, have you learned any decent lightning spell? A few. Why? He asked, looking through his spell components. Bro, the time?
2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Looking at Sivano, I said, you have had experience casting true magic. I want you to divert the power of my brother's lightning into a massive shockwave. Hello to me, he said. Aye, aye, Captain. Between Sivano and Shalom, they started building a massive spell. Sivano chanted a series of lightning spells, forging them together into a massive one. Shalom did the same. Since he was technically immune, he was using sign language to cast. In the meantime, the dragon and he kept swirling in the water. When the spell was ready, he coiled into a sphere. Wings and all, his surface became a solid rock. On my signal, they released a massive shockwave of lightning. The lightning spell destabilized the water's oxygen and hydrogen molecules. From its vapor, it created a massive explosion that blew up the entire ocean. Don't worry, this is not like the real ocean from the world. They're like in another realm fighting. For a while, everything felt like a furnace. Outside, we could hear Arasa's agonizing scream. He went from being electrocuted to being incinerated. When the flames dissipated, there was nothing but an empty white space. The water I had created had been completely consumed by the flames. Before, the god of death twitched in agony. Bursts of his influence made it regenerate. Though he started as small, Death spread his power and slowly consumed the area. Using his powers, it broke my realm down. Anticipating this turn of event, I surrounded this area with another. Death fled through the cracks that looked like the open world. Hungrily, he flew towards the flower, and instead, he bashed against a glass floor. What he saw was merely a reflection of the real thing. Death crawled into itself, and like a snake, he leaped towards a heat, and when he bit him down, a heat cracked through the mirror. Frustrated, he leaped into hundreds of mirror versions of us. While Arasa wasted energy chasing after our illusions, I conversed with my crew. Hello, my name is Teresita, Blanco, dear sister, and we're still reading Saturnastra Marduke. This is chapter 14, part 3. It's a long chapter. Just how do you kill a god of death? Shalom answered, they die of old age. Some can be killed outside the domain. Others have a talisman or something that gives them their godlike powers. This one has no such thing. He has managed to extend his lifespan by devouring souls that he's supposed to shepherd. To make matters worse, he seems to have too much influence. Therefore, we cannot slay it even outside his domain. I suggest we disassociate his god powers from the host. I fear it will come to this. We need to attack his soul without risking our own, I said sternly. That is easier said than done, said Sivano. He added, a demon. That is what we need. What's the strongest demon that you know? My sister Karina can be pretty demonic, said Chalon, before doing a demon summoning ritual. We found ourselves at a crossroad. At the center was lit by a lantern. Karina bade us to fly up and observe her work from a distance, and then brought death into her world via one of the cracked mirrors. Once again, death was in an unknown land. This time he proceeded with caution. His last fight in the Hall of Mirrors had left him quite irritable. He assumed his normal form and he looked around cautiously. He frowned when he saw the dragon observing him from the top of a moon. His gaze was quickly distracted by the sight of Karina. In her realm, she wore a long white dress. It hovered in the same ominous fashion as Arasa's violet dress. Her face was covered by her long black hair. In a soft voice she said, "Would you like to make a deal? I can make all your dreams come true." Sneering, Arasa coiled himself around Karina and he bit her neck. Pushing back, she said, "Immortality is a trait not only shared by the gods." Yawning a little, Death said, "I sometimes forget that pests like you exist in this universe." Don't you wish you could rest for all eternity?" asked my sister. "I am a death god, yet the idea of dying does not sound appealing," added Death, yawning again. "I would not mind if you got rid of those pesky intruders. I could in exchange for a soul." I know Death looked at the moon that we rested upon. "For the last time, I cannot give you Miranda's soul. Bersame's power prevents me from doing so." "I don't want her soul. There is one I desire in particular, a small tiny soul of a meaningless snake." This request left Death bemused for a bit. He said, "I don't remember ever eating the soul of a snake. As far as I know, only sentient beings perform funerals for my sake. Then again, some poor fool might have done a funeral for his pet snake at some point or another." Oh yeah, the time?
11 minutes.
"I have escorted the souls of Dr. Cats into my domain on a regular basis." He opened his mouth and he took out a small golden narcissus flower. He gave it to my sister before saying, "This is the only snake soul that I could find within myself. It is very tiny, fragile, and worthless." Slowly, my sister removed the petals of the flower. Once it was left naked, she devoured it. The petals that fell to the ground turned to tiny golden snakes. They withered in pain until they stopped moving. Slowly, they blackened and turned to ashes. My sister allowed for what remained of his spirit to return to the source. Arasa looked at this process with disdain. He then looked at my sister and he added, "Now you keep your end of the bargain." My sister parted her hair and allowed for Arasa to look upon her sinister face. She then said, "I have already taken care of it. In death, Bersame will be unable to harm you." When she said this, Arasa's body contorted. He started losing his human features. In time, he assumed the form of a golden snake. With disdain, my sister stepped on his head. The snake bit her talon, however, it was pointless. She smashed his head against the floor until he died. Jeering, she said, "Don't you know that you should never make deals with demons? They always find a way to screw you over." Slowly, as he flew off the golden moon, he landed before Karina, and with his giant claw, he removed the passages from his head. Once we were out, he assumed his human form. Since his true form was that of a dragon, and he could get created with his smaller form. He chose the form of a boy with short red curly hair. His locks of hair only went as far as his neck. He wore a red scale robe. His eyes too were burning flames. Sivano was at a loss for words. He could not believe that a mere demon had defeated a god. Seeing his perplexed face, Karina said, "This god was killed by his arrogance. In his lust for power, he had forgotten his true form. Originally, He was a smart serpent that became a god. It took years for him to become what he is today. It was simple for me to ask indirectly for his soul. Cyrano asked, what happens to his powers? I mused a little before saying, it depends, he might reincarnate into another body. If we are lucky, his powers will return to the source. Monkey King lifted what he remained of the snake. At his touch, it crawled around his hand. Smiling, he said, so I see that Astra became a talisman. He removed the snake, which now had the appearance of a small bracelet. Of a snake-shaped bracelet. Swiftly, Sivano reached for the bracelet. My brother saw him reach for it. He leaped 4 meters away from Sivano. Standing on top of his staff, Monkey King said, don't you have enough power? Whining, Sivano said, come on, I always wanted to be a god. Holding the bracelet, the Monkey King added, being a god is overrated. You work all the time, and at the end of the day, your followers never appreciate all the little things you do for them. Laughing, Karina said, maybe you could be like Hades, who kidnaps young maidens to live in the underworld with him. And then, like, the thing?
7 minutes, 53 seconds.
It would be nice to be worshipped for a change, said Sivano silently. Worship too is overrated at the Monkey King. If you become a god, you will lose your free will. You will be forever enslaved to the role that you must fulfill. Sivano was silent after this conversation. My sister Karina released her aria, and we were allowed to, and we slowly made our way back to the realm of death. Since death had died, his domain was breaking down. Among this rising spirit, I saw my mother. I jumped past the moon and I landed before her. I took her spirit inside of me. I sheltered her deep within my heart. I saw above me the entire sky cracking, and above we could see the blue sky of the world of the living. The spirits too saw their escape. Like torrent, they flew up towards the heaven. The spirits have returned to the source. Sivano and I returned to our human bodies and to the world of the living, and my siblings returned to their respective homes. Alright, this is the end of the chapter. Bye bye and God bless.
Action.
Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Earth's sister, and this is Saturnastra Marduke. We are starting with chapter 15, the calm before the storm. Once again, I was sitting down before the lighted candle. Sivano blew out the candle and he opened the windows. Together we cleaned the magic circle as best we could. When the preparations were concluded, I sat beside my mother. Sivano used his healing magic and he restored her body. When he was done, I bent over her and I breathed her soul back into her shell. Slowly she awoke. She had the look of someone who had a peaceful rest. Smiling, she stroked my face and she said, Marduke, I am glad you came to see your poor mother. I feel regenerated just having you nearby. She then glanced at the maid nervously. Taking her hand in mine, I said, that is Sivano, mother. He's the one that cured your illness. Sivano passed his hand over his forehead and he responded, I can't take all the credit. He sat on the couch and he breathed a sigh of relief. Softly, I heard the door opening. My little sister Cleo was peeping within. She saw that her mother was awake. Mother too saw Cleo, and she stretched her hands to beckon her daughter to her. Seeing this, Cleo raced to her mother and she hugged her. It was a quite beautiful, tender moment. I left Sivano sleeping on the couch and went to tell the others the good news. The first one I saw was my grandmother. Cheerfully I said to her, I battled with death and I have been victorious. Mother lives. At first she doubted her senses. My news was confirmed by Cleo, who skipped out of the sick room. She went towards her brother, who was sitting in the hallway. Grabbing him by the arm with her tiny hands, she made him stand. Cheerfully she said to him, Big brother spare wizard cured mother. Soon the entire household was assembled inside my mother's room. Everyone inside was quite impressed by Sivano's progress as a healer. Things were quite peaceful for the rest of the day. We all dined in the garden. My friends also attended the dinner party after hearing the news. We all had a wonderful celebration that went on till late at night. Time?
12 minutes.
During dinner, grandmother prepared a ball to celebrate my mother's resurrection. There was a lot of drinking and dancing. I opened the proceedings by dancing with my mother. She took turns dancing with all her dear friends. Silvano abstained from the dancing. He simply watched while lazily lying on the sofa. From time to time, a servant or a soldier would pester him. They all had either a sore or a malady that needed healing. I might even went as far as to ask him to bless her child. When the celebrations were finished, my grandmother showed my friends to their guest room. I took my siblings to their bed. Leo was the one most reluctant to sleep. He truly did miss me a lot. Before going to sleep, I had a private meeting with my grandmother's study. She seemed a bit pensive. She was sitting in the couch before the fire. I lay down on the sofa to also stare at the flames. In her usual straightforward fashion, she asked me, "Where do you get the wizard?" "I got him from Bersame. He asked me to keep an eye on him," I said coolly. "That must have her," answered my grandmother. "From Bersame," I retorted. She flinched and then she added, "Yes, from Bersame." "Don't worry, I don't blame you for obeying Bersame. We all do what we must to survive," I said, yawning a little. "Yes, we all must do all to survive," she said with a pained expression. "Relax, in a few days Bersame will be nothing more than a distant memory," I said. Can you really do it, my grandson?" she said, this with a trembling in her voice. "Have a little faith. Worst comes to worst, he kills me and he takes the mage back with him." I said the non-stitch alarm rising from my seat. I left her pensive before the fire. In the darkness, I made my way back to my room. I took off my party clothes and performed my nightly libations. I then changed into my pajamas and went inside my bed. A few minutes later, Bruno entered in tiptoes into my room. In a soft, grunting voice, he said, "Are you awake?" "Now I am," I snapped back. "I don't want to sound like a sourpuss, but tomorrow we should prepare for the final battle," he said, this trembling. "There won't be any. Trust me, I have a plan." I said this with most utter certainty. "You don't mean your pet wizard. You saw for yourself that he is powerless against Bersame," he snapped. "Silvano may be powerless, but I am not," I said confidently. "I don't know. I have always seen you fight. You may be quick on your feet, but a good smack always lays you flat on the ground." His observation was not off the mark. The last time Bersame gave me a smack, he did lay me flat on the ground with one hit. I sat up and looked at Bruno in the darkness. "Look, Bruno, I was always holding back. I am holding back even at this instant." Bruno bent over me and he patted my head. He added, "Well, Squirt, let's hope that your hidden powers are strong enough to defeat Bersame." Time?
9 minutes.
Afterwards, he left the room as noisily as he arrived. Half an hour later, the twins came in my room. I noticed a present when one pulled my cheek. I looked to the left and to the right. Both twins were inside my bed, giggling like girls. Since they were so close, I noticed that their breaths stunk of booze. Rolo held my hand to my face and forced me to face him. In a faint voice, he said, "You know, there is something that I always wanted to tell you." And then Roy pulled at me and he said, "No, I want to tell him." Then both of the drunkards said, "I love you, Marduke, but not like a dude." And I'd be like, "What the hell are you even going on about?" I said, "Well, you know, we like you, man, and we're gonna miss you." I kicked both drunken idiots out of the bed, and I got out of bed and pointing at the open door and saying, "Get out." And then both twins looked hurt, and then they said, "Well, we'll see you at your funeral then." Little by little, I got more nightly visits for all of the friends I had made back in Veragerung. The last people who visited were my adopted brother and sister Cleo and Leo. They said in a whiny tone, "Big brother, we had a nightmare." I took Cleo in my arms and we went to Leo's room. After half an hour, they finally felt like going to sleep. Once again, I tried to return to my bedroom in order to have a good night's sleep. The second I laid in the bed, I felt that there was somebody within. In a sweet voice, jovial, she said to me, Marduke, want me to make a man out of you? You know, it's your last night in the world of the living, so you might as well make the best of it. She sat on top of me, slowly unbuttoning her blouse. I took her in my arms and I carried her out of the room. During that short trip, she kissed me in my mouth and my face and neck. When I arrived, I took her into her bed and I said to her coldly, I think we should stay as friends. And she snapped, you're mean. I returned to my room, to my bed, and this time I checked for intruders before entering within. A few minutes later, Cano in his bad form landed on top of my face. In a low screech, she said, are you awake? Yes, I'm still awake. I'm trying to sleep. You lunatics. Time?
6 minutes.
I said angrily. What are we going to do about Berthaman? He asked, shivering. I removed him from my face and I placed him on my empty pillow. Relax, I have a plan, I said, patting his tiny bad ear. Cano sneezed a little and he added, your plan better be good, otherwise we are doomed. After he said this, he flew out the window. Seconds later, he flew back inside and he perched on top of my head. With curiosity, he asked, what is your plan anyway? I will challenge Berthaman to a duel. Hopefully, when he is defeated, his army will be so scared of me that they will leave. I said this, getting the stupid bat out of my face. I like your plan. It is simple and straight to the point. I only have to add, are you insane? You can't expect to defeat Berthaman in single combat. Worry not, Sivano will be helping me win from the distance, I added. Don't you think Berthaman will notice a few occasional lightning spells coming his way, he added. Relax, I will make certain that he does not stand out much. This explanation did not suffice for Cano. Seeing that I was bent on this course of action, he departed. A few minutes later, Abby entered on tiptoeing into the room. She sat at the edge of my bed. In a soft voice, she asked, are you awake? Yes, I said, resigned to my fate. She said nothing for a while. She then added, what are you planning to do with the mage of yours? Nothing, I answered. Nothing, she repeated. She then added, why are you risking your neck out for that guy you hardly know? I helped him because I had the power to do so. I was not convinced by this response. She didn't believe in pure altruism. She left the room quickly. Out in the hallway, I heard her say to someone, your lover awaits. Seconds later, Sivano entered my room. In the darkness, he sat on the edge of my bed. He hesitated a little and then he said, I wanted to thank you, my dude, for everything. Leaving so soon, I asked. I have no choice. Frankly, I doubt that even you might defeat Berthaman. He later added, I need to go far away to a place he cannot find me. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but if I lose, Berthaman will easily find you. The mage moaned after he heard me say this. You just want me to wait and cross my fingers, he asked. It would not kill you to lend me a hand, I snapped. Fine, he later added in resignation. How am I to help you? When the time comes, Karina will pick you up. You will be able to aid me from the safety of her inner world. Should I lose, she will send you to a place where Berthaman will not find you. My reassurance relaxed Sivano a little. Nervously, he added, you still have not told me how you want me to help you. Smiling, I said, I want you to pray for me. Wish with your entire heart for me to win. He rose from my bed and departed. Oh yeah, the time?
3 minutes, 10 seconds.
By now, dawn was breaking, and when I was finally able to sleep, from what I heard, I slept till noon. My mother and my grandmother were kind enough to station a maid to ward away a wanted visitor. During the afternoon, I had a very pleasant dream. I was in the middle of a spring forest. A gentle breeze would pass over the flowers. As I watched, I heard the giggling of girls around me. Suddenly, two delicate hands covered my eyes. The maiden behind me smelled like gardenias. In a melodious voice, she asked, guess who I am? Putting her hands on my face, I said, you are my sweet Melina. Standing before me was a fragile-looking nymph. Her lovely blonde hair was decorated with flowers of all colors and variety. She wore a silky white dress. Her cute nymph eyes had a playful pink color. Smiling, she said, "Fool, it's been a bore without you, big brother." "I've been busy," I said. "You want to play with me?" she asked. For the rest of the dream, I spent it playing games with my sister and her other nymph friends. It was truly quite a pleasant dream. Truly, I wish I never had to wake up. By noon, I rose from my bed. I could feel in the distance Bersamet approaching. In a nonchalant kind of way, I got dressed and brushed and ready to head out. We had a lot of presents, shots, and the like. Once I finished, I went and spoke to Canon in private. We spoke while waiting inside the mini forest inside of Grandma's citadel. Looking steadily at him, I said, "I need you to deliver a message to Bersamet. Can you send someone else? It is ancient berserker tradition to slay the bringer of bad news." Time?
1 minute 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's tradition to kill the messenger. He said, cowering a little. "I thought you weren't immortal." "I thought so too, but lately I have been having my doubts," said Canon, musing a little. "Look, if you're afraid of Bersamet, I could give you a charm to keep you safe." This cheered Canon up a little. "In his bad form," he asked, "since when can you use magic?" "It's not magic per se. I will simply make it easy for you to escape from Bersamet in case he goes crazy on you." I had his bad foot bite down into my index finger. It drew some blood. Afterwards I said to Canon, "Look, should you get in trouble, just picture in your mind where you want to go. Should you get knocked out or seriously injured,
We have 30 seconds.
you will be teleported to my side." Alright, we'll continue later. Bye bye and God bless. Alright, the numbers are ready? Hello, my name is Teresita, Blanco, the sister, and this is Saturnastra, Marduke. Chapter 15, Part 2. "All this talk about teleportation still sounds like magic to me," said Canon. "It has nothing to do with magic. My blood is just special like that." Hearing this made Canon frown a little. I think he was remembering Bersamet's infamous corrosive blood. I'm too worried about Bersamet's dangerous blood. Just in case, I decided to prepare an audio trap around the citadel. It was set to activate the minute that Bersamet's army came within sight. Depending on how the battle went, is what the area might do. Should I lose, the area would slay Bersamet's army. Yes, it is always good to plan for eventuality. After this short conversation, Canon went to carry out my task. While he was gone, I settled my trap area around the citadel. When I was done, I briefed my grandma on what she would do should I lose. I promised her that I was going to make certain that Bersamet never harmed anyone she cared for. Around sunset, I prepped my fighting gear. After dinner, I spent the rest of the night crafting areas after area. Each one was deadlier than the last. By dawn, I was completely done with all of my preparations for battle. It was around that time when Canon returned. Trembling, he said, "Bersamet has accepted your challenge." When the sun rose the following morning, I saw a sea of berserkers coming our way. I got out of the castle and stood before the army. Bersamet was leading the charge, wearing a bloodshot armor. Our duel was going to take place in the open field before the castle. It was a very sunny, beautiful day. There was not a cloud in the sky. From time to time, I could hear the birds chirping. There were even a few spring flowers here and there. The beauty of the day completely ruined the mood for our final battle. The time?
12 minutes.
In the end, nature was always indifferent to our daily lives. I placed my hand to my heart and I whispered, "Human body of mine, don't fail me now." When Bersamet saw me alone, he started laughing. He saw me too, joining the mockery. Sneering, he said, "Boy, you must really have a death wish or something. Look, you prove your point. We are all impressed by your bravery and stupidity. Submit and I will not touch a hair on anyone that's hiding inside that castle." Cockily, I responded, "The time for talking is over, Bersamet. Today you die by my hands." Alright, so yeah, the next chapter is the final battle. We're done. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Marduke, Chapter 16, Part 1, The Final Battle. Oh yeah, the number's going down, bro?
Yeah.
I took out my mother's bow and shot Bersamet in the eye. Calmly he removed the arrow. His archers in anger shot at me. They were appalled by such unprovoked aggression. Bersamet shielded me with his body. In his fury, he yelled to his men, "This is a duel to the death among men. The next idiot to shoot Marduke is a death man." Swiftly he turned around and he swung his executioner's axe. I managed to dodge it with ease. For a while, I spent shooting arrows through the holes in Bersamet's armor. With ferocity, he tried to hack away at me. I always took care to maintain my distances. After a while, he stopped chasing me. He made a signal to one of his generals. Together they brought out a massive bow with 6 arrows. Apparently he planned to fight fire with fire. Seeing his plan, I went to hide behind a rock. Bersamet did not seem too unnerved. It almost seemed like he was bored. When he shot his arrow, it went right through the rocks. I was barely able to avoid it. The next arrow he shot scraped one of my legs. I could tell that he was toying with me. I knew from experience what an excellent marksman he was. Calmly, he literally scraped off my armor, one arrow at a time. Suddenly he yawned a little. He pointed straight at my forehead. I covered myself in my cloak, and I had everyone gasp when my cloak deflected his arrow. He shot at me time and time again, and he kept me pinned to the ground. All the while he got closer and closer. I took care to count all the arrows he had in his quiver. When I felt that he had run out, I got out from beneath my cloak and I drew my knife at Bersamet. This one got stuck in his eye. His corrosive sparse blood completely corroded the knife. Calmly he removed what was left of it. In anger he yelled back, "Is this it? Frankly, Marduke, I'm a bit disappointed." I said nothing to his remark. Once again I shot him with arrows. I was near finished with the early stage of the game. Since I had run out of long-range weapons, I had to use my sword to fight him from my clothes. Quickly I ran toward him with my blade out. He swung at me with his executioner axe. I leaped to dodge it, and with all my strength I struck Bersamet's both shoulders with my blade. They pierced the armor and the flesh. Before I was able to jump away, he kicked my gut. Luckily, my foot was beneath his necklace. Thus, when I flew halfway across the field, I took his power stone with me. At that moment, I activated my mini areas inside the arrow that had struck Bersamet. They each started to drain his blood. Feeling his blood departing, Bersamet instinctively reached for his power stone. Not finding it, he panicked and he started looking around the floor for it. Meanwhile, I was busy coughing up blood. Slowly, I forced myself to rise. I wiped the blood off my face and I raised Bersamet's power stone above my head. At the top of my lungs, I yelled, "Looking for this?" Bersamet gave me an evil smile and he held his hand to his chest. I saw the power stone disappear and then reappear inside his hand. Yes, things were finally going according to plan. Those swords that I had were my last weapons. Bersamet's blood had corroded right through them. Now they were just useless pieces of iron. With disdain, he dislodged the swords from his shoulder. The blade, with arrogance, he yelled, "Is this it?" "Yes, I am at my limit. This is all that my human body can do." He snapped back, "So stop fighting like a human and finally get serious." Once again, he went back to cut me in half with the executioner's axe. He was not putting much of an effort. Eventually, I led him to one of my traps. Nothing too complicated, just a classic spike in the floor guide. Bersamet easily fell for this trap, and one of them went right through his head, only leaving the helmet behind. The others two made quite a mess of it. Quickly, his blood corroded the spike. I could feel his one remaining eye shine black. I took a few steps back from the hold. From beneath, I heard Bersamet yelling, "This is juvenile. I thought my foot could taught you better." Oh yeah, the time?
Well, that's like 10 minutes.
"What is juvenile is that you fell for such an easy trap." I snapped back, hiding behind the rocks. Truly the battle was not... He leaped from the hole and he landed before me. Once again he tried to hack me with his axe. Once again I leaped back and tried to reach for his power stone. Again he kicked me like the last time. This time I placed my hands before the strike and this allowed me to push back myself a bit and shielded myself from the damage. Somehow I landed on my feet. It was a good thing too because Bersame tried to slice me again. He let his guard down for a second. I generated a dagger out of thin air. It was marked with a long thin blade. I made certain that the blade was so sharp that it could slice through atoms. Using my cloak, I hid the movement of my dagger. All the Bersame knew was that suddenly he was missing one hand. As quickly as the strike came, I hit my dagger anew. Sharp Bersame looked at his injured hand. Everyone too seemed dazed. When the shot passed, Bersame started laughing like a madman. His crystal began to glow and his hand regenerated quickly. I too was surprised at the swiftness of his regeneration. My cellular daggers left small traces of electromagnetic pulses that prevented regeneration. It seems that even they were no match for Bersame's peculiar blood. Bersame grew tired of this fight, so he started fighting more aggressively. And the more he fought, the faster and stronger his blow seemed to become. Whenever I would slice up a hand or a leg, he would grow it back even swifter. If it was not for the protection of my cloak, I would have been sliced in half more than in one occasion. His final blow dislocated my shoulder. After this near-fatal blow, I gave up fighting him in close quarter. I ran away from him while trying to relocate my shoulder. Like before, he ordered for more arrows for his bow. Unlike before, this time he was shooting to kill. The first arrow shot me in the back, and due to my cloak, the arrow did not pierce my body. However, the shot felt like somebody had punched me in the back. The next arrow would have struck me in the head if my shadow hadn't grabbed it from thin air. The pity was that as we were now, his powers were a mere shadow of his original. Everyone looked shocked at my shadow. In a serious tone, I said, let us test the limits of his regeneration power. Mockingly Bersame said, yes, let me test the limits of your powers. My true form summoned a new katana made of selenite. With all haste with my shadow, and I started running a circle around Bersame. He looked at a display of speed with disdain. He stretched his hand and he taunted us he taunted us into striking him. While mimicking my true force movements, we slashed at Bersame many times. Each time we hacked at him, he regenerated. After finally getting serious, I managed to slice Bersame into ribbons. All that remained was a power stone and a huge pile of sliced meat that was once called Bersame. Oh yeah, the time?
6 minutes.
His blood too started corroding the meat. In essence, his blood was destroying him. It consumed everything until only a pool of blood remained. When it was done, his corrosive blood started decaying the ground around him. At the sight of Bersame becoming a pile of meat, his army dispersed, fearing that I might go after them as well. I fell down on the floor after they left. From the ground, I breathed in a painful sigh of relief. The muscles in my ancestors were all shattered. If I was lucky, I might one day make use of this human body of mine. My true friend went to destroy Bersame's power stone. When he tried to dedicate, Bersame's blood made it pass through his hand. This time we summoned a blade and we tried to destroy the power stone. It left behind the glowing raw power. When it shattered, it left behind the glowing raw power of Libra. It took the form of the lady that was protecting the fifth tower. The sword struck Libra in the heart, finally killing her. From the wound, white blood fell. It mingled with Bersame's corrosive blood. When Libra's blood Then from the blood, a hand rose out of it. A very bloody, small-looking man came out of the pool of blood. The remainder of the blood solidified in the form of an armor. Bersame cracked his bloody face to reveal his true face. His eyes were clear, calm. From the back of his helmet flowed long red hair. His body was slender, with hardly any musculature. Judging by his form, it seemed that he was my kin. From his hand, he bled out a blood-red sword. Its tip had some of Libra's white blood around the blade. In a soft voice, he said, "For a long, long time, I looked for my family. For many years, I sought someone that was like me. Since I could not make them love me, I will make them fear me. That was when I met Libra. She was so like me, yet so different. You said people like you were hunting her down. She did not believe I could protect her. One day she tried to leave me. She said that they were coming for her. I slew her because she did not stay with me. Now I realize that I have been a fool. The power stone was hers. She stayed with me till the very end. Now that it is gone, I only have that look-alike. Again I ask you, my dude, surrender. I do not wish to slay someone that is like me. I peel back my human body, and then my true form manifested. I said, I'm not like you. Since you came into this world, you have been a blight on this land. Even world domination will not suffice for you. After I said this, I sat down in the ground, and my true form rose from my shadow. On the other side of my shadow, my human body felt limp. I stretched out and breathed a little, the spring air. It was a pity that I had to fight during such a beautiful day. Oh yeah. Time?
2 minutes, 40 seconds.
While I stretched, Bersame waited for me. He was in no rush to resume the fighting. Bersame assumed his battle stand, and he asked, "Before I kill you, I wish to ask you one last question. I will not deny a diamond his last wish," I answered coldly. "What are you? What am I? What is Libra? Where am I from? Who are my people? Are you my people? Was I created or was I born?" He asked this question swiftly. I nodded and said, "The answers to those questions no longer matter. Rest in peace, Bersame." To fight him, I summoned my mother's weapon, Lucifer. It was a scythe created from the carcass of Satan himself. It had the shape of a stylized bird. Its beak served as a spearhead. The scythe had the design of the wings. When it was sung, it would emit a chainsaw sound. That's not written in the book. That's me making the chainsaw all the time.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
This blade had disintegrating power similar to Bersame's spark blood. I hope that it will be enough. Bersame made the first approach. Swiftly he ran towards me. He was so fast that he generated 5 Astra images. I blocked his blade with my side. At the same time, my own Astra image went behind Bersame and struck him with a blade of light. At its tip, it had a drain area that got rid of some of the blood of his armor. He too was surprised by the fact that my Astra image was solid. Little by little, we did a test of speed. Since I had him
Alright, it's already less than a minute.
this allowed me okay, so we'll continue this fight later. Bye bye, venga, play. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, dear sister, and we're reading Saturnastra Marduke. This is chapter 16, part 2. His armor started turning into blades that parried my attack. His body may have been slow in comparison to mine, however his blood was swifter. Using his blood armor, he managed to get me to draw my weapon, Lucifer. This arm, with his blade, he stabbed straight at me through the chest. I coughed the blood that fell on Bersame's arm. It tried to wring its way from the blade. However, at its tip, it turned into a bloody arm that kept me from jumping away. Bersame's eyes grinned with satisfaction. His grin quickly washed away when he looked at his surroundings. He saw that he was on the moon. My figure melted off his blade like a white candle was. I materialized before him, and though a few steps away. Suddenly, Bersamet's blood started coagulating. It lost its premium luster and form. Bersamet started gasping for air, and in less than 10 seconds, he had dropped dead on the floor. His face was bulging blue, and his eye sockets had exploded. He may have been my kin, however, he had never learned to survive in outer space. I said to myself, it seems that... No, I didn't say. It seems like you cannot survive in outer space. Like before, his messed up blood started corroding his surroundings. Around his face, white veins shine. Again he rose, fully adapted to outer space. His armor became thinner, more compressed. Smiling in triumph, he tried to strike at me again with his blood blade. Though he was much faster, his inexperience in outer space made him run off the move and in a straight line. Tired of seeing him hovering around like a fool, in my space I jumped towards him. In vain his armor protected him. Each time I landed a blow on my side, it made him fly even further away. Seeing that this battle was not going the way I liked, I dismantled my space area. The area around this area was a place full of destruction. Within it lay a very powerful destructive spell. To keep myself from being harmed by him, I sank deeper into my third area. There was both a sky above and below, though you were eternally free falling. After 5 minutes, a puddle of blood cracked the sky of my third area. It dripped over like rain in my azure sky. This time I was attacked by pure blood. Since I was trained to dodge the rain, therefore I used my sight to swiftly avoid getting struck by that corrosive rain. Again I fled even further from first into my fourth area. It was completely whitewashed. It was a clear sign that I was running out of ideas. From within it, I grabbed the third area in my hands. I compressed it into a small sphere and asked to fit in my hand. Again, the blood started seeping through the cracks of the area. I drew the compressed area away from me. Slowly, Bersamet's blood assumed his human form. While he rose, I stretched the wings of the side towards the base. Its teeth became the electric strings of a harp. As he approached, I played the harp. Its strings sounded like an electric guitar. Each note emitted an electromagnetic current. Like a wave, it expanded in all directions across the emptiness. Bersamet tried to get away from its range. My aura kept him still in one spot. Only I could move freely in my domain. The time?
11 minutes.
The waves made Bersamet's blood much stronger. However, when it fell, it never reached the borders of my area. The area had nothing for him to erode, and in essence it was pure nothingness. The more I played, the stronger and more unstable his blood became. Swiftly each red blood cell started eroding one another. In essence, his disintegration power was becoming his undoing. Suddenly the blood became pure white and it disappeared. Bersamet had escaped from my fourth area sensed to Libra's power. Even in death, she was still helping him. I dragged him down into my fifth area. That one was my spider area. It had many invisible strings that only I could see. The strings were paper thin and could slice through anything. When I entered, I was just to see a giant hand reaching for me. Thanks to the strings, they were not able to reach me. The giant hand was ripped to ribbons by the trap, and I ran across the edge of my area to get a better look at Bersamet. He was becoming extremely unstable. He had the grotesque appearance of all of the 6 species of this world. It seemed a giant version of each was dismembered and sewn together or wrung. Among the entire mess there was a mix of dragons, beasts, chimeras, and demons. The sound that in the middle no longer sounded like a creature of this world. I pulled the master string and made all of the other strings closing around him like a trap. Again, what remained was a pool of blood. I tried striking it with a huge ray of light. However, the blast was eroded even before it struck the blood. The pool of blood eroded my area, and now I was down in my 6th area. It was an exact replica of hell. Using the sight, I summoned the 3 legions of the damned. Like bats, this horde of demons swarmed around me. From the side's blade, I made it radiate heavenly light. Recognizing the pure aura of the former master, the Legion's Fury Society. Pointing towards the approaching pool of blood, I yelled to the demons, tear him apart, body and soul. Like a swarm of locusts, the demons descended upon Bersamin. They started clowning, consuming his very essence. This time, even Bersamin's soul became like his blood. It started running the demons. All 3 legions, body and soul, were completely wiped out by Bersamin. My fellow widows need not worry about those pure hellions. Since they were brought by a summoning ritual, they simply went back from whence they came. Running out of options, Bersamin and I arrived at my final area. This area was a replica of the Abyss. It differed a little from my version consisted of 2 solitary islands floating over the abyss. The door I used to enter led to the world of the living. The door on the other island led to the source. Serving as a bridge, there were 10 control panels. Each one was themed after the Sephiroth they represented. They were not the original, rather, just a machine meant to replicate their powers. Time?
8 minutes.
Even though the machine was a cheap replica, the gates were summoning the original portals. With any luck, if I failed to slay Bersamin using the machine, he might be stupid enough to enter the round door and he would return to the source. With any luck, he would die or something. While that something else would depend on Bersamin's true nature. With any luck, he would become something manageable, something that I could kill. Like expected, Bersamin's blood rained over me. It started slowly eroding the machines and me as well. I felt the sprite with the side to repel. I tried to repel most of the blood with the side while I worked with the machine. The first thing I did was summon Bersamin's interior Sephiroth. As expected, he had 11 Sephiroths instead of 10. This proved to me that his true nature was evil. And since I could not defeat him, I decided to just even him out. The Sephiroth that had to go away was the Astra one. Between the crown and the foundation, he had the Sephiroth of conquest. If I destroyed it using my very own sense of justice, and I might be able to win. While I waited, I also nipped his kinship Sephiroth in the bud. So it's basically trying to reprogram him at a spiritual level because it's not winning.
Yeah, just like how Kida did to Brahma.
Yeah.
We've seen that before.
Just trying to change his nature because as he is now, he's not killing it. After this version, Bersamin's blood stood immediate. It assembled like a puddle before me. From it grew the young Bersamin with his armor. He seemed a bit dazed at first, like he did not know where he was. Apparently this minor change had done wonders on him, on his desire to kill me. In a dreamy voice he asked, "Weren't we just fighting? Suddenly I don't feel the desire to kill you. You never wanted to kill me in the first place. You simply wanted to control me." "Ah, yes, I remember," said Bersamin. Once again he started to become imbalanced again. Seeing that this reprogramming was just making things worse, I tried to empower more his good attribute. However, time and time again, his desire for vengeance and for blood and death can overpower whatever positive traits he might have had me a long time ago. Smiling, he said, "I have seen your little trick before. My darling Lyra took pride in changing people's nature. She tried to change me too. She wanted to make a better person out of me. I must thank you, Marduke. It has been quite a long time since I felt like my true self again. You realize that you cannot defeat me, so let us just end this charade. Get me out of this domain and let us return for whence we came. There are 2 doors before us. The one behind you will only open for me. The other one will open for you." But after hearing this, Bersamin went towards the door that would only open for him. As usual, his overconfidence in his powers made him make a stupid decision. Considering Libra's power, it was possible that he might survive a visit to the source. Smiling coolly, he said, I want to spring your final try just to see the look on your face. I do so love the moment when my enemy's host finally die. I wonder how your face will look like when you're screaming for mercy. Oh yeah, time?
2 minutes.
With the day, I went to my door. While I went there, I thought much on Libra's improvements of Bersamin personality. Looking back, the old Bersamin was preferable to this bringer of death. Before I opened my door, I said, Marduke is not the kind of man who begs for mercy. I opened my portal and I stepped out into the real world. Outside, the sun was starting to set. The sky was a rosy red. A gentle breeze passed every so often. Little birds sang in the nearby tree. There was not even a smallest hint that a terrible battle had taken place. Worried about the outcome of the battle, I bled out a tiny version of my area in the form of a sphere. Looking within, I saw that Bersamin had not returned to the sword. It seemed that he had merged with it, never to return again. Yes, Bersamin and Libra had finally met their maker. Since the battle was over, I contacted Karina. She opened the area and she allowed Sivano to remember. After she delivered him, she went back to making deals with other fellow travelers. Smiling, I said, thank you. I could not have done this without you. Blushing, he said, I really didn't do anything. Just prayed like how you asked me to do. Contrary, my friend, it was your influence that allowed me to defeat Bersamin. Libra had a knack for being elusive and for always turning things in her favor. Your prayers made the impossible possible. I said this, starting to walk home. I stopped and tapped my shadow. John in my fully recuperated human form rose. Now what, Sivano? Now we do whatever you want, I said this cheerfully. I stretched out my hands and I sighed with relief. The guards on top of the wall started cheering when they saw me returning alive and in one piece, without Bersamin in sight. Sivano tugged at my cape and he asked, how am I supposed to use my power? As long as you don't blow up the planet, you may use them in whatever way you desire. I responded, opening the gate. Time?
1 minute 30 seconds.
Sivano surprised at it. I'm surprised that you did not ask me to use them for good. Look, Sivano, we all have our own sense of justice. I can't tell you how to live your life. After I said this, Sivano smiled at me in a way that showed that he understood. As for me, I am going home. Alright. That's the ending of Marduke. Bye bye and God bless.